Good to be here. This is awesome. Like, I'm actually getting to participate in this whole set roulette thing. So, we got a new face around the place. So, I am Daquan, otherwise known as Power Dragon, and I'm here with Caroline. So, first time we've gotten to work together. It's going to be kind of fun.
Yeah, this is great. I have a secret identity as well. I also go by the Mighty Linguini, but not often. So
Well,
it's
maybe I'll
great
refer to
to.
you Linguini throughout the day.
Oh yeah, I love it. It's great to meet new people through coverage. This is a great place to do it. So, what are we up to today?
Yeah, well, today we have a good selection of sets that are going to be going down today. So, this is pretty cool. And I think one of the best things about this type of event, which is the reason I find it interesting, is that we're going to have a lot of players who probably never really played with some of these sets originally, especially when you're talking about something like Weatherlight and 8th edition, because you're talking about sets that are 20 plus years old, And there's other cards saying like Shards of Alara, that they've probably messed around with once or twice and they're familiar with it. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see what everybody brings to the table today.
Yeah, so there's a set that has cards that are pretty dear to my heart in this format, and that's the Tron lands. So if I'm in charge of all the features, I would pick every feature that has Tron lands. Luckily, I'm not, but I'm sure I can be obliged a little bit here and there. So I'm pretty excited for that. Are there
Yeah,
any other sets that stand out of things that you're like, oh, this is going to be great?
Yeah, I think for me, it's going to be interesting to see what people use from really, I think, the two older sets when you're talking about Weatherlight and 8th edition, because there's some cards here where you're talking about like Mind Stone that has been reprinted a couple times, so people are familiar with it. But when you're playing, if you've never had somebody cast an abeyance against you, that can just shut down a turn, it's going to be kind of interesting to see how people respond to that.
Oh yeah, I couldn't even tell you what that card does. Do you want to enlighten me and maybe some other listeners
Yeah,
and
actually, so
viewers?
yeah, absolutely. Abeyance is a 2 mana. It's one white, one colorless instant, and then until the end of turn, players can't play instants, interrupt sorceries, or activated any activated costs. And you get to draw a card, which is pretty ridiculous. But yeah, this was a thing we had to deal with many, many times back in the day. So I don't miss this card, but people will definitely be playing it today, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that's exciting. That's cool. It's interesting because I thought, you hear things about some of the older sets. The only set in this set roulette tournament that I'm familiar with is Hour of Devastation, so bear with me a little bit. But Weatherlight isn't the most powerful thing going on, right? It wasn't the most interesting set of its time.
It wasn't, but it has a lot of useful cards where you're talking about something like Aura of Silence that can make it harder for your opponent to play artifacts and enchantments. It has like Buried Alive. So if you want to do a graveyard themed thing or some type of reanimator deck, that can be one of your key cards. So the overall power of the set isn't huge, but it has a lot of like role players that you're going to want for other decks.
Awesome. Have you dug into the deck list at all? Is there something you'd love to look at?
Yeah, I was kind of curious. I want to take a look at this wet Jund, or I guess the blue Jund list that a couple people look like they brought to the table.
Wet John, please say that's what people called it.
Yeah, somebody actually named it Wet Jund. I need to find out who that was, but yeah, I saw
Looks
that
like it
earlier when I
was
was scrolling through.
Samuel Gregner. Perfect. I nailed it.
Hey,
Um,
it's all right. I'm sure it won't be our first mistake or our last throughout the day.
no, I I am particular and bad at names, but that's okay. So we got Wet Jund up here for everyone to see. What's something that pulled you to this deck list?
I think it's just always interesting because you say wet Jund, right? We know it's like a blue Jund list. So it's like, really, you're just saying, I'm playing not white, like, which is really what you're kind of looking at when you look at these things. But it does have like it's interesting because it looks like a deck just full of power, is how I would describe it. Like it's just trying to go for efficiency, which would be, which I assume is going to be everybody's thought process. So it'd be interesting to see, do the things that just are bigger and more powerful, or the things more efficient really going to win out on the day?
It's interesting that you're drawn to a four color deck because one thing I like to do for these tournaments is look at the mana bases, and we kind of just came off a set roulette tournament that had duels, like had the enemy dual lands. So
Hmm.
to switch to a format that has fetches but nothing else or not anything great, um, it doesn't scream to me like, oh, this will be a 4-color format. And so looking at this list, I'm just like, wow, they are making it work, but there are City of Brasses involved. So
Yeah,
that's for sure.
you do have City of Brasses, and I believe if people wanted to in Weatherlight, there would even have been Gemstone Mine if people want access to that.
Oh,
So,
okay.
so there's a few. This one plays Reflecting Pool, so there's definitely ways you can get 4 or 5 color mana if you really wanted it.
Oh, I didn't realize that Birds of Paradise was in here too. So that's also a
Yeah,
little bit.
Birds of Paradise key card in 8th edition, so that could probably be one reason people are digging into that set for a little bit.
I do like that you highlighted that this is not white, but yet Kitchen Finks is in the deck. So I don't know. Is it white?
Yeah, that's true.
That's five colors right there.
It's dabbling in white, I guess, if you want to call it that.
Okay, so I'm going to join you liking this deck list because it actually has a ton of cards that I know, mainly because I played like Modern Jund for a while, and I also just did play Hour of Devastation, so it's got, the Scarab God and Champion of Wits, so I'm on board. This is great. I understood most of what this deck was doing, so I look forward to maybe checking in that list a little bit. I have a little... I'd love to look at some deck lists involving the Tron land specifically. If you're interested.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
So I had some inside source tell me that there are 3 Tron decks in the tournament. And I pulled up, I was told this is the spiciest one. So this is Mono Black Tron by Logan Long, which is coming up right now. I haven't actually looked at the deck other than the fact that it's playing Ravenous Rats, which I think is a really good callback considering this weekend, if you were following some Pro Tour Players Tour coverage, this card was making a bit of a splash. So I thought it was a good callback. Or at least a card to this effect. But what do you think of this deck list? How far do you think they're going with these Tron lands?
See, we might have to be mortal enemies because I hate Tron lands.
I know. I get that a lot. I don't tell anyone until I sucker them into coverage, and then you can't be mean to me on coverage, so it's perfect.
Oh, of course.
No, I just always had a soft spot for it. I don't know. It's just a big... In Modern, particularly, I played it a lot, and I just love looking at the lands and saying, like, what can I do with these? So one of the things in this deck that's super cool is Godpharaoh's Gift. Again, callback to Hour of Devastation. That was a card. Like, that was a big part of the format, and I very much enjoyed this card. Did you get to play with Godpharaoh's Gift a lot?
I did. I actually like that set overall. I think it's actually really good. I think it was one of those ones that, during Standard, it was a little underappreciated except for a handful of cards. But I think as time goes by, you kind of go back and go like, oh, yeah, that was in that set too.
Wow. So, okay, I was just digging into this list a little bit as we were talking. And Torment of Hailfire is kind of our win con, or one of our win conditions. That is going to be sweet with all of our mana. So just to remind people, if you don't remember, it's a sorcery, X black. Repeat the following process X times. So each opponent loses 3 life unless they sack a non-land permanent or discard a card. So basically, if you do it like X is 10 or whatever crazy thing, then they're discarding their hand and sacking permanents, and eventually they're going to either be out of things or out of life, or both, depending how much mana you spend. So it's pretty exciting. I would love to be able to capture that on camera. That would be sweet.
Yeah, and it's a card that didn't get a lot of Standard play for sure, and not a lot of just 60 card play, but it does show up in a lot of Commander decks. So I'm sure anybody who plays Commander is probably familiar with that. But if you play 60 card formats, you're probably going like, this was a card? So different how that can be like the same reality for 2 different Magic players.
Well, actually, I think you highlighted accidentally or maybe on purpose a cool part of this format. So this is the 3rd attempt or 3rd run at set roulette tournaments. We've never had a repeat set. So I think that's part of the rule set for when we're rolling the sets. And we've always got to see these like cards that maybe don't do well in their original sets, whether it was, things were less powerful or different back then or whatever, or they were overshadowed by more powerful cards than the more recent sets. And so we get to see cards like Torment of Hailfire, potentially, be really great.
Well, yeah.
So I'm excited for that.
I'd say even in this deck, like Grim Poppet is a card that you would never play in normal constructed, but when you have limited card sets, a 7 mana thing that is a reasonable removal card gets played.
Yeah, that's awesome. I had to look up what that card did, but it's pretty cool. 7 mana 4/4 was not exactly where I'd want to be if I had 7 mana. I prefer to cast Karn, but that's okay. To each their own in this format. No, I'm super excited. Why don't we kind of go over? We talked about what sets are in this format. We are waiting for round 3 to go, just so everyone knows where round 2 is either almost finished or just in the 3 matches are actually left, so that's exactly almost finished. um, and let's talk about what the players are playing for, other than a great time and a great Sunday. What else are they in for?
We have a lot of store credit available. So this is pretty cool. So first is getting $200, second's getting $100, and then all the way down to eighth place getting $25 store credit for the mythicstore.com, which is pretty dang cool.
It is pretty dang cool, and I happen to know how cool it is because I purchased something recently. I will say the turnaround.
You're repping the hoodie there.
I am repping the hoodie, and the turnaround for getting this was pretty good because it came exactly last night, which is really good timing because I ordered it a week ago.
They knew you had work to get done, so they wanted you to look good.
Yeah, so great. Yeah, great shipping for sure. This, for what it's worth, this is in Canadian dollars. The Mythic Store is a Canadian.
I will say I also like this event because you have the Swedish brew options to get a little bit of extra store credit out there. And I think that's something I wish more events would do because it encourages people to just try a little harder, be a little more creative, think outside the box, and do something you wouldn't normally do other than just, okay, I have to build the best deck to win the tournament. Like you're still trying to win, but if you can do it with a couple of creative or unknown or original cards, like that's a really big bonus. So, I think that's really cool to just push that level of creativity there.
I was worried. I didn't realize I was gone, and our conversations were not lining up. But I'm back. Sorry, guys. I will say that hopefully that doesn't happen too often. I do have other people in the house doing other streams, so hopefully that's not a big issue. We'll have to figure that out. Maybe I'll unplug their internet when they're not looking.
It's all right. Things happen. I got you covered.
Sweet. So I take it you covered the bonus Sam Black prizes. Is that what happened?
I did.
Awesome. Okay, that's great. We are going to chat with Sam Black. I don't know if you brought that up or not, but we're going to visit with him at the end of round 6. Well, we're going to try. That will be confirmed later. But that is our intention: is to bring Sam on, have a chat, announce those awards, and then bring us into the quarters. So we'll see how that goes.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'm really. So we have done this, as I said, 2 other times, and it's been Zvi both times, which has been super great. And so we're kind of switching it up a little bit. We're giving another great deck builder a chance to kind of dig through these deck lists and show us what stands out to them. Like we're over here pointing out deck lists that we love, and Sam's gonna probably take a better approach than, hey, this one has Tron lands, which is how I would pick it. Probably why I don't have that title, but that's okay. And I'm really excited to see someone's mind go out like, hey, what did people do with these deck lists? Where were they at? How will they potentially finish out? That kind of stuff. So pretty excited to see how that goes. Should we take another look at some other deck lists that are standing out for us? So we're going to look, so yes, the answer is, but we're going to look at something called boomer control, which honestly, I couldn't tell you what that means because I'm not a boomer, but that's okay. That's what deck lists are for.
It's the new trendy way to say old.
Oh, yeah. I did see, just a quick tangent, there was a fantastic clip of Jana Amari playing against Phyrexian Obliterator and learning very quickly what that card did.
Oh, I saw that. That was so heartbreaking. And she called it a
boomer card. And it was, but it was also great. But calling it a boomer card was fantastic. That definitely put it in my vocabulary to call cards like that boomer. I love it. So what do you think that Kobe was getting at here, like with the boomer control namesake? Like what's the plan here?
I think the big thing here is really leaning on Astral Slide. It's a card that lets you basically blink your permanents in and out of play and gives you a chance to reuse things when you're talking about like Kitchen Finks to gain life again, which when you're playing just such an interesting setup of cards, say like Exalted Angel is also going to be another key card here. Right. Honestly, the other thing too, being able to get that Exalted Angel down as a morph is going to be really big if it lives. Because getting it down, getting to flip it for 4 versus casting it for 6, I think is going to be one of the biggest keys for this deck.
So, what is Murderous Redcap doing in the deck? Is it just a value engine with kitchen things?
I would say so.
Or does it do, I
And
guess
with
with Astral Slide too,
exactly with
right?
Astral
Yeah.
Slide, it's going to come back into play and deal 2 damage as well.
Lightning Rift is also cool too. Whenever anyone cycles a card, it does 2 damage. I didn't know that there was a like cycling finishers, I guess, in this format, so that's cool. I'm really glad that we didn't have all the other current cycling cards that we have. That would have been not fun.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is you're also, if you look at the mana base, using a lot of those lands, the deserts you're talking about from like Our Devastation, whatever, and really getting all the maximum cycling effect you can get out of this deck.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't realize when you said desert, I thought we were playing the good deserts, but no, we're playing the cycling deserts.
Yep.
I like it. Okay. Okay, I will say, 2-color deck was more where I thought people would end up, and this is following that, pretty much exactly like a red-white deck. That's pretty cool.
And if you look at all the spells here, like all the instants are just defensive cards. They're tapping creatures, they're gaining life, they're protecting your creatures. Like there's really nothing except for the enchantments, really. There aren't any aggressive cards really in this list. It's all about defense and gaining life and just buying time.
I like it. So one thing that's pretty cool is we're jumping through deck lists, we're taking a peek at some stuff, but I'm curious to see what we'll actually get to see on camera, just as things kind of shake out and players start to develop those records where we're going to keep an eye on them. So I'm curious. I will say, speaking of records, we did have, for the last set roulette tournament, we had Benjamin Whites take down the whole event. He actually, I do not believe he lost a match in that whole tournament last month, sorry. And I was curious if we could take a look at his deck list. He went the God Pharaoh's statue or whatever, God Pharaoh's gift route, but not with Tron lands, unfortunately. Though I'll let him know that I'm disappointed in him. But he has some sweet stuff. I wanted to highlight this because I was looking. There's some cards in here that I only know from Cube, and the one is mostly Sphinx of the Steel Wind. And I can tell you, I didn't even think anyone would need 4 of this card ever. So I'm excited if we ever get to see this on camera. What do you think of this deck list?
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone for 4 Sphinx of the Steel Wind either. I'm not even sure. I mean, he may know more than I do. So, I mean, obviously he's the one who's trusting the deck to play it, and he won last time. So the dude knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think again, you're looking at very defensive cards here. We're talking about like Champion of Wits, Kitchen Finks, even Una to just make extra tokens. I mean, there's a lot happening here.
He does have return target artifact from your graveyard to the battlefield, and Sphinx of the Steel Wind is an artifact. I checked.
It's one of the biggest of artifacts that you can play.
We have, got some options. It's interesting we have 4 Sphinxes, only 2 God Pharaoh's Gift. That's an interesting decision there for sure. I will say, speaking of things that I know from outside of like regular Magic, Una was my first commander. I'm a big Una fan over here too now. This is cool. I will say I know that Ben and a couple other of the players, did do a week's worth of chatting. I don't know if I want to say that they tested a bunch, but there was a conversation going of the different cards to play. And they basically, from the conversations I saw, there wasn't anything busted. Like the last time we did this, there was some very clearly overpowered cards like Mana Drain. Whereas here, they thought this was fun. Like God Pharaoh's Gift is just a fun thing to do. And so I think that's where a lot of them ended up. There was like some maybe more aggressive decks, like the Goblins deck, I think is out there somewhere. But they were like, you know what? Have you ever just got to flip all these creatures off of God Pharaoh's Gift? Let's have some fun. So I think that's kind of where they ended up on that plan. And that's a very reasonable place to end up in a tournament like this. Like, just have some fun.
Yeah, I think with the selection of sets we had, there's not a ton of over-the-top, super powerful things. I mean, there's some good, even this list, it's playing like Wrath of God, which is obviously a strong card. But there weren't things that just, like you're saying, like Mana Drain, that are just like, okay, I'm playing this color, I have to play this card kind of thing. So I think that opens up what we're going to see overall, throughout this event.
Um, yes, no, I agree. And actually, that's a really good point that you bring up with Wrath of God, because this is the second deck list that we've looked at that does just have it. So it's sort of, not on the same power level, but it is sort of like last time where we just, every deck had Mana Drain or Mind Twist in some way, whether it was in their sideboard or just in their main deck. And so Wrath of God is sort of feeling like that. Like if you have white in your deck, you should have this card. I have one more list to look at. If we're willing to go down the path with me. But this is
Sure.
Goblins by Andrew Frank. There was 2 Goblins lists when I searched the name Goblins. So this is the one I picked on. One of the silliest things that I got really excited about was there's actually a ton of Goblins in this random set roulette format, which is super
there's
sweet.
goblins in every plane of Magic, I think.
Yes, which is a good thing. I like it. But there was also there was a secret lair, one of the first secret lairs last year that did goblins. And this deck can actually play a bunch of them. I was just looking at all of the different options, and there's a ton of these new goblin arts, at least on my screen. And so I thought that was kind of cool. I was like, wow, this is like they're old cards, they're doing cool things, but they're also bringing a little bit into the new world with those secret lairs. So there any goblins in here that's pulling at your heartstrings? You're like, oh, I love that goblin.
I will say that like Goblin Pile Driver could potentially be a big card today with so many people playing blue for various reasons. Like this could end up being very hard for people to deal with. So I would definitely keep your eye on that. Bortos Liege is a cool inclusion as well because it's really just a Goblin Lord, not really disguised clearly as a Goblin Lord. Because it's looking for 2 colors, though obviously here we're mostly just playing the red cards. But will be pretty neat to see.
Yeah, actually, it's awesome you pointed that out, because there's actually 2 Goblin Lords in this set, or in this deck, because there's Goblin King as well, which is the same thing, but also gives Mountain Walk. So that's actually pretty sweet. So at the curve, you got your 3 and your 4 drop are both Lords.
And one thing I will say here about the Bortos Liege, sorry to interrupt you there.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
To point out to people that you are playing some multicolor goblins in here. So, I mean, you have the Ram Gang and the Tattermunge Maniac.
Oh.
And those will get triggered twice from the Bortos Liege. So they'll get +2/+2.
Wow, that's super sweet. That actually brings up kind of my conversation about your curve, right? If you start off with the Tattermunge and then go up from there, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, I don't know too much about, so there's not a ton of 2s. I guess there's a decent amount. And there's Scourge. There's no combo with the Prospector, right? I don't see anything crazy.
Not that I can see. It's just efficient. If you want to sacrifice it on turn 3 to make sure you hit your Bortos Liege or something like that. But I don't see anything just crazy going on with it.
So while we are having fun browsing deck lists, we are actually here to watch Magic. So I'm pretty excited. We have just finished round 2 and we're heading into round 3. We have a feature of 2 people that I was definitely paying attention to. One of them is Ari Lax playing Philip Strudel. Stoodle. I'm close and perfect. So why don't we quickly check in on their deck list while we get everything started, if we have time? Awesome.
Yeah, let's take a look at those.
Oh, here. Okay, so Swans is a card. I actually have no idea what it does, but I can tell you that their conversations that I saw all week included this card a lot. But it included saying things like, what do we do once we do all the Swan stuff? And that was some of the issues that a lot of the people I were chatting with. So I don't really know what this deck is doing. Do you have any insight for us?
I will tell you, the Swans, everybody hates it. It's really just a combo piece most of the time. And you're probably going to be trying to use your Seismic Assault to target your Swans and get extra cards. Trying to see where usually you have some type of way to like redirect damage or doing something here. So I'm scanning this list to see what we're doing. Okay, whoa, looks like we're almost ready to hop back into the game here.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to find out what it does on the fly by just watching.
All right.
So I am definitely watching. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so we are watching from Ari's side. So we didn't actually get a quick chance to look at Ari's deck list, but I can do a little sleuthing for us while Daquan joins us, and then we can figure out what the heck we're up to today. Okay, Ari has. Oh, Ari is on the. We actually did look at Ari's deck list. We're great. Ari is on the same deck list as Ben White's, which I should have guessed actually. So we do know what's going on here. This is a God Pharaoh's gift deck. As we said, Champion of Wits, 4 Sphinx of the Steel Winds, etc., etc. So let's see what we got going on here. What is this? This is a Merfolk Trader. So it's a 2-mana 1/2, and it comes into play. Draw a card, and then choose and discard a card. Okay, that was a weird templating. I'm not used to the old templatings. Cool. I assume, Daquan, you're joining us in the feature one area shortly?
Yes, I will be in just a second.
Okay, no problem.
Not sure what's happening here.
That's okay. So right now, what we can see from our side is that Ari attacked with his 2 merfolks, but one of them is getting shocked. And I think we're trying to decide, we do have a mana leak in our hands, so we're trying to say, is this something we care about? And we're going from there. What is this land? What's this tower? Coastal Tower. Oh, it's just a tap. Okay, it's nothing fancy. I got excited. Cool. Okay. I can't tell if we're actually going to man leak this. We're reading the ruins. I also don't know what that card does, but that's okay. I can find out. Draw X cards. For each card drawn this way, discard a card unless you sack a permanent. Okay. So we do just get to discard some of our creatures. And we drew one of our reanimate target artifact spells, so that's pretty exciting. So we have to discard 3 times? Is that how this works?
Yeah, however many you draw, you have to discard that many unless you sacrifice that many cards.
All right, so it looks like we actually are going to discard 2 and sack... Nope, just discard 1 and sack 2 of our Merfolk Traders. And that was actually all on Ari's end step. I got a little mixed up with what was happening. So we're going to Philip's main phase. And we didn't talk too much about what Philip was up to, but I can grab that for us. You were actually in the middle of talking a little bit about it, and then we got distracted. So do you remember a little bit what Philip is up to?
Yeah, he was on the Swans list, and It's really just trying to figure out, what he's going to do with the extra cards he gets from the Swans is really the trick. He has a way to discard, deal damage to the Swans, and then just draw cards each time it takes damage. So I have to go back and look at the list and see what the payoff is for having those cards.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I mean, he can load his hand and then just discard all the lands and target his opponent, though. I guess that's probably what he's aiming for.
Yeah, do you have enough lands to both draw enough cards and then do damage to your opponent?
Very likely, because it's 2 damage per card.
Okay. They do both have Champion of Wits, which is pretty cool. I really liked that card. I really enjoyed the value of being able to cast my cards twice. I liked this format.
It's one of the best cards out of that set by a long shot, and it's easy to put into a lot of lists.
So is there any permission? Because these are open deck list tournaments. I don't know if we talked too much about that, but anything on MTG Melee these days are all open deck lists. And so I guess I was curious to know if there was any concern about a counterspell or not.
Most people are packing mana leaks if you're playing blue, because that's the counterspell of choice that's available.
Okay. Which will go well for us because we just have a mana leak on our way back. So.
Yeah, looked like he was trying to restore something that's not going to happen.
Well, I think we're still good, right? Because we get to mana leak back.
Yeah. Yep.
So we'll get to restore this. Oh, we had when did we get a God Pharaoh's statue? That's exciting. Or God Pharaoh's gift. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, that's cool.
And there's that Steel Wind.
I will say we put a lot of effort to just attack with the 4/4. But that's okay. That's what this format is up to, I guess.
Yeah, this is going to start being really difficult here when you're talking about, we got the Swans, so maybe not. I I spoke too soon.
How is Philip getting Seismic Assault into play?
It looks like multi-lands because if I remember right, he's already got the Grand Colosseums that produce multiple colors. Let's see what else we have. We got Reflecting Pool that also lets you get different colors. You have the couple of sacrifice or fetch lands. So like he's got options in there.
Huh, that was interesting. We didn't want to attack because I guess the Swans just blocks for free, right? Is that how it works? I don't know what the Swans does, so.
Well, the Swans is a 4/5, I think.
Oh, that was a 4/3.
4/3. Oh yeah, it is. Look at that.
So, yeah, if a source would deal damage to the Swans, then prevent that damage. So that's why there's just no attack there, right?
All right.
Oh wait, it can't block though. The Sphinx is protection for red and green. So never mind.
It's protection from the other colors.
But what I wanted to check was why didn't we discard the Sphinx? That's what I was wondering.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Maybe we're just gonna cast it, but I don't think we have black mana, right? I don't see any black mana.
No black mana on board.
Ooh, it does look like Philip is up to something.
Yeah, he's trying to get some extra damage, it looks like, out of these chains here.
So what does Chain of Plasma do?
It's 2 mana instant, deals 3 damage to a creature or player. I have no idea if that's been updated to any target or not, but at the time, creature or player. And then that creature's controller or player can discard a card from their hand. If they do, they get to make a copy of it.
Okay. So I guess this is another way. This is better or cheaper than the Seismic Assault. So it's still the same result. We get to draw a bunch of cards.
Right.
But it doesn't cost triple red. Okay, so now we cast. Okay, so this is how we must get Seismic Assault into play. Okay, sweet. And then hopefully we have 14. No, I guess not. 12, 11 lands in our hand. Okay, and Ari is gonna pack that up, and we'll go to game 2. Okay, so sideboarding from Ari's side of things. This is an interesting combo deck to interact with. Like Wrath of God sort of works, right? Like it gets rid of the birds.
Yeah.
Or the swan, I should say.
Yeah, and
the bird spirit.
That may be the best plan. I mean, I don't know, because you can't really. It's going to be hard to race that deck unless you get just an insane start. So your best option may just be finding a way to remove it.
So it looks like we are bringing in Void Mage Prodigy. Not sure why, but I was checking. So sack a wizard, counter target spell. And I assume we must have other wizards. Must we? Okay, our Champion of Wits is a wizard.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I think that's the only one.
Oh, Una's a wizard, though I don't think we want to be in a world where we sack Una.
No,
so
definitely not.
Yeah, and the actual Void Mage Prodigy is a wizard as well, so that works too. What else did we get sided in? Okay, we're down to the match.
This is an interesting hand. I mean, I guess you have strategic planning, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, mulligan to 5 is not always fantastic, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Strategic planning does work well with this style, right? Like we're trying to get cards into our graveyard, so it's gonna help us out a little bit. Get that Sphinx in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you already have 4 mana.
Yeah. Like worst case scenario, we just bring back the Sphinx. Though we prefer a God Pharaoh's Gift.
It looks like a Mind Stone over there. Which I expect we're going to see several Mind Stones throughout the day.
Yeah, I guess a colorless source of mana, a little bit of ramp. It just sounds like it might make a decent amount of decks for sure.
Yeah, and later in the game, it can swap it for a card, so that's kind of nice too.
Yeah, that card's actually in historic, yet doesn't see too much play, which is interesting. They
Yeah, that
added.
kind of tells you how crazy historic is online, right?
Yeah, that is actually a good point. Yeah, it's not good enough for historic. That's interesting. Okay, so we didn't want that champion of wits. We're like, no, mana leaking that, and then I think Ari is gonna bring back the Sphinx and just
Yep.
hope that's good enough.
And it looks like it's going to be a full size this time. It's a 6/6, not a 4/4.
A regular size Sphinx, not a baby Sphinx.
Yep.
I've been banned from singing a song that involves baby and sharks, so I won't sing it.
Totally understand.
but it kind of reminded me of it. I had a rendition in my head, but I didn't do it. It's okay. I didn't do it. So it's interesting when we were watching game one. I a little new to this style in this format, so I was like, I wonder how Philip wins, and then Philip won very quickly and easily, and it was kind of cool. It doesn't feel like he is as developed as he was in game one. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
For sure. Well, just I say that, like, here come the Swans. So
that is fair. And we didn't
now
have
one turn away from trying to set it up again.
Yeah, and we didn't have the Prodigy in play, and we actually won't be able to have it effective next turn either. Oh, yes, we will. Just kidding. That was tricky. The Mystic Gate got me. Okay, so we do have one protection.
Yeah, which is good because you can stop the first damage source that kind of leads to all the cards. At least the first time. We'll see what happens after that.
Okay, what are we up to now? So that's interesting. So if the Swans is in play and Philip had 4 mana, he can just, if he had the cards, he could have gone off that turn, but I guess he didn't quite have the pieces.
Yeah, and I think it's a little tough too with I guess you would have had one turn to kind of get by on the Prodigy, but now it's going to change the pace of the game a little bit here, potentially. Unless possibly Philip is sitting with, whatever his damage spell is and a mana leak or something behind it. Well, I guess it wouldn't really matter. You can't mana leak the Void Mage Prodigy.
I feel like I still don't understand the Swans, even though I've read it 12 times. So how come it can't block the Sphinx?
I think it can block the Sphinx. You're saying as far as like
what isn't that a source that would deal damage to it?
Let me get the actual updated reading on it. Let me see. It has what is if a source would deal damage, prevent that damage, the source's controller draws cards. So you don't want to give the cards to Ari in this case.
I guess that's fair. I was just wondering. I guess eventually you can start blocking it, like because you don't want to. You got to block it next turn.
Well, yeah, you're only at 4 now. You don't have too many choices. Like, you've got one turn.
So that explains why it wasn't being blocked. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it now. I caught back up. Thank you for helping me out. It's funny. I think you're doing a very good job explaining all the cards, and I'm over here being like, so there's a champion of wits in play.
I know it's totally fine. By the end of the day, you'll be an expert.
Awesome. That's actually the thing I enjoy the most about these tournaments is, I spend a little bit of time digging around deck lists, figuring out what are cards people are going to play. But then they surprise you. They come out and they're like, well, I found this really cool thing that I want to do. And I'm like, okay, let's figure out what does that do? and that's kind of half the fun here. So I'm in for that. Return target permanent to its owner's hand.
Interesting. I guess this is where we're going to use the Prodigy here.
Yeah, we cashed in our Wizard.
Which makes sense. I mean, you're also going to get cards off of this block with the Swans. So
do we draw 4 cards?
Yeah. Oh. Or, you draw 6.
We deal 6 damage, so we prevented 6 damage, so we draw 6 cards. Damn. Yep. Okay, we didn't draw any counters, which is not great. Also, Ari needs to decide what's going on with these basics, but that's okay. We can have a stern talking to later. This regular swamp and these full art other lands.
All right, so trying for the planning. Probably
Okay,
just looking for a backup spell or something.
so I'm tempted to take the leak here, just so we're still protected. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would do the same thing. There is a situation. Well, I mean, it's really going to come down to do we have like seismic assaults and a mana leak or something on the other side, but you still have to take the mana leak anyway, and just hope they don't have the land or something to pay for it. But it's looking like we could potentially be going to game three because I feel like if Philip had it, we would just be going for it. Okay, here we go. Maybe we are. There's the seismic assaults. Philip does have to take damage from the land and go to 2.
Okay. But we have the mana leak, so we're covered.
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of interesting. Oh, okay. So how would actually Ari say that it all happened and seismic assault got countered? Doesn't Ari isn't he not able to kill because of the swamp?
Correct. Like he would just end up with a fistful of cards. I mean, while waiting. And really, that's kind of okay for Ari because he's probably looking to just discard some stuff and get into the yard anyway with these restorations sitting in his hand. So yeah, this is going to be kind of interesting here. I don't know how many cards we're going to try to dive for with the seismic assault. Because it doesn't look like we have a way to finish the game. So we're probably just going to get some extra cards at some point and then just try to play out the next turn or two, assuming Ari doesn't get a way to get rid of the swans between now and then.
Yeah, so I was asking a similar question for what it's worth. I was asking about even though the swans, or even though we have a creature that can keep attacking, aren't we just going to lose a decking? Wouldn't Ari just deck?
No, because I mean, I guess unless Philip gets additional swans, because I mean, you're getting to the point that Ari's just going to start getting other creatures out, and
Okay.
Philip's only at 2.
Okay. Also, I do apologize that I keep disappearing. I can hear you at all times, which is the very confusing part,
Totally
which
okay.
is why I don't really understand what's happening. Oh, what is this black card? I didn't see this one. Let's see. Oh, is this a sideboard card? What happened? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong list.
So we're getting in here, have to double block. No surprise there.
What card got reanimated? Or is it just it's okay, never mind. I guess I'm confused.
It looked like it was a prodigy out of the yard.
Okay. Oh, but it was just
It was a zombie or whatever.
Whatever
Yeah.
it's not. I don't think it's a zombie, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay. I was like, I don't remember seeing that card. Oh yeah, a 4/4 black zombie. Okay. So those were just. So how many other creatures do we have to target? I guess we still have a Sphinx.
Yeah, and we also have the other wizard in hand. So we're actually not too bad off here, I don't think. But I mean, Philip's sitting on 6 cards, so this could just be it. All right, there's the chain. I mean, you kind of have to play the desperation mana leak.
Which can be paid for.
Yeah.
So that's not going to, or countered back. Sure. This might not go well for us.
Interesting. I don't know if that's just because Phil just wants to use the card or needs the mana for something, but you do have to be careful with the Grand Colosseums because if you do need to get colored mana for whatever reason, you only have 1 life to play with.
Right. Now, Philip has 26 cards left in his library and 6 cards in hand, but Ari's at 29. So, do you think that there's enough lands left to kill Ari?
I'd have to do a count. Yeah, I think that's what's happening right now.
You need 15 lands, right?
Yeah.
And there's one. Oh, all right. That is what's happening right now. You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I counted 13 just quickly, and Philip is playing 25.
Yeah, I don't. Let me take a look at it to see if there's another way.
Yeah, so that's not enough just based on count. But again, there could be a surprise way.
Yeah, you can't terminate the creature to get it out of the way because I was thinking you can get extra damage out of just a regular attack step, but that doesn't really. I mean, it's got protection, so
It's
you
got
can't.
protection from terminate, so yeah,
Yeah,
that
you
doesn't
can't really
work.
do that.
Well, I guess we're gonna find out. Philip is doing all the things his deck does.
There is a random shock for 2 damage.
Okay, so we need 14 lands instead.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So my count was right. So 13 out of 25. So there's actually only 12 lands left in the deck. So by that count, we're short. That being said, let's see what happens. Oh, wait, can you not use the chain to target as well? The chain of plasmas?
Yeah,
Could that?
you can do that to just target a player, and he did leave mana open for that.
So that might work, right? Oh,
Yeah,
but
that's
oh,
well.
there you go. There's a bounce. Hold on, we might be okay. Okay, so
At least doing a land inventory check here.
I guess he has to do this first. We'll just let this happen. But not much reason debating whether or not it's going to work when it's just happening right in front of us anyway. So
For sure.
So Swans gives 4 damage, so we only have to get to 4, or I guess 3.
All right, so he's got area at 9.
Oh, we didn't attack.
Oh, and he passed.
That can't be good.
Oh no.
Oh no is right. Okay. Don't think we ended up getting there. Oh, can we cast? Oh no, never mind. It's okay.
Yeah, Ari only has 1 mana open here.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna cast this like the X spell, but I guess that wouldn't really work in any good way. So yeah, the read the ruins. So what is Ari counting here?
I don't know. Maybe reanimation targets? No, he's checking something. I don't know what he's looking for here.
He's counting lands. So he got to 22. He got to 22 because there's 25 lands in the deck. Is there any lands in the sideboard? There's no lands in the sideboard. No. So I guess what he's saying is that 3 of the cards in the hand are lands. Right? So that's 6 damage.
But if so, couldn't we have just won there?
Yeah, I guess I don't understand. Oh, but there's still 2 cards left in our library.
Oh, sure. One of those might be the land.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, that is unfortunate if it is just the land on the bottom, because then we would only have 4 damage and 4 damage from the swans. Oh no. Oh, that's definitely what happened, right? There must be a land stuck in our deck, and we couldn't keep going.
And yeah, now you can't attack with the swans unless you have the other bounce spell in hand. Because you have the Consign to Oblivion that you could return it.
This is unfortunate. Okay, and we get to gain life, so kind of restabilizing ourselves a little bit.
Yep.
Oh, that was fun to watch, but
yeah,
as well.
This has been a pretty interesting game too, though.
Yeah, it does mean that we potentially get a game 3, which you called a little bit while ago, but we had to work our way through it first.
Sure.
We always love to see more Magic, so that's fun. I'm here for it.
Yeah, this is tough. I don't know what you do here with 1 card remaining. Yeah, just trying to say I can't picture any outs in this scenario.
Yeah, we can quickly kind of take a look at Philip's list. We don't know how he sideboarded, but what does Hour of Devastation do for us?
Yeah, especially with Ari gaining that extra life, I think is the real kicker here.
Don't do that. Sorry, I was thinking of what Hour of Devastation specifically would do, but then we'd have to draw 5 cards off
Yeah,
Swans, right?
exactly. That kills you. So you
So
can't
don't
do
do
that
that.
either.
Tip, don't do that, Philip. Um, I don't know. There's not a lot. There's not a lot. Can this Terminate do anything?
No.
Yeah, especially not with this Void.
Yeah, Sphinx is protection from red, so
Yeah,
you can't get the biggest thing you need out of the way.
unfortunate. Well, I mean, that's what we came for, right? We came for a match, and that's, I think, what we're going to get. I think Philip is just doing sort of what we're doing with a little bit more information, going through the hand, figuring out, like, what can I assemble here? Here's a start, get rid of the wizard.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, but he still has to
attack with
find
the swan.
7 more
Well, we can't attack
damage.
with the swans because then we'd have to draw cards, so that's interesting.
Yeah. And it looks like Ari still has enough cards that just attacking and forcing him to draw doesn't do much here.
Right. So now that we can get another Sphinx, oh, maybe not actually. Well, we will be able to with the champion anyway. So we're going to gain some life off the Kitchen Sphinx. That's pretty, I like that. That's a cool thing that our deck is doing.
And the important thing is he'll still be a 2 power, so it's still enough of a threat by itself to come through for the win, potentially.
So we kept the Sphinx in our hand. I kind of just thought we were tempted to discard it to the graveyard, but I guess at this point it doesn't matter. We have so many targets in our graveyard. Yeah. Una.
Yeah, Una's just extra. I don't. I mean, doesn't matter too much to the scenario, I don't think.
Okay. Here's lethal.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to draw more cards.
Yeah, Ari's going to pick up another 4 here. You're going to plasma
the Kitchen Sphinx, I assume. Oh, wait. Hold on. Then we get to discard and... Okay, yeah. I was like, there's a couple different ways this works, right? We could also discard and redirect to the swans and make Philip draw a card, right?
Yeah, exactly. This was okay. As soon as I saw the chain, I was like, what? If we're not targeting the Kitchen Sphinx and maybe bouncing Una, I'm not sure what's happening here.
So I imagine what went down there was just, I'm going to go out on my own terms since I'm not escaping this combat.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Yeah. So, when we got to sideboarding at the end of game 1, I did bring up Wrath of God. It didn't come in for game 2. I'm still super curious. We don't really have a great way of dealing with the swans. Like, other than countering it on the way down, which has proved not to be super easy just because there are counters in both decks. Is there any temptation to think, can we deal with it once it's already resolved?
I don't think so, but maybe Aries kind of picturing the games playing out kind of like game 2 did, where you have the time to get the spell counter out, maybe live behind the Void Mage Prodigy for a couple of turns, and just keep reanimating your own things. So maybe that's the plan he's kind of leaning on. Yeah,
that makes sense. Ari did keep kind of like a medium hand, just like a looter and, a combo piece, we'll call it. But he was on the draw. He's got time. The looter will help him get a card into his hand as well. So hopefully this will shake out in his favor. So far, it has not. But
yeah, just ripped 2 lands right off the top when you're already holding 5 is not what you want to do.
It's not, but there's time. There's lots of game to be played, so let's see how that goes. One thing interesting to note is he did get Double Island kind of right off the bat, really paying kind of tribute to that counter wizard friend, which has a name, and the name is Void Mage Prodigy.
Correct.
So, I know.
Gold star.
Thank you. I will say being able to tab into the deck list has been very helpful. So an open deck list tournament is a great thing when you don't know all the card names. So.
I think MTG Melee has just been a huge benefit for online events.
Oh, yes,
I mean,
definitely.
it's like everything you've wanted for Magic tournaments.
Agreed. Okay. deck. Ari, we need to chat. We're done with the lands, okay? It's over. It's not funny anymore. Stop drawing them, please.
Yeah,
Thanks.
this becomes a real problem now because if Philip has the swans here, next turn starts to look real bad. Okay, put a land in play tap, so we don't have it this turn.
Okay, dodge for a turn.
Okay, there's a prodigy.
Okay, and we can cast it, right? We have
Yeah.
Mystigate, so we should be fine. But one card I was thinking of for Ari would be kind of a decent draw would be Read the Ruins, right? Like we're flooded pretty hard that an X spell that gets you to draw a bunch of cards seems pretty good. And discarding some of these lands doesn't seem like a huge deal. So instead we drew an also great card, but gotta see. Uh-oh.
It's going to get mana leaked here.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because the battle between one...
Oh, just Jace's defeats.
That's a card.
Yep.
Forgot about that one. It's unfortunate because you can't really play the dance of trying to wait to pay for mana leak because then there's a swan turn that's
exactly
kind of unprotected. So that's a brutal little dance that we had to play on our turn. And now we're back to not a lot of things in our hand.
Though that being said, if you're in Philip's seat, you haven't played much. You have a bunch of lands in your hand. Your opponent doesn't know that. So if Philip wants to play slower, being afraid of a possible mana leak, this could work in Ari's favor.
Mm-hmm. It could if Ari's deck would stop drawing lands.
Well, sure.
But yes, that is a very valid point. We know what's happening, but Philip doesn't. And so, Philip does have to play around the fact that my opponent has not played any spells. Why have they not played any spells? So cool. Okay. So still technically in the game. Great.
Yeah, because I could totally see myself being in Phil's seat, just saying, okay, you're not casting anything, so obviously you have something. I have to give you credit for some cards. Granted, he doesn't know that it's 4 lands and effectively a blank right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that can make it pretty tough when you're sitting on the other side because you have to really decide, do you risk it for the biscuit or do you just wait?
So we did find a prodigy, and it resolved, so that's a pretty good sign.
Yep.
That means we get at least one spell countered, or potentially. We have seen some reaction to Phil where being able to kill the wizard kind of before it gets to counter a spell, which is something we saw in game 2.
Now, something that would be big here is if Ari manages to find like Champion of Wits or something that you could sacrifice another wizard here to this Void Mage, and then that would be really big.
This is a wizard. I brought this up earlier. Una is a wizard.
True.
So I don't think it's where you want to be, and there's not enough mana at the moment, but it's just a point that it is technically a wizard.
All right, we're getting our 3 points of beatdown in, so we're creating down to a 4-turn clock here.
And like any Godpharaoh's gift, like Sphinx or any sort of 4/4 on the board, the clock gets sped up by a lot. So it's also pretty good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. So next turn, in theory, we could play Una and hold up a wizard activation, but not quite sure if that's what we'll get up to.
Yeah, and I think this is just a tough spot for Ari because as much as you'd like to have the Una on table to start to close this out, you really can't afford to spend the mana to tap it because you need to be able to use the Void Mage Prodigy here.
Right. So it's interesting. We've spent a lot of this game, at least I have, saying like, oh no, Ari's drawing blanks. Oh no, like what's happening? Philip's respecting all these cards. It's completely possible and very likely that Philip is also in a spot that's involving a lot of stuff. Like there are things that aren't part of this combo, right? Like I don't think at this point he's saying I can't play my swan. Like I think it's possible he doesn't have his swan.
Well, yeah, when you look, neither one of them's missed a land drop, and it's not like either of them has gone through a lot of bonus cards either. They've just straight drawn the lands.
Right. So it's funny. I was focused mostly on ourselves, like, oh no, our poor hen, and Philip's over here probably experiencing something sort of similar. So this game has sort of ended up at a median. Like, well, I guess we're just playing lands and passing at the moment, but there's some action right now. We're fighting over this Una.
Now this is interesting. That Ari wanted to make this about the Una there, and he didn't leave up the Prodigy.
Yeah, that could. We're tapped out. So if we were hiding on Swan, oh no. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Um, so we did get consigned back. Una got back to her hand. So really, we did not end that turn with anything.
No, and that hurts a lot because now Ari spent all that mana and gave up the prodigy to end up worse on board.
Oh, that's a great card. The Scarab God. Okay. There's nothing in our graveyard at the moment.
And
Or,
now the
sorry, I should
champion of
say
wits is just
Phillips.
trying to get some of the action.
Yeah. Okay, there's only one card left in Philip's hand. So the Una, we probably won't be fighting over the Una this time.
Not likely.
So we do get to play Una, but I don't know. Una versus the Scarab God. While they're both 5/5s, I think one might be more powerful than the other. Not sure.
That's fair.
I don't know. Now I'm not sure. They're both actually pretty great. Let's see. What is
I mean, Una does make more creatures, though.
Una does? They're a little smaller, but she does.
All right, we're getting a Void Mage Prodigy.
Okay.
Which is kind of now his own counter backup.
Oh, right, because Philip does have blue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's something for sure. Oh, I think we're blocking.
Yeah, this is a tough situation here.
Okay, we're jumping. Oh, we're doing neither. We're in attack step. But I guess Ari was deciding what was happening.
Yep.
Oh, I just realized Una is actually so good against what Philip's up to, right? Because Una exiles cards. So target opponent exiles the top X cards for each. Yeah, then you choose a color, I guess. Yeah. So for each card exiled this way, make a thing. But it also means like it's a pretty tight math balance that Philip's up to with his seismic assault plan. So Una just exiling cards can just be annoying. Oh, do you know what we didn't check last game?
What's that?
Well, Una was activated once for one card. And I wonder if a land was exiled.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
I remember Ari activating it for exactly X's one, and I was very confused. And he called green, which was also very confusing. So then we just moved past it. I just didn't really talk about it. And now I'm thinking, what about if they had hit Ari knew that land was there? That would have been so cool. I guess we could go back in the coverage, but that was something I didn't really think about.
Yeah, that's a big brain, like see into the future type play.
Yeah, because I remember green, or at least green being like almost selected, and I was like, what does green do? And now, yeah, I got there a little bit.
Okay, now here's the thing, right? We have this. Well, the problem is you're facing your own Void Mage Prodigy now.
Talk us through what you meant.
I was thinking the Read the Runes could be pretty good, especially with all this land, but you could potentially just have it getting countered outright and not get anything for it. Right. Oh, maybe not now, though.
Yeah, so Ari would have to respond now. Well, the thing is that Ari would be facing a lot of damage if he spent the time to do that, whereas he probably wants to spend the time doing Una, right?
Yeah, that would make the most sense.
Because you can't counter that, and then it makes a bunch of blockers, potentially.
Let's see, we're 15. So there is a world where you could read the runes for 3 or 4 and still be able to cast the Argivian Restoration if you get a Sphinx in the yard.
That's a valid point. I didn't really think too much about that. I get, like, just the way Ari's been playing it, sounds like Una's really is currently his road to victory. He doesn't also need to do much more. Like right now, he does have lethal. There's no flying blockers in his way. So I imagine the Champion of the Wits will show itself looking probably for another consign. Like I think Ari is actually already driving right now, like with this Una. So I don't think it's worth.
Yep. Here comes some mana.
Yeah. I was curious to know if we were gonna hold up Mana Leak, but it sounds like we're just going all in.
Just going for it.
Blue. Let's see how many we got. Ooh, 6 is a good number. So we should block in such a way where we have 5 1/1s doing damage as well, right? What do you think?
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what Ari's doing. Like, so if they deal with Una, you still have lethal over the top.
Oh, I do kind of love that Una's been taking over this game because it's such a good card. I enjoyed that card. This was from a long time ago. I haven't played Commander in a long time, but I remembered just playing Una when I was like baby Magic player, and it was a lot of fun. So consign still.
Oh, are we just gonna combo here?
Oh, that's unfortunate because we did. Because I did say that. I remember I said like the Mana Leak thing. Like, do we tap out for Mana Leak? Okay, well, I guess we sit back and watch. I will say this combo is like not as entertaining from my point of view because we just have to like work it all out, and it's not deterministic, so you have to like.
Well, it likely will be this time with Ari just being at 7.
That's true. There are probably 4 lands remaining, though there were some cards exiled, so we'll see. We do have to still get Manamorphose and Seismic Assault, though, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And we have to go to 3 to do it?
Well, actually, he also had, assuming the Shock is still in there, you could also just cast the Shock and then make a copy of Chains. Oh, no, that's only 5, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there it is.
There's the Seismic Assault. Okay. That was so unfortunate. I really thought we were in the driver's seat here. Wow, I was wrong, but that's okay. I don't mind to be wrong, but
I mean, I don't mind Ari making that play to just try to win next turn because you force him to have the combo or don't there.
Yeah, I am a little curious. Like, did that 2 extra mana? Was there a world where we could hold up Mana Leak and still be able to survive combat there? Like,
yeah, you definitely could have done that. I just don't think you could just outright win the next turn.
Right. Well, the Una was still lethal.
Well, that's also assuming, though, he doesn't have anything else to deal with the Una. And I think that's probably what Ari was thinking.
Yeah.
Is set yourself up so if Una goes away for some reason, you do still have 5 more tokens that can just finish the game.
Well, you know what I just found out, Daquan?
What's that?
Not only did we get to watch Magic for a long time and enjoy it, it was also our last match of round 3, which means more Magic for everybody else and us in round 4, but not both of us. Only one of us. And I could tell you which one it is. Right now, it's me. I get to stay.
Totally fine. Get to go. I'll be back later.
Okay. So just so everybody knows, we do have 3 lovely casters for this show, both myself and Daquan, and Carlin, who is jumping in shortly, joining us for round 4 coverage, and I will be ducking out for round 5, and Daquan and Carlin will be taking you through to round 5. So that's exciting. So let us take a quick break, get all that sorted out. As I said, sort of complicated, and we'll go straight into round 4. So it was great casting with you. It was awesome. We'll see you again, I'm sure, probably round 6. And yeah, that was awesome. That was a really fun thing to watch. We'll see everybody in a little bit. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the break as much as I did. I definitely spent it on Twitter, and it was fantastic. But we are back, and we are here for more magic. We do have round 4 starting very shortly. Our goal is to watch Paul Green, who is playing a super sweet Grixis Swans deck. Oh no, wait, I take it back. I did not like watching the Swans last game. I'm not sure if I'm in for this, but that's okay. But we are just waiting to get the players started. Did you, Carlin, get a chance? Well, first of all, I guess we should say hello. This is our first time seeing you today, so hello. I am joined by Carlin. But did you get a chance to hang out or watch or see any cool action?
All right. Yeah, I was watching it. I personally am excited to watch Boomer Control as far as the decks go.
We did highlight that deck list. I don't know if you were spying on us, but we took a look at it. Being a little bit of a zoomer.
Action.
Yeah,
I'm a boomer, and any Magic Boomer cards are good.
Okay, so I think I spy someone in the right spot for our feature, I think.
And 6, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to jump in there. No magic yet, but that's okay, friends. So, it's funny, you bring up Boomer Control. Were there any other deck lists or players or anything on your mind while you were getting ready for this tournament?
Yeah, I really like the Swans deck, which I just think Seismic Assault with the Swans of Brynnar Gold is really interesting.
So we did get to see it last round. We were watching Ari Lax versus Philip playing. Philip was playing actually very similar deck list now that I have them both pulled up. And I will say it was less fun for me. The Swans card is very annoying. It's just so good. It doesn't seem very fair at all. How is this ever in a format? But luckily we get to actually see it from the Swan side, so maybe I'll like it a little bit more. We'll see. We're jumping straight into the match. We're going to watch from Paul Green's side, who is playing Grixis Swans, and his opponent is playing a list which I will tell you about shortly. But I don't know.
All right, yeah.
But I'll get there, don't worry. Let's see. What are we up against? We're up against Swans. So great. Okay, awesome. Love it. Thanks, coverage. Appreciate it. Caroline doesn't like a card. Let's show 8 of them. So we are playing against Fabian, and Fabian is playing I think, maybe. Yeah, I have the right list. Okay. So we're playing a Swans list, but it's a very different approach. Like a very different approach. There are a lot of lands in our opponent's deck. There are 42 lands in Flash Vote.
Yeah, they're on the 42 Classic.
Yeah, so the things that are in our deck, I can name them all pretty quickly. Bloodbraid Elf, Swans, Krosan Tusker, one of, Seismic Assault, Captured Sunlight, Venomous Blast, and Struggle to Survive, both at small amounts of each of those. It's not a lot of permanence. So
yeah.
Okay, what do you have an understanding of what's happening? Like, whoa, what's this Lotus? It's cool.
Well, I mean, basically, you have a ton of lands, right? Which is, the deck is over 50% land. So they're just trying to hit a Bloodbraid Elf. So the Bloodbraid Elf is going to allow you to cascade into Seismic Assault. So hopefully you find your Swans. And then you also have Captured Sunlight to cascade. So it's basically using the Bloodbraid and the Sunlight to try to always find a Seismic Assault, and then you can figure out the rest. And then the Bituminous Ruin is a 2-of, which should hopefully hit the Swan. So it's super, super all in on the Swan.
Interesting. So these are basically both of these decks took a busted card, an annoying card, whatever judgments may be, in Swans, and then from there took 2 different approaches. So the Grixis deck is a little bit more controlling, would you say? has permission, has removal spells, etc. Whereas the Bloodbraid Elf version kind of all in, deal with me now kind of thing. So I will say, I will catch everyone up. We got up on the deck list. We're ready to go. What just happened basically was Flash Foe did try to get his swans in pretty quickly. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending who you're cheering for, Paul was able to counter and resolve his own swans. So that's where we're at right now. But I'm learning something here, Carlin. It sounds like it doesn't really matter who has the swans in play, because now Flash Flow is just using Paul's swans against him. Is that what's happening? Oh my gosh. Magic is too hard.
Yeah, I mean, in a mirror like this, if one person has each piece, the person with the seismic assault is going to probably have a little bit of a better time.
So the seismic assault does 2 damage. Therefore, Flash Foe draws 2 cards.
Yep.
And in theory, because they have 42 lands, it is very likely that they have enough to both go off on the swans and also on Paul. Correct?
That would be a good assumption, considering you draw 2 cards, and your deck is over 60% land.
My goodness, this is what I signed up for. Someone should have given me a little warning.
Well,
like, Caroline, just so you know, you're gonna watch a bunch of birds all day. Okay.
Exactly.
No, this is interesting. When we get these random sets, I don't often think that they'll be combo decks, just because it's kind of crazy that 6 random sets together will result in combinations of things.
There's only 3 things certain in life, and that's death, taxes, and Magic players finding stupid combos wherever they can.
That is a good thing to know. I will keep that in mind next time. I'm definitely more of a fair Magic player. I will play a combo if someone explains it to me, but it's not somewhere my brain goes. Sounds like that was a very fast game 1. We're slowly getting through the way to 0, but we have, I assume.
it's taking a minute, but he got there.
We'll get there.
What is that? Was that basically a turn 4 kill?
Yeah, so it is turn 5 for Flash.
It's turn 5 for Flash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moto is nice that way. It does tell you what the turn it is, unlike Arena.
Yeah.
So what do we think the sideboard has? What do you think Paul has for sideboard stuff? Let's see. Paul Green.
The Jace and the Persecution will probably be okay. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like a little bit of a dance, because you don't really want to play if your opponent has a seismic assault. You're not safe. Obviously, you're not safe to put out that swan in any capacity.
Right, and so the thing that was pretty interesting to me was when I saw Paul, I kind of described that term as we got to counter and play our own swans. We're so far ahead. But his opponent has 4 seismic assaults.
Little did they know.
This is going to be new for
me. They probably
weren't
even sure. They probably thought they were ahead too.
Oh, man, that was fun. So this deck, we did see a similar deck in round 1. Or sorry, I guess I should say round 3. But it was not quite as Grixis, I think.
I think
it was the same deck, actually.
I think that Paul could maybe kind of...
Oh, we cut his Seismic Assault.
I think I think Paul is likely to do that, because I was about to say he's probably likely to cut the swans, or some of them, and he did. Because his opponent's all in on it, but he still has the Scarab God and a bunch of other ways to win that is not the swans. So it's probably not a good idea to give your opponent half of their combo.
It sounds like while you were chatting. Yeah, it sounds like while you were chatting. Oh, wait, hold on. No, hold on. Okay, the swans were in and out. They were flying back and forth. They have settled in the main deck for now.
Yeah, I could see leaving 1 or 2, like Misers 2, but it really is... I mean, what are you doing here? If you're going down to 1 seismic assault and 2 swans, you keep in the Miser's seismic if your opponent plays the swan first, because they're all in on it. So you can maybe kind of go off in the same way.
So we settled on 1 of each. That was where Paul settled.
Yeah,
Very
that's
scientific
pretty fair.
number.
That's
A
the-
mise, as you call it.
Yeah, it's the mise. It's the miser's one ofs. Sometimes it just comes up and you're happy to have it, but you probably have another game plan.
Okay, so I almost snap said keep this hand.
Well,
But I've discovered a small problem with it.
I
So Paul
see it.
has kept a hand that has 5 spells and 2 lands. Unfortunately, both of those lands are filter lands, and you need
Yes.
something to get going with your filter. I'm going to assume, and I assume Paul's on that too, he'll draw it, right?
Yeah, you can only hope.
He definitely
he's
is not
got-
going to draw the 3rd filter land, right?
It's one of those things where you have 3 cyborg cards in your opener, and you're
Yeah.
like, well, mathematically,
So I was with the keep here, but I'm sweating a little bit. I'm a little worried about our draw
I
stat.
probably would not have kept this on the play, only on the draw, to be honest.
Oh yeah, we were on the play. I forgot. Okay.
If you're on the draw, it's
yes.
fine. All right,
Let's go. Let's go. This works, right? Because we
That's
can use the mountain
story.
to get a.
Oh, you can
black.
filter
Yeah.
like so many manas.
It's annoying to do on Arena or on Moto specifically, but I know that it works. So we do get to play our Champion of Wits on curve. No problems over here. No problems. Except that we didn't draw any more lands, but that's a problem. What are you discarding here, Carlin?
Probably 1 terminate, 1 hour of glory.
And sounds like Paul's on the same plan as you.
Well, because Hour of Glory is interesting and it's good against like this. I mean, it was a great call to run Hour of Glory because it exiles another. If it exiles a god, they reveal their hand and it gets rid of all of them. So it's kind of like a pretty nice 2 to 3 for 1, depending on how it is. Kind of like Legion's End and Standard. But I don't think, with having 2 terminates, I think you're not super worried about the spawns, especially with Jace's defeat as well. I don't think it's a concern.
Seismic Assault did resolve on our opponent's side. We did draw a 4th land, which does make the Persecute an option. I'm not sure. Is that what you're feeling like to do this turn? Or hold up some terminates? Kind of what's your strategy to survive this potential swan next turn?
Well, they're tapped out. And if you, you could Persecute, or you can hold up 2 spells, or you can take the Persecute in the blind. And I don't know if I'm really too keen on that, especially considering my opponent's deck is mostly land. I would rather wait for them to cascade into something, and then I can just kill it on the stack. I'm not really sure how good Persecute is in a deck with basically just swans. I mean, if you name blue, you only hit swans. If you name black, I think you only hit Bloodbraid Elf. You could name, in theory, if before
Red.
Seismic Assault resolved, you could name red and you could hit Bloodbraid and Seismic Assault.
Yeah.
Which was probably the plan.
Wow, there's really not a lot of permanence. Oh man.
Yeah,
There's
so
not a lot
I think that was their plan, and then it kind of just the Seismic resolved, and now it doesn't make the Persecute look as good.
Okay, so we're defeating here. Wait, are we?
It's probably just a Jace's Denial.
Oh, we're actually going with a consign targeting
Interesting.
the Seismic Assault, which sort of makes sense, right? Because now we can cast Terminate and deal with the swamps. We dealt with both issues. And we can counter the Assault on the way back down. No, wait, we can't because it's not blue.
No, we don't have to, but we can.
Oh, we can Persecute.
We can do the Persecute play. Yeah.
I got there. I was slow out of the gate,
that,
but I.
So that actually worked out quite well.
Okay, and maybe we'll hit a Bloodbraid Elf along the way. Who knows?
Yeah. You're
Let's
for
do
sure
it.
getting 1 card. He can't click it fast enough.
No, let's go.
He's got the quickness.
This is
red.
Man, magic. So red. So we get the
Oh,
black
we get a
and the
nice.
assault. Right? Oh, what's the split card? Oh, we get a split card too.
That's a nice 3 for 1.
I'll take it. Yeah, and, except you
like-
have to click like 12 cards out of their hand.
Sure.
Because of the split.
Just
cards.
like he drew it up. You'll three
Okay,
point.
I will say Paul has seemed to pull ahead. But who knows? I thought that last game, so who knows?
Yeah, one cascade spell away from probably a pretty decent hand. Terminate is going to be good. It's basically, there's not really any way for Flash to just go off in one turn, so you'll be able to terminate the thing he plays and then hold up a Jace's defeat.
Okay. Yeah, that was my next follow-up question, was going to ask, like, is there a combination of spells where he can go off in the same turn? But you said there's just not really enough.
Yeah, Paul is flooding out, though, which is the classic, you keep a 2-lander, and then you just kind of, you only draw the lands.
And we only have 25. Our opponent has 42
Yeah.
Oh, I love this attack, because if it's a block, you just draw 2 cards and probably cast the champion. Well, I guess we don't have enough mana to do that, but still pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a free attack.
Take that, Swans. So are you tempted here to kill the Swans now? Like, you know there's not a lot of,
I would just, I mean, I would be pretty tempted. There's not too much you could worry about. And as far as blue spells go to counter, the only other thing it would be is, I think, looking at the list, it is just really the only thing they have to counter is more Swans.
Sorry, we got to see very briefly why the filter lands are very annoying on Moto. You have to tap the color source that you're gonna filter and then the filtered land, not the other way around, unfortunately. But it's all good.
Yeah,
a little bit of extra clicking. So these sideways cards in both our graveyard and our opponent's graveyard can be cast from the graveyard, right? So the green spell that's up with Flash's graveyard, and then we also have a black one. We can't cast the black one. I don't know what they do. The split cards are weird. Let me check. So our opponent can cast Survive if they wanted, right?
Yeah, the Eternalized mechanic is pretty interesting.
Right, but we can't cast. Let's see. We have a split card too, though, don't we? I saw one somewhere.
I don't think there's a split card you can cast from the graveyard.
No, yeah, I think it is a split card, but we have Oblivion in our graveyard right now. Target opponent discards 2 cards. So it's hiding in Paul's graveyard underneath the Terminate. So those are both cards that you can. They're like the old or the newish split cards, right? The Aftermath. That's the word I'm looking for. So we have access to both of between the two of us, there's access to them, but I guess it's not in the plans. Oh, I missed that. Did we draw a Persecute and then cast it? Was that our plan? I wasn't paying attention.
I was looking at the deck list as well.
Nice. Well, I believe I quickly saw a flash of a Persecute, so I'm going to assume that we cast one of those. And
I see. Survive has Aftermath. That's a mechanic I missed out on when I took a small break from Magic.
Oh,
you can only cast it from your graveyard.
Yeah, sorry, that's I wasn't being very clear. Both Survive and Oblivion can both be cast from our graveyards, and
that is neat.
Yeah, I don't know.
Shuffle all those lands back in.
Oh yeah, each player shuffles their graveyard into their library. That's a really cool effect in their deck, actually. So is this Champion of the Wits going to go all the way?
It
looks like Survive was cast. While we were debating whether or not Survive can be cast, it was indeed cast. So that is why all the graveyards have gone away. Here we are. Flash has 5 cards in their hand. Paul has 2. We're attacking with our Champion, which might go all the way. We'll see.
This Champion is about to deal the full 20.
That's the plan.
Well,
we have 2.
They had City of Brass, but pretty much the full 17.
But we do have 2 counter spells in our hand, so hopefully this Champion goes all the way. It kind of goes back to that where Champion attacked through a Swans, right? Like It's interesting. It's like,
Yeah.
well, a 2-1 goes into a 4-3, but it's, the card is just
You
unique
really
enough.
don't want to give your opponent 4. I believe it draws equal to its power, right? So that'd be draw 4 cards off of Eternalize.
Yeah.
That would be pretty good.
Yeah.
And Flash, I mean, they have a lot of Cycle Lands too, which is somewhat nice. I think they have
Speaking of cycling, we
1,
have a
2.
convoluted way to cycle with a Mind Stone being drawn for turn. The champion's coming on in. We're almost there. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Let's get over
It's
the
going all
finish.
the way. They have 8 total Cycle Lands in their deck. That's really not that many when you compare the math of having like 42 total, but
Yeah.
it's something to do. Like I said, it's really all in on the whole Seismic Swans thing. Like if you
we
get
saw it in
disrupted,
game
you
1.
don't have a backup plan.
Yeah. Well, I will say I kind of enjoyed seeing it happen in game 1. But it does.
Yeah,
it would make sense that the deck that has like all the controlling side, but also this random combo can just beat you without their combo.
Yeah, exactly. It's the best part about having 2 plans is if they were the Grixis Swans is a great call because if you were expecting a lot of Swans, you can have the same combo as well and be cheeky about it, and then you can also have a bunch of counter magic in game 2 and 3, so you can steal game 1 and then control the board game 2 and 3.
And that's very pretty much what happens. So that's pretty cool. So we did try and get a struggle to take out this champion to prevent this victory
Lethal damage.
victory champion of the wits to come across. But
okay.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so my plan is foiled for now.
Have a game.
So just to catch us up, we did counter that attempt to kill our champion of the wits, but a seismic assault was played as a backup spell, which can at any point do 2 damage to our champion of the witch, sadly, because we do know of at least 2 lands, I think, in hand at the moment. This is, I mean, it's still okay, right? We'll get to bring back the champion of the wits.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kill it, but also you're going to give your opponent 4 more cards and a 4/4.
Yeah.
And they have to do it mid-combat because I believe the Eternalize, it does give it haste, so they can't do it instead. Like, they have to find an answer for it next turn.
Wow.
Well.
Eternalize was busted. Eternalize gives haste? Who knew? Let me check. I didn't know that. That's so cool.
Yeah, so if you're wondering why they did it mid-combat, it's because if they did it on the end step for upkeep, they would have died twice as much.
Wait, does it have haste?
I believe that is how it reads.
I don't see it on the Champion of Wits. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 4/4 black zombie with no mana cost.
Does it?
So I think only the.
Wow! What did I read that had haste? I swore that it had haste.
The Godpharaoh's gift gives haste to the things that it's attacking.
Oh, okay.
So I think that was a little bit of an overlap of information.
Yeah, there was an overlap on the whole Eternalized.
Yeah.
It's still pretty good though. Still a good deal.
Yes. Still, yeah,
haste
we're still coming out.
Even better, but.
So I will say I know a lot of things about Magic, but I imagine 2 seismic assaults, not great. Two of them aren't really doing it, right?
Yeah, I guess the real issue is just you have to every draw step has to be something spicy, and your deck is like 63% land.
Oh,
so
we had the Chain of Plasma in our hand. I didn't even notice. Okay.
All right.
Let's go, opponent. I think that might be game. This Chain of Plasma, by the way, is a sweet card. I had not played with an effect like that. So it looks like Paul does take game 2, which brings us back to sideboarding and ready for game 3. we did see the combo mostly come out in game 2. Do you imagine that's kind of the plan going into game 3?
I think so. It's just, I mean, you have the Scarab God to pretty much carry you the rest of the way, but you can leave in the Misers one size, making 1 Swans. And you have a lot of removal as well, so it's going to be hard. They really just need to set up for a turn where they go all in, because you can get so easily disrupted by Terminate and everything else. You can't really, you can't just let it. The Swan, there's almost a 0% chance that a Swan is just going to sit there and nothing's going to happen to it. I just can't see that world.
Yeah, so I think that match went exactly as you drew it up, right? Okay, you have a really cool deck with all your combos, and I just am going to stop you and kill you with a 2-1.
That
really
2-1
slowly
did
kill you.
actually 16 damage.
Oh man, yeah, that Champion of Wits. We were robbed of getting that, getting over the finish line with the Champion of Wits. Really, if you think about it. But our hand is looking pretty good here. I don't really understand too much whether or not you're supposed to only keep the combo pieces, but I imagine not, since we sideboarded most of them out. So it's just 2 spells, 2 burn spells and a permission spell. Would you keep this?
Reflecting Pool plus Colosseum. What's the interaction on that? You can add 1 mana of any color, right? So
Correct.
Reflecting Pool will let you. So you have every color.
Yeah, your mana looks fine. I guess the Colosseum's entering tapped is kind of annoying, but you got some time. Oh, there we go. A good spell to do with all of our mana of all the colors. So that's exciting. We had a tap land on the other side, and we're back at Flash's turn. Another tap land. No cycling for us today, I guess. More lands to be drawn. That's okay. And now we're just kind of in this spot of just waiting, just seeing what is our opponent up to.
Well, they know they can't just Flash can't just say, okay, I'm going to do whatever I want. It kind of it's not going to work out so well.
Oh, they tried.
Getting out the first mana leak is nice, because Paul actually just has 2 Chain of Plasma and a Persecute, which he cannot cast yet.
No, but we do get to play Mind Stone this turn and then the Grand Colosseum, so it's not terrible. Oh, I guess maybe we're not doing that. We're going to try and draw a card with Mind Stone. Oh, this way we hold up Chain of Plasma. Yeah. Though I don't know if there's a reason to.
I think it only can kill a Bloodbraid Elf, but I don't know if you're super worried about that. If Flash just goes Cascade Spell, it could be kind of bad.
So can we go off on our turn? Should we chain on our turn? Is it worth it? Do you think we'll actually find? Because we won't be able to cast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we would.
It's interesting because the way chain is worded,
we won't actually.
You'll be able to draw 3 cards, right?
Well, we won't have enough to make triple red and Chain of Plasma because of the swamp and the Mind Stone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, wait! The swamp can be turned into red with the cavern. So actually, yeah, we can. But I don't know if we're actually going to draw. We only have 1 in our deck, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because of chain can copy. So you're basically also giving Flash 3 cards for free. Well, no. Oh, Swans is a 4/3 actually, but I mean it prevents the damage. So you're also giving your opponent 3 cards. But if you're going to do it on your end step, you better have a plan for the Swan, or you might just die.
Yeah. Why are we doing it on our end step? I thought we'd do it on our turn. So then we can cast Seismic Assault eventually.
Because if say he does draw into Seismic Assault, you don't want to have already wasted 2 of your mana on your own turn.
But we can cast it all. I did the math. We would have 5 mana to do both.
Yeah, but if you brick, you need to hold up mana for like a
Oh,
terminate or kept more counter magic or permission.
okay.
Uh,
I follow now.
Considering you only left in one assault, it's kind of risky, and
So
you're
is this?
basically
Are we just gonna do this back and forth for like 20 minutes?
and it might be a minute.
Yeah. Exciting. This is why I didn't like the swans. They're fun, but it's just I don't know. I can't see what the opponent's drawing, so it's less fun. But yeah, so basically what you're telling me here is both players are going to use a copy of Chain of Plasma by discarding a card. Then they'll once each of their spells resolve, they'll draw 3. And then they're probably going to do it again for a while, but it looks like we're not actually. It looks like Paul stopped. I didn't see him discard a card, so I'm going to assume we stopped.
I believe it's still happening.
Well, I don't think Paul discarded a card to make a copy. I can't really tell. It's hard to follow.
There's so much. Yeah, it's a little. There's things happening.
Like we haven't drawn a card in a while, so I'm going to assume we haven't done the chain for a while.
It's interesting. I think Flash is just trying to find the rest of his pieces. I think is probably what's going on here. Because why would you draw up to like 12 on discard step?
Oh, and we discarded lands. I guess we do because we have 42 of them in our deck.
They are absolutely found a seismic assault.
Okay, so I see. So now we have priority to decide: do we want to chain ourselves? Oh, so I guess Paul or our opponent must have been holding priority to do all those chains. Is that how that works?
I believe you can hold priority on Moto. Yeah. I don't think Arena lets you have that, but there's never really.
You do. You get control works on Arena, but it's very annoying.
Yeah.
It's a lot of buttons. Okay, so now it's our turn to figure out how far we want to go with the chain.
Probably enough to where you actually have an answer to the swans.
Oh, we're getting close to hitting no, though. So, doesn't sound like Paul agrees with you. Oh, wait, hold on. I got tricked. Okay, I didn't get tricked. We did hit no.
It's just interesting because, you're at a very... Okay, so you don't have any... So, you have Persecute, which you are going to cast the name Red, because there's a 90% chance you're dead if you do not, because your current hand has no way to interact with the swans.
I think I would have been tempted to keep going.
I would go just based off of the fact that you have no kill spell for the swans, and that's a very dangerous territory. If you just get rid of Chain, then your opponent draws any sort of Cascade spell into Seismic Assault, and you're dead.
Yeah, so I guess we're going to have to call Red. Luckily, Persecute gets both of the Cascade Red spells, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You're more vulnerable to a top deck, though, because your Jace's Defeat isn't doing anything. Your Champion of Wits is not going to help you in this situation. So you're very likely close to death from any sort of... Basically, any top deck that's not a land, I believe, almost kills on the spot.
Okay. We did get the Seismic Assault, which we assumed. I will say there is a lot of lands in Flash's deck, so it's not exactly guaranteed that they'll draw a relative spell.
Yeah, but luckily the relative spells all cascade into each other, so
awkward. Okay.
That does up things a teeny bit, by being able to cycle, and then all your spells will cascade into your kill condition.
Okay. So we cycled a Forgotten Cave. Played a Reflecting Pool. Gonna play another bird, I assume. Yeah. 2 birds doesn't matter, right? It's not any different. I guess we get to attack. Okay. Still no terminates.
Yeah, this is a risky... There's also the chance where the opponent has 8 power in play to just kind of smork them down. this is the little known.
Go find our Seismic Assault. I don't know. I'm sort of tempted now. right? Like if
It's yeah, honestly, you need something to go on here.
it doesn't sound like that's our plan today. This does still leave us with terminate mana if we were to find it, which we did not. Uh-oh. We're in a bit of issues now, right? Kind of found the wrong half of our deck.
Yeah, and I mean the Metamorphose is a free roll, so that's nice. But
yeah, let's spin the wheel. Look for the terminate.
okay, that's
never didn't
huge
have
because
it.
they had a 2-turn clock going. If it wasn't for that,
Yes, never didn't have it, as they always say. So we could hold up chain, but I think you just want to play the Mind Stone here.
I think so. I mean, what do you? The Swans have resolved at this point. I don't know if holding up Jace's defeat does anything. And then next turn you have 3 Mind Stones to cycle if you're in an emergency situation.
Yeah. Okay. I'm feeling okay over here. I mean, we're still in a bit of trouble with any top deck thing. Right?
And the top decks are the top decks are great just because of the whole
here's
the Cascade mechanic is strong.
Yeah, here's one. I'm gonna assume.
Oh,
I guess it could be Survive, but I think this might be an elf. Yeah, I was right.
Bloodbraid elf. And okay. Just like I drew it up. He goes right into the Bloodbraid into the Seismic Assault.
Yeah, it's funny because we hadn't seen it, right? You had mentioned it a few times. Like you kept saying, like, the Cascade spells are really powerful. And that's actually the first one we see resolve, I think. I don't remember too much from game 1 or game 2. So, and I was like, I don't know. Like, I haven't really seen it, Carlin. And then you're like, nope, bam, here it is. This is what I said. That is cool. Okay.
Yeah, it gives you. I mean, it's a little more all in, but it seemed to work out just fine against the deck with a ton of control and permission. That was a lot.
Yeah. That was awesome. Well, welcome on back, everybody. Here, we are in the middle of round 4 of our set roulette tournament. We have a format that we kind of crafted through randomization. So we're playing with 6 different sets, one of them which includes Seismic Assault, which is actually how we've seen both of our features go, involving Swans and Seismic Assault.
Swans and Seismic was something. It was I wouldn't say it was a staple, but it was. You'd see it in EDH a lot because it's like kind of a free roll. All right.
So it sounds like we have more Magic to watch, which is always a place to be. And so we're going to head out and we're going to go back to Ari Lax, who we have watched last round in round 3. We're going to watch into a game just to catch you up on what Ari is playing. Ari is playing a God Pharaoh's Gift deck that plays things like the Sphinx of the Steel Wind, which is actually the big thing it plays. 1 copy of Una, which I have enjoyed playing and is currently in play. And
yes.
They're all there. All the friends are around. I don't know what we're playing against, but that's okay.
Well, any hand with Void Mage is I like any. I mean, I'm a big Kai Buddha fan, so if you have Void Mage Prodigy,
is this Kai's
that's his card.
Invitational card? Oh, that's awesome.
That's Kai's card. Little boomer knowledge.
Okay, so I found out what we're up against, Carlin, and I can't believe you're not jumping with excitement. We're playing against Boomer Control. This is what you wanted. Astral Slide.
I love me some Boomer Control.
What's the other enchantments? What's the lightning something enchantment?
Let's pull it up here. Lightning Rift. So when you cycle a card, you can pay 1. It deals 2 damage to any target. We get Astral Slide. I'm so happy right now.
This is great. I'm over here on this team. God Pharaoh's Gift, big fan of this deck. We did see Ari play it last round, so that was pretty cool. And now you get to get your Boomer Control. Everything's coming up, Carlin.
Astral Slide with Kitchen Finks and Murderous Redcap is just so. I'm so happy right now. The camera's not on us, but I'm smiling because I just really love Astral Slide as a mechanic. Like you just have renewed faith. So you cycle it, you gain 2 life, and then you can Astral Slide your kitchen finks to gain 2 more life. If it died, it resets the counters on it because it has persist, right? So it exiles and it comes back. So your persist keeps happening. And you just keep going with kitchen finks and red cap, and it's very, very hard to kill you via damage.
So it was an actual combo. We actually looked at this deck list earlier, and I was asking, did it have an actual combo of cards? And it turns out it does. That's
yes.
Cool. That being said, Carlin, you're at 5 life. You being the boomer control side, you're at 5 life, and Ari has a lot of creatures. What do you have to say about things like this? What's your plan?
I believe the term is Monka S.
Oh yeah, approved term, I believe. I looked into it.
Approved Twitch term, but boomer control has a lot of cycling, and Lightning Rift is. I mean, it's shock on a pay 1 mana. It's a shock for 1 mana.
Are we just dead? I guess we're dead to another cycler, right?
Yeah. So Ari actually could just die. Like Ari could just die. I wouldn't be surprised if they just went for it.
Thanks a lot, Boomer Control.
It's powerful. The Kitchen Finks is a good card.
Uh-oh. No, I'm seeing some things in chat.
What?
It does sound like our opponent did not. No, in the actual Moto chat, they're debating back and forth. So it sounds like they did not find another cycler. They announced GG's in the Moto chat, and Ari has won the match. So
they were talking about the chain. They weren't talking about Astro Slide. They were talking about the chain of plasma.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Which sometimes it's a little hard for us to tell on Moto exactly what's going on. We try our best.
Yeah, but that was fun. We got to jump into this match. I imagine that's probably all we're gonna get out of round 4. Just taking a quick scan. Or I could be wrong, which is not often. And instead we'll watch more Magic, because what's better than watching more Magic?
Exactly.
So we're going to jump down into a player that I don't know their name, but we'll find out in a second, I'm sure. I have a wonderful voice in my head that knows everything, and they'll share it with us. So Carlin, really what we've done is we've done your checklist. You can stop coverage now. We saw Boomer Control.
Pack it up. I am having a little trouble loading the screen. Can everybody else see it?
Also am having trouble loading the screen. So it sounds like just you and I are struggling, and everybody else is good to go.
Try it again here.
So we're jumping in.
I can see the preview window as well, which is the weird part.
Yeah, so maybe stream can tell us what's happening. No, I'm just kidding. Strange. So we're getting that sorted out, but okay. So it sounds like Carlin is in. I'm not, but that's okay. Carlin, why don't you tell people what's up?
Well, there's a lot of stuff. I have to give me a minute to look at this board state because we just hopped into a large game. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. Wow. We have Bloodbraid Elves, Birds of Paradise, Kitchen Finks. Wow, with Meddling Mages. This is a game for sure. Wow. I need to pull up these deck lists.
Okay, so that's what I was struggling to do, but I did get there. So from our side, we're watching Jan, and Jan is playing stuff that has a card that's Zur's Weirding. Can you tell me about this card? Do you know what it does?
It's been a minute, so I'm gonna have to look it up again.
Okay.
I had played with it at one point.
So yeah, it looks like we are just playing a blue-white deck that does a lot of things. A lot of creature-based decks. So we have Champion the Witch, Kitchen Finks, Sunscourge Champion, Meddling Mage, another invitational card, Adorned Pouncer, risk the redeemed. Wow, going down the Caroline Commanders history over here. And then we have some other things worship. That's a thing. Whenever you control a creature, if you control a creature, damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1, reduces it to 1 instead, which would, I imagine, might be why we're in a bit of a stalemate over here.
Ah, yes.
You're caught up? You're happy?
I'm caught up. Well, Zur's Weirding is the one where each player plays with their hands revealed.
Oh, okay.
So you get to see everything, but I believe I have to double check if there is a combo with it. But there was a combo a while ago where basically if you would draw a card, if a player would draw a card, he or she reveals it instead, then any other player may pay 2 life. If a player does, put that card into its owner's graveyard. So basically, you're like, okay, I'm going to draw a card, and then you say, I'll pay 2 life, and then it goes right into their graveyard. And I believe they have Worship, which is if you control a creature, damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1, reduces it to 1 instead. So the Zur's Weirding Worship combo is basically you can deny your opponent cards forever.
So what's our plan here then?
I believe that's correct. I'm sure somebody in chat's smarter than me, but that is my understanding of the combo. I've not seen that in a long time.
How do we win?
Well, if your opponent never gets to draw a card, you can eventually just kill them with Reese tokens or almost anything.
But it looks like they are drawing a card. They drew Bloodbraid off that turn. So I'm not sure.
I would have to check. I mean, that was my understanding of the combo last time I knew, but
it says if a player would draw a card, they reveal it, then any other player may pay 2 life if they do put that card in the graveyard. So how come we're not doing that part? I don't know. I got nothing. I'm just here for the ride. There's some sweet creatures in play. We can't attack with like infinite worship, so we'll just see what happens. Okay, so we killed the meddling mage. I don't know what it was naming, unfortunately. The screen was a little too small for us. So it doesn't look like we're doing the thing that you said, right? It doesn't look like...
Yeah, I was just double checking the lists here and see if I was missing something.
Oh, no, that doesn't work right because the Weirding pays 2 life and the Worship is deal damage. Right? Isn't that 2 different things?
Well, it says if you control a creature, which they do have a creature, damage that will reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. So if you're at 1...
Yeah, but Zur's Weirding pays 2 life. It doesn't take damage.
Oh.
So I think that's why that's not a thing. And we ended up not winning.
Pay 2 life, damage. So I would actually have to double check how that interaction works, because that was my understanding of it, but it's been a while. It doesn't
seem like that was what was happening just from the way that there were still cards being played, but who knows? Magic is wild. We'll sort itself out. We'll either let chat know, or probably chat will let us know, if we're being honest.
Chat will let us know.
We are back to us, but we're not going to be here very long. You get to visit with us for a little bit. We are wrapped up for round 4. We're going to head on to round 5. Again, we're playing a game where only one of us gets to stay. This time it's you, Carlin, so you're sticking around for round 6. I'm going to disappear, I think, unless anyone can tell me otherwise. I think it's best for us to go to a break.
Correct.
Oh, wow. Right. What a great guess. So we're going to head for a break, get round 6 started for you. I will say some super cool stuff coming up for round 6. That will be our last round of the Swiss, so we'll determine our top 8. Maybe at the beginning of round 6, Carlin, if you have a chance, we should look and see who's at the top of our standings. And then also, it does mean we get to talk at the end of round 6 with Sam Black, hopefully. We get to hear at least awesome. what the winners of all the different categories are. So that'll be super cool. Stick around with us, and we'll see everybody in a few minutes. Bye-bye. All right.
All right.
Oh, we get to work together, man. So it's gonna be fun. Oh, okay.
All right.
That.
Am
There
I
we go.
good?
All right. Cool. Well, it's good to get to work together. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. I had a couple Skype is doing
Yeah, no problem. So we've gotten to see this Swans deck go off a couple of times here in these last couple of rounds. Don't know if that's going to be one of our big finishers here, but we do have one sitting near the top of the standings. We'll bring those up here in a little bit. But yeah, we are seeing a good variety of decks here in this format. So this is actually pretty exciting. You know, when we look over these lists, and I think this is one of the things we talk about with this type of event, right? Where we want to see a variety of decks. We want to see people try something different. I mean, that's kind of the whole point, right? We get bored with this other 60 card formats where everything's solved. Now we have a whole different list of stuff. As a matter of fact, there's a one because anybody who follows me, either here on YouTube or whatever, I'm a big fan of the Gruel list. And we do actually have a green red beats, is what they're calling it here, by Luca Moretti there in third place, which is a pretty exciting list. I'm actually kind of surprised, when we have all these lists that are playing all these Wrath of Gods and things like that. Like, this isn't something you'd expect would just be running the field right now, but it's coming in super interesting, right? Your one mana cards here, your Tattermunge Maniac, which we also see in the Goblins list. Yeah, and then it's just really efficient beaters. It's funny because you look at this format and think you have all these big cards, all these crazy combos, and still something like this can exist in here.
Should be good.
I mean, you're still playing Bloodbraid Elf, which is still exciting.
Yeah, well, if you're given the chance to play Bloodbraid Elf, you probably should do it.
Yeah,
you almost have banned for a while. I like this Gruel list. I think also the Bortusk Liege is nice as an anthem effect as well. And then Bloodbraid Elf goes down cascades into basically almost all the deck except for the Liege. And just a straight up volcanic hammer.
Yeah. And you can have some surprise big turns with this list when you have something like the Bloodbraid Elf into the Boggart Ram Gang, right? So there's some stuff this deck can really do.
Oh, yeah. And Fulminator Mage in the side for the Tron matchups is no joke. That's really punishing. Blood Moon and Fulminator Mage.
And honestly, both of those could be huge today when you think about how many multicolor lands that some of these decks are trying to play. We saw a lot of 3-color decks between like the Grixis builds, some of these other control decks that are playing multiple things. And then, just like you said, any of the Tron lists are going to need their lands.
If there's one thing that Set Roulette does well, it's greedy mana bases.
Yeah,
there's generally always I say greedy, but I mean if you have the option to play some of the best mana in the game, you probably should take it.
Yeah, and it's one of the things when we first talk about is that looking at this format, maybe sometimes you can start out by finding a deck that does punish those mana bases.
Yeah, because there's always a large chunk of the decks that want to take advantage of the best spells in as most colors as possible. So yeah, we're going to jump into feature match 5 here. All right. So let's see what Remy is on here.
Remy looks like... oh, this is interesting. What is this? We've got...
it's a Buried Alive deck.
Yeah. And it's funny because it's one of the cards I was talking about from Weatherlight that is can be a linchpin to a deck to really help it function there.
He's one of my favorite cards. I've always very much enjoyed Demigod of Revenge. I think that's just an interesting card and really a mechanic. Flying Haste 5/4, and when you cast it, return all cards named Demigod Revenge from your graveyard to the battlefield. So
Yeah, for sure.
there are these turns where you could put 20 power on the board with haste. Because Buried Alive lets you look for 3 creatures and put them in your yard, so that's your other demigods.
Yeah, and that's just basically back-to-back turns where you can just close out the game.
Yeah, this is nice, and a lot of these cards also have cycling, which is great with the Lightning Rift. So you basically get to pay 2 mana to shock, so you can kind of take control of really like aggressive strategies like that Gruul strategy, where you don't just get beat down very quickly. You have a little bit of game. So it looks like a very interesting deck.
And easy ways to fill your yard with cards that cycle. So you're filling your yard and helping you race to the cards that you need to reanimate them.
Yeah, it does look like they're kind of like the demigod is definitely probably. I mean, you're never really casting. This reminds me of the old Modern deck that used to run. I just forgot the name of the key card. Living End. Living End ran a lot of these cards where you would just cycle everything, cast any Cascade spell, and then go to Living End. But the difference with this is the demigod has haste, so you don't have to wait a turn, which I think is a big deal in these formats where people are running wrath effects.
Yeah, especially where everybody's trying to go big or go over the top, or even like we've seen in the last few rounds, where if you just leave them alone for a turn, it's like, oh, what, you might get comboed out. So anytime you can just get it done, you just go for it. Like the haste is so big on those creatures.
Exactly. And I don't think, is the game frozen? No, okay.
No, they were just taking a long time to make a decision.
I was trying to figure out what was going on here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was more just trying to decide like what you're going to do with the Vile Manifestation, or if you're actually just going to play the Oversold Cemetery.
Yeah, I like Oversold. I mean, every creature here cycles, so basically you get to pay. You could almost never run out of gas, right? Because Oversold's always going to put 1 cycler back into your hand, which then you will again cycle again. So,
yeah, it's a really neat idea, to make that connection in this format for sure.
Yeah, I actually really like this build. I don't know if anybody else is running anything similar, so I'm very excited to see how this plays out, and I want to see 4 demigods come in at the same time. That would be great. Oversold also gives you the protection of you get to, because you have to cast the first demigod to get them all back. So
sure.
Oversold always lets you put it in your hand to start the chain. So it's actually very well thought out.
Yeah, this is overall a very creatively constructed deck. I mean, when you look at the limitations, you don't get all your creatures of choice, you don't get all your reanimator cards of choice, but they found just enough to make it work out right.
Yeah. Let's hope it goes off here. And let's talk about the other deck as well, but it's just Tron is not as exciting as
Sure.
demigod cycling. If we're allowed to be a little biased.
Hey, it's okay. I have no problem rooting against the Tron villain. I'm good with that. I can play the role of the bad guy if you need me to.
Well, I mean, Tron is good, but we already know it's good. It's been good for many years.
Well, not just that. Like Tron is good in a lot of varieties. That's the other thing too.
Yes, many. I mean, who knew that having 9 as that 7 mana on 3 is considered strong?
Well, yeah. I mean, when you get to cast, like we were saying, normally a format where Grim Puppet would be garbage, but if you can play that on turn 3 or 4, you can just take out your opponent's first 2 or 3 plays.
Yeah. Grim Puppet is unplayable, but if it's on turn 3, it's a pretty good card. And also, I mean, striped Riverwinder is a hexproof 5/5, which that's kind of hard to interact with. That's a large lad. That's
true. And again, not something you'd see outside of this type of format, but when you're just looking for big things you can cast with that much mana, well, sometimes that's your guy.
Yeah, I like this synergy with Merfolk Traders and Hollow One as well. And because Hollow One costs 2 less for each card you've cycled or discarded this turn, and Merfolk Traders, gets you a body and you draw and discard a card, and then you also have Architects of Will. So there could be these turns where you go Merfolk Traders, Architect, Cycle, Hollow one for one generic mana. So
Yeah, that's true. That could be
that's
pretty
a four
strong.
four.
But I mean, as we've seen, are those 4/4s even good enough when your opponent's making, giant sphinxes? So I mean, like, we're gonna see how these play out because there's a lot of variety going on between these decks, and I don't even know if you're trying to go bigger or just more creative at this point.
Yeah, I think a lot of I like this set a lot because there there wasn't just an obvious like like we talked about like there's always some strategy that's going to come to light, like skull. If you have skull clip and mana drain, you're going to see a lot of skull clip and mana drains. And I remember Pascal talking about it when he was doing the reviews. Is there wasn't really just one strategy that stood out where everybody's just like, oh, this is it, this is the deck. Everybody's like, we've got a lot of ideas.
Oh
So
yeah, and we've seen several. Just looking over the deck list that people registered today, you're kind of all over the place, which is cool. I mean, like I said, we saw Astral Slide even, so that was kind of fun.
oh, and I love me some Astral Slide. So good. I think that's one of those like fan favorite cards that nobody really has ever had a problem with. They just always want to see more Astral Slide.
For sure. All right, so now I think Remy may be trying to figure out just kind of what needs to be happening on this turn, moving into next turn.
Yeah. To me, and we'll look at the Tron list here. I guess the question is, it's open deck list, so we know, is there counter magic game one? And I believe the answer is no.
Well, the Buried Alive going off, I would assume there's nothing Remy really needs to be worried about, even more so with a backup oversold cemetery here.
Yeah. And looking at things, I think that's true. I believe that Remy is just okay to go. Like,
Yeah, you've got all the mana you need. Like this is kind of the setup you want.
now game two might be a little different. The Tron deck does have 4 Fairy Macabre, which is interesting because you discard
that's
it.
We're going to game two.
Yeah. Because you can. The thing about the Fairy is actually a little bit tricky, right? Why it's not so much intuitive as a sideboard card as you would think, but you discard it and you exile up to 2 cards from graveyard, so you can actually just hit your opponent's demigods anytime you want, and you can even tap out because you just have to discard the card itself.
For sure. Now,
Which I like that a lot.
What Remy sideboard in here. We assume, Fulminator mages, but do we want anything else here? Maybe a Braids?
A Braid seems great, especially because of the artifact. I mean, you have Hollow One, Grim Poppet, Godpharaoh's Gift. I think that's a very, very safe call. And Fulminator Mage is pretty easy. I don't know if Underworld Dreams is a consideration or not.
I think it only depends on how long you think the game's going to go. Because if you don't get at least, I would say 4 or 5 triggers off of an Underworld Dreams, it's not going to be worth bringing in.
Yeah, it could be cute, but I don't know if we're looking for cute.
Oh, we're taking out demigods. Interesting.
Yeah, that is maybe because it's open deck list and we expect the 4 Fairy to come in, so you probably are you're never gonna really get that off. But the real question is, what is the secondary beatdown plan?
Okay, it looks like Remy changed his mind a little bit. Took out a Terminate, went +1 demigod there.
Yeah, and that's fair, because if you're bringing in a Braid, that also basically hits most of the opponent's creatures at the same time. So
sure.
I think you're totally okay to do that.
Yeah, Hour of Glory makes sense as well.
I wonder what the Underworld Dreams tech is 4. I wonder.
Well, it's pretty good against swans.
Yeah, that's probably the tech. That's probably the tech. I mean, this Tron deck does draw cards, but it's probably not enough to make. It's not enough to win you the game. But the Swans deck, on the other hand, I could see Underworld being a big problem.
Yeah, you just disrupt their combo entirely.
Let's see what we got for openers here.
If we get to see their openers.
Moto's been a little slow today.
It's okay. Moto just needs
We'll
to...
forgive Moto. It's old.
rough weekend, maybe suffering from a hangover, going into the early part of the week. It's okay.
It's acceptable. I don't know. I think one of the best parts about decks like this is there really any hand you have to ship back? Because they kind of all do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, the Macabre is fine. I don't know if it's really the card you want here early, but I mean, you sideboarded them in, so maybe it's okay you're holding 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean that's what I've always said is like if you see 2 of your sideboard cards and you're not happy to see them, then maybe you shouldn't have brought them in.
Exactly.
So I mean it's pretty safe. You probably are really just looking to. I could see. I don't know if it's correct, but you could play the Barradmore tapped on 1 because you have to. Yeah, okay. You have to make sure you can cast Fulminator Mage on curve.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because you really want to cycle it in this list, but if you only have 3 lands, you could do what you got to do. Now the sad part is if next turn you draw another untapped black source and you're just
Well, it's not so bad if you can get Oversold Cemetery going with Architects of Will, you can kind of start chaining stuff a little bit together, but we already know Fulminator on 3 is
that's the play you really
going down.
All right, so we're not lining up the Tron pieces early.
I mean, you love to see that, because it always feels like Tron just has it most of the time.
All right, that was a good pickup there.
So Nimble Obstructionist is nice. When you cycle it, counter target activated or triggered ability you don't control. But that is almost the only interaction the Tron deck outside of the fairy is going to have for against Remy here, which is interesting.
Yeah, so we just cracked the fetch. I guess we'll get a blue source. No, red source.
I don't think there's actually...
No, there's not. Yeah.
There's no blue cards. I think the Architect of Will is a little tricky because it looks blue, but it's never going to get cast.
Yeah, it's kind of like the standard cycling decks that are playing off-color cards just to cycle.
Just to cycle. Which is cool they brought cycling back. That's one of the things I didn't really think was going to happen.
All right, so we have a Champion of Wits.
Putting that Sphinx in the yard, that's a little bit dangerous because they have the, I believe it's Argivian Restoration, and you put that from your graveyard. So that's basically a 4-mana. That's a 4-mana 6/6 flying first strike vigilance lifelink pro red and green. Yep. That's a pretty good deal for 4 mana.
Yeah, it reads as protection from terminate.
Yeah, it reads as this card is very good against your entire deck. But the fairy in hand is nice. That's actually great as far as if
if they go to target it, you can get rid of it.
Yeah, that's actually really strong, and I think that's going to be a linchpin of saving Remy here, because I don't know if he could beat that on 4.
All right, so that's what we expected was going to happen here. Just a turn 3 Fulminator Mage, get rid of one of the Tron pieces, so the power plant goes to the yard.
And I love Fulminator Mage with oversold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, if you get the cyclers going, you just keep bringing back Fulminator Mage. It's pretty.
Yeah, and
I
the
mean,
hand's full of cyclers right now, so you can definitely get the yard full and start recurring those.
yeah, I'm excited to see how this game 2 plays out because now both people are a little bit more ready for the other person's combo.
Yeah, and they both have a lot of cards in hand, so there's a lot of play still to be had here. But this is a real decision that's happening here.
Oh, definitely. I think you're also worried. I mean, again, when it's open deck lists, you can be a little bit more cautious, and you've seen your opponent play just a couple spells, so you can assume they have those macabres in their hand, right? So you kind of don't want to go all in on discarding your best artifacts to reanimate because you might just get extremely punished.
Sure. It's also a weird thing too of like, are you worried about the number of creatures in your yard to kind of slow down the oversold, or like what are we, there's a lot of things I guess to be balanced here.
Yeah, and Remy has 3 fairies, so I really do not think that I really don't think that there's going to be any reanimating from the Tron side for a while.
Yeah, any type of restoration or whatever, there's just not gonna happen. I mean, with 3 in hand, even with a counter backup or anything, it still wouldn't matter.
Yeah, and this Vile Manifestation is actually great because there was a chance that Remy could just get beat down. You could just get beat down by Champion of Wits. We
For
saw
sure.
last game the Champion of Wits did. It did 16 damage by itself.
Oh no, this is interesting. The flex that lets each player discard and then draw that many. So
Ooh.
what do we want to give up in this hand? I mean, the
don't
cards
think
you were
you
going to
need-
cycle anyway, just toss them.
Yeah, and I also think you don't need 3 fairy.
Yeah,
I
you
think
can let at least one go.
you can let one go. I think you're safe on that one. So I'd probably, and if you put the Carabid in the bin, the Vile Manifestations are actually going to get kind of big.
Yeah. And maybe that's what we're considering. Do you do it with the other manifestation, or do you just make it so you have a bigger attacker or blocker?
Yeah, definitely for the blocking aspect, but I think also if you can put 2, at least one cycler in, and then another, you'll be able to start that chain of always getting
Sure.
something back anyways. So I think it's pretty safe to do this overall.
All right, so it's not a bad set of cards to end up with here.
No. I mean, you got another cycler, half of your combo, and you're still sitting with 2 of your
even a castable
sideboards.
demigod if you just want to do that. So this hand has a lot of options in it now.
Yeah, I think the other part about Beatdown.
Oh, I guess we can't because the Barrymore comes in tapped.
Yeah, but I think the best part about Beatdown, you can just cast a lot of people. The reason I like these decks is you don't always have to go all in. You can just cast your creature and attack with it. You don't have to cheat in another 3. Sometimes just 1/5/4 flyer can get the job done. Oh, Macabre on the stack.
Yep.
I still think Remy's in a great spot here.
All right, another untapped mana source.
A lot of cyclers, and I guess the other part is we open deck list. We know that the Tron player has 4 fairy in the side, but like once you fight through those, you're kind of free to do what you want.
Mm-hmm.
And also, the Vile is a 5/4, so that's kind of a large lad as well.
So we just played a mountain there.
I believe they're just trying to play the Graven Calm's next turn to just go for the Demigod hardcast.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why that wasn't in play though this turn. I mean, I guess it doesn't greatly matter, but we're not casting anything anyway with the mountain.
Yeah, I mean, there's a way where if you could have another Carabid, or if your opponent plays another Flux,
Oh, that's true.
potentially
That's true.
you could have an option to do that. But I think that that's a very corner case. But it would be kind of forward thinking if you're just ready for it. And then we saw the fairy on the Sphinx there, so that was a no-go.
Yeah. All right, so the opponent's tapped here, so you get a clear runway for this demigod.
Yeah, and there's not really much they can do. And it's interesting that they're choosing to not attack with the Vial, but I think you also don't want them to be able to bring back the Champion of Wits as a 4/4 and draw 4 cards. So I think I don't think it's wise to give your opponent that many cards. And Hour of Glory is interesting. How many gods are in the opponent's deck? It's probably 0. It is 0. So that's just a concession to maybe Champion of Wits.
Or even just a big Sphinx or something.
Yeah, I think it's just a concession because Sphinx is pro red and green. Yeah, so it's just you just have to say this is probably my best piece of removal for this deck, and you know it's not amazing, but it is removal. So,
but yeah, Remy's in a pretty good spot here. Yep. Well,
and we just lost the stream. He's gonna leave us hanging.
Yeah.
Oh, he won the match. Okay.
Yeah, it literally just came up that he won right at the very end, and then we lost it.
It was so fast that I missed it. I looked at the deck for 1 second. All right, that was. I mean that. I really like Remy's deck. I
thought that was pretty cool. I really dig it. And like I said, I think when you're looking at kind of how to build the Reanimator deck, that's a cool way to go about it in this kind of limited format.
Yeah, exactly. And I also think the whole Fulminator Mage Oversold Cemetery is kind of, I wouldn't say it's busted, but it's a very good synergy. You can just repeatedly punish any sort of greedy land bases whenever you want, basically.
For sure. And it is interesting that he left 1 in the main just as an option, that if that were to come up, you try to lock out the game. So he's obviously aware of it, that it's still a possibility.
That's my favorite. That's they call it the miser's one of. If it comes up, it comes up.
Yeah, see, I call that the fun of.
The fun of, yeah.
Yeah.
One of, fun of. Yeah, so are we going to see any coverage of any of the Smork style decks? I know you're excited about the Gruul. The Green Red Beats is doing well.
Yeah. And, it's interesting, too, like I said, because that deck is still able to hold its own in the middle of all this insanity going on around it, which is kind of interesting.
All right, let's take a quick look at the standings here.
Yeah, so
just checking it out here. We have. Oh wow! So Tron is. So we have. Excuse me. We have 4 12-pointers, and they're all different decks. Well, 2 of them are technically Seismic Assault decks, but
yeah,
there's variety.
And it doesn't surprise me though, because Swans is such a powerful card and such a well-known combo that it doesn't surprise me that people want to go that route.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore, but we do have a Sly deck, that's a boomer. That's a boomer deck name for sure.
Oh yeah, like you can tell when you see some of the names, like how long the person has been playing, right? Like it's an old school name, so you may not even know what it is.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, you already get an idea. It just looks like I mean, it's Sly. It's just the most and best aggressively, excuse me, costed creatures and some removal spells.
Yeah, and what helps this deck out to survive in this type of format are cards like the Earthshaker Kenra, right? That you can get it back later after you've kind of expended your resources or the game goes long. It's like, cool, now I can get this other thing, get some more damage in.
Yeah, I Eternalize is a very interesting. I just like that mechanic. That was during a little bit of where I took a break from Magic, so I missed that mechanic. And
Mm,
I think it's cool to make like a zombie token, and it's like kind of like flashback or anything, but not really. It's its own interesting mechanic.
yeah, I dig it. And it was one of those things that in standard, you still didn't see a lot of it. You saw maybe like one eternalized creature in a couple of
Hmm.
decks here or there, but they were really impactful whenever people decided to play them.
I think my favorite part is we're seeing a lot of volcanic hammer, which is just it's just lightning strike. Uh,
Yeah, but I mean, when you're looking for efficient damage, you got to take what's there, you know. And then when you're doing these different set roulette situations, sometimes that's going to be an incinerate, sometimes that's going to be a volcanic hammer. You know, you just got to take what's available to you.
Yeah, I just like that it's it's one of those times where Wizards made the exact same card. They just called it a different name, so you can run more of them. I've
That's
always
true.
enjoyed that, where they're just like, yeah, this is lightning strike, but it's also volcanic hammer now.
Yeah, at some point, I think Wizards just accepted that 3 damage for 2 mana, even at instant speed, is totally fine. That
Yeah.
you know, three damage for 1 mana instant speed is a little bit much
Hmm.
in most cases.
And how about the mono red elves? That normally those two things don't go together when you
The
hear the
mono red elf. Okay, let me check that one out.
by
I
Zach.
missed that one going down the list.
It has it has four random as a Ramanat ruins, which is the sacrifice of desert.
Yeah, and that's a cool land to see pop up too.
Oh yeah, oh
So this
yeah.
is really just another red green beatdown deck.
Yep. But is there anything different that we're seeing here versus the others? It looks pretty similar. I mean,
Yeah.
there's not that many. You can. There's only. It's not like there was a secret best red green creature that everybody missed. But
No,
the red.
and I will say that about this event. It looks like the players that are participating did their homework, right? Whatever
Oh
type
yeah.
of deck they're playing, if you go look, they're playing most of the cards you would think they would play. You know, maybe where there's a choice of maybe one big creature over another big creature, that's like the only real variant, really. So people obviously put some time in and really hone their decks.
Oh yeah. I will say that one underrated sideboard card we're not seeing is is Boyle was legal, and
Okay. From 8th edition?
yeah, Boyle was legal, which is destroying all islands can be pretty strong depending on what you think the meta is, but I don't think anybody wanted to overcommit, so they just went with the blood moon plan instead, which is fair.
Yeah,
Um,
but I mean, Boyle, what, just destroys islands?
yeah, only islands.
Yeah, and with there being so many multi-lands that are available to everybody, there's a chance you would maybe kill 2 lands when you cast it.
Yeah, it's just not worth the commitment to the sideboard.
Yeah, there may be one or two decks that might be great against, but against the majority of the opponents you would play, probably wouldn't want that.
All right.
I have some the match echoing in my ear. I don't know where that's coming from. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break here, and we'll come back with some action for round 6. Is it? Yeah.
Yep. Round six.
Yep. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back to me. I like to welcome myself back when I enter a room.
Again.
How was the last round, Daquan?
It was actually pretty exciting. We got to see a really cool reanimator deck with lots of cycling. So not something I'd really even thought about that we would be seeing today. So that was very interesting.
Wait, you guys got to watch a round that didn't have swans? That's so unfair.
We did, and that was even more entertaining. So hopefully there'll be more of that. Especially,
I feel like I was set up. This seems unfair.
well, when you're looking at the standings, there's a lot of different decks available. So there's a good chance we're going to dodge some Swans deck here. Though there are two sitting near the top of the standings, there's a lot of other stuff that's in contention too when you're looking at 9 points and up.
Yeah, why don't we check out the standings? They're not going to be updated with round 5 results at the moment, but they will give us... Oh, I lied. They actually might have round 5. They do. I think they do. That's great. We're great. Okay. Let's look at brand new updated standings. So we do have, so unfortunately, not everyone names their deck list, so I do have to kind of check. So at the undefeated spots, we have a green-red beatdown deck by Luca, and then we also have a, oh wait, maybe I got that mixed up. Green-red beatdown, and we have Fabian on what we were calling like aggro swans, like in the sense that it's, you know, turbo swans. It's I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the deck list, but it's all in on the swans and seismic assault plan. It's playing 42 lands. We actually watched it win earlier in round 4.
Yeah, and that's a cool way to go about it, right? If you're going to go in, just go all in, right?
Yeah.
Just every way to cycle lands, get to your combo, like waste not, want not, basically.
And then we also have Philip. I really messed everything up. Okay, hold on. I'll find us again. We also have Philip with Grixis Swans at 4-1. And we got some other deck lists. What else we got here?
Yeah, the next deck there is a Tron deck, you know, your favorite.
It is. Thank you. We don't know each other for long, but you know what I like. So yeah, we do. So is that the John Silmac list? Oh, it is. Oh wait, this isn't Tron. What's happening? I am not very good at opening my links today. There we go. This is a Tron deck. I like it. Ooh, it's got blue. So champion, hollow one. Ooh, I like it. That's cool. Okay, oh, it's also, so it's a Godparents Gift Tron deck, so that's cool. It's combining two things together. That's fun. That was also at 4-1. We got DC Sports with, wait. I don't know if I like DC Sports deck name. It's called Mono Green Elves, so I'm gonna have to do some digging.
Yeah, it's not really elves. It's a red beatdown deck that has some green for. Technically, it has an elf. It has Bloodbraid Elf.
Right. It looks mostly like a goblin deck to me.
It is.
And while I enjoy looking at DC Sports deck, we also will get to watch this matchup, so that'll be pretty cool. Yeah, DC Sports. Awesome. And yeah, so I think we could keep going, but there's a lot of 4-1s. Basically, what we're doing now is we're in the last round of the Swiss tournament, I believe. And we're going
into round 6.
We're going to battle some of these players to become 8. And then once we have 8, then we'll battle them out some more. But I say it's likely with Luca and Fabian, even with a loss, I think they are in, so they'll be in our top 8 for sure. And then the 4-1s will have to battle it out. And possibly some 4-2s will make it. I'm not the best at this kind of thing, but who knows? I'll just say that some will make it, and we'll see what happens.
I do have a new favorite, though.
Oh, okay. Was it the one that's called "Where's My Pants"?
Exactly.
I did look at that deck list earlier.
Not even just the name, but I think the deck is very cool, in the sense that like it looks different than all the other decks we're seeing today.
So, is the callback deck "Where's My Pants"? Is that referring to like a Boggles like deck where there's supposed to be enchantments but there's not? Is that what?
Exactly.
Nice, I did it.
The interesting thing I will say about this list, though, is there's only one Birds of Paradise.
Oh, that is... Wait, no, there's 4.
Oh, no, there's 2. They're just split up. Okay.
Yeah,
so
there's
4.
like some weird...
I was like, wait a minute. What happened there?
Yeah.
Okay, we do have 4 birds. Now it looks normal.
Eric does. Okay, so it looks like we are not quite ready for Magic, but we're really close. So as we did say, we are going to watch DC Sports, and who are they going to see? Let's see. Zach is going to play. Oh, wrong round. Hold on. There we go. Oh, going to play against Remy. I like it. And Remy is playing deckless based, so it's a good deck. What do we got here?
Yeah, we saw Remy earlier.
Oh, you guys saw. Okay, can you talk to me about this deck? This is the Reanimator deck you were talking about.
Yeah, so he plays a bunch of cycling effects to fill up the graveyard with creatures and then live on Oversold Cemetery to start either kind of turbo cycling every turn or get Demigod of Revenge in there with the help of Buried Alive and then just cast your Demigod, get the other copies, and try to just end the game on the spot.
Awesome. And this is the deck that you were telling me about when we came back, how exciting it was to watch. Agreed?
Yes, it was very cool. And, it's like I said, when we were talking about it earlier, it's a whole different route than you would expect somebody to go. But finding all the parts, I got to give them credit.
Perfect. So it's funny you say that because, there's 6 sets and like a lot of people know a lot of the cards in the sets, but you have to figure out there's 400. There's got to be more. There's got to be 1,000 cards in the set. No more, like 2,000.
Let's see. You have about 250 a set times. What did we use? 5 sets today.
I think 6, right?
Okay, 6. Yeah. So you have about 1,400 cards or so.
And so you got to figure out what cards are playable. And the cool thing is we use Scryfall. So Scryfall has pretty good filters for various things that you need, standard, modern, etc. And then also allows you to make custom filters. So we actually had a custom filter made for this set rotation or set roulette tournament, and then you could go from there. But even with that filter, you still have to find all these cards that you mentioned. You have to figure out, do these work together? And that's pretty cool. It's cool that some players have been able to do that today. Okay, so we're in the match. We are seeing this mono red. Wait, what did he call it? Mono green goblins? No,
I think it was
mono red elves.
Mono red elves. Yeah, is how we're referring to it.
Well, how he referred to it. I don't know if I'm going to.
That's true.
So what do we got going on here? So we kept a hand. I think we're keeping this with our Bogart Ram Gang. 3 mana, 3/3 haste. What does Wither do?
Withers, whenever it deals damage to a thing, it gets that many counters permanently. Negative counters.
Oh, the thing, the thing it does damage to.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have Flame Javelin, and we have a Shock. This is a mulligan to 6. I missed that. My bad. So this is our 6, which makes a little bit more sense. It didn't feel like a great 7 to me, but this is a manageable 6. We'll see what Remy gets up to. Remy's going down to 5 cards. A little bit tougher on that side for sure. Especially, would you say that mulliganing down to 5 could be a little trickier with a combo deck or I guess the Reanimator style deck, or with the London Mulligan, does it just kind of wash out?
I think it can go both ways still. I mean, because you're tempted sometimes because you get a little more flexibility that you might push the limit a little bit.
Right.
And sometimes it backfires, and you should have just kept that other safer hand.
Yeah, I guess I don't know the power level too much of either of these decks. So, Tron, for example, in Modern, used to could mulligan pretty well with London Mulligan because you only needed some card, a certain number of cards. Whereas I don't know how many pieces this Reanimator deck does. I wonder if 5 is just they just have all their pieces and they're good to go, or are they going to be struggling? So we'll see.
Well, the benefit the Reanimator deck has is there's so many cycling cards. So even if you get stuck on 5 with, say, just 2 land and some overcosted things, over the first 2 or 3 turns, you can end up just ditching your hand and have a whole new 5 effectively.
Wow, that's a really good point. It's funny because we're living right now in standard recycling is a pretty key part of it. And then this, these random sets also somehow brought cycling into the forefront, which is kind of cool. So it looks like we're going to play that 3/3 haste that I mentioned.
Yep. Get in there.
I love hybrid mana, actually. I'm a big fan of hybrid mana. I've just, as a, newish Magic player, it made sense. So I was like, okay, so I can cast these for either. Some flexibility. Pretty cool.
Well, that Ram Gang met a very sudden end to an Abrade.
It did. That's okay. I will, but we don't have a lot going on in our hand. We do have some damage. We have 9 damage in our hand, but that's not 20. So
I mean, the opponent's halfway dead. Old school red decks would just look at you and just say, "What life are you at?" And if you said
Oh,
a number
man.
that was less than 14, you got scared.
Whenever my opponent says what life are you at, it's scary. It's scary.
Well, fortunately, there's no ball lightnings or anything right now, so it's not nearly as scary.
Oh, did we draw a Bloodbraid
We
Elf
did.
off the top? Well done, DC Sports. I like it. That's how you do it, I believe. Draw a really good card, and that should propel you to victory.
Yep. All right, so nothing really happened there. You just got another creature on the board, got blocked.
So
Pass
what
the
am I
turn.
looking for out of Remy's deck? What spell goes on the stack, and then I'm like, okay, I understand that we're ahead, we're behind. What's the key card here?
In Remy's deck, you could literally just be sitting there, slowly building up, and then the Demigod of Revenge comes down and you're dead.
Okay, wait, talk me through. Like, why is that such a powerful thing?
Yeah, but it's because it has the ability to bring other copies of Demigod out of the graveyard. So when it comes into play, if you view something like Buried Alive, where you've shipped other Demigod of Revenge to your graveyard, you're already all set up if you have something like an Oversold Cemetery where you can get a creature back into your hand.
Okay. So we drew another, Zach Dubin is drawing some good cards off the top. We're attacking into a 1/4 here, but we do have this shock to potentially clean up this blocker, which I assume we'll need to.
Yeah, this does matter here because now you're going to have 6 damage, plus you're holding on to another 7 in hand.
Yes. I guess if we draw land, which we could cast both of those 7, so. We're getting a lot closer.
And your Ramunap Ruins can still be sacrificed.
Oh man, I miss Ramunap Ruins. I really enjoyed that mono red deck in Standard.
I think too many people enjoyed that deck in Standard.
that is a reasonable assessment. It got me thinking because I was like, oh wow, how come I stopped playing with that card? Oh yeah, it's because I wasn't allowed to.
Yes, this is going to be a little tough for Remy here. Like this next turn in particular, like the decision's going to have to be really, really key here.
Okay, so Buried Alive brings 3 creatures into your graveyard.
Yep, you search through your library, put 3 in the yard, which you put the 3 demigods as expected.
Yep, you did say those are scary. And what's the reanimate spell in the format?
What we saw last time is they were using Oversold Cemetery. So when you have more creatures in your graveyard, you can return one to your hand. But what's happening here?
Well, we drew another huge card off the top. This changes the clock dramatically. We now, with a land, just have lethal in hand without creatures, which is pretty sweet. But we do have to survive. Oh gosh.
Oh, just straight up had another demigod. So yeah, that'll do it.
Okay. That's pretty crazy. Zach Dubin did a lot of work and then ended up not winning that game, unfortunately, but that's okay. Let's go to the sideboard. So Chandra's Defeat seems like is a demigod a 5/5 by any chance?
5/4.
5/4, perfect. Perfect. Wow. Zach Dubin had 4 Chandra's Defeat in his sideboard. That's a lot.
Who knows what he was prepared for? Maybe you think a bunch of people are going to bring the Goblin decks or something, and I don't know.
Yeah, the Goblins deck does seem like a tier kind of 0 deck, like something that's easy to find. As you said earlier when we first chatted, there are Goblins literally in every set, so it does seem like a good place to start. I did hear from Zach Dubin that his previous round was playing against Tron, and he got to cast Blood Moon, and it was exciting, and he decided to tell me for some reason. It was very rude.
He just wanted to give you the rub-ins, like twist the knife a little bit. Yeah.
He did. Okay, this is great. So I will say kind of big changes happening here, right? Like we saw 4 Chandra's Defeat coming in to make room for them. I got lost a little bit, but I think that 2-man or that 1 man or 2-1 came out, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And I appreciate that this list has a Shivan Dragon just hanging out for, I don't know if that's for
Oh,
spice or
I
just a
forgot to say
throwback.
that. I forgot
Like,
to say. Okay, yeah. I also got a message from Zach Dubin saying that he put a Shivan Dragon in, and I believe it was for throwback. Let me just read the message. Let's see.
see, when you're talking about Magic the way Garfield intended, I think that's what we meant. When you're just casting Shivan Dragons the hard way.
So I have a question for you. Have you ever played the game Chandelar? Which is
I have.
so I only really know Shivan Dragon because there's a way to speed run Chandelar that involves having a Shivan Dragon in your deck.
I've heard of people doing that. I've never attempted it, but
I've watched Gabby Sparks do it, and it was very entertaining and it was very cool. And yeah, I know that Shivan Dragon is a really cool card, but that's whenever anyone says the name, I'm like, oh, Chandelar, that's a cool game. I don't know, that's like my thought association for some reason.
For anyone that wants to know how bad the AI was in Chandelar, just know that when you play Sparky in Arena, Sparky's like 100 times smarter than anything you run into in Chandelar.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Actually, there's some streamers in the last year or so have given Chandelar a try. I'm sure there's VODs floating around of them. I even saw the Magic stream doing it about 2 weeks ago, or maybe even 3 weeks ago. So there's probably some good VODs of that game. That is a classic way to play Magic for sure. So we're off to kind of a normal start here for Zach. We have lands that do things. We have a creature that's attacking. We have a Bloodbraid Elf for turn 4. To me, at least looking at his deck, this is on track for what he wants. He has a sideboard card in Chandra's Defeat. So things are going well, but unfortunately that happened last time. Things went well until they didn't go well. So
yeah, and that was exactly it, where just the opponent happened to have the exact cards that were going to get him out of the hole. Like, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. So that Demigod card is just really a beating, right? Let's see. I can pull up.
Oh, so we're using a Terminate. Well, this makes sense, though, because a Terminate here actually stops 3 damage. Because you end up killing a 2/2, and then when it dies, there's no other creatures in play, so the Goblin goes back to being a 1/1. So it's pretty strong Terminate, really. Remy's going for early Buried Alive here.
Okay, so we're going for the triple Demigod, I assume.
Very likely.
So you were saying that there is... So Oversold Cemetery that's the reanimate spell, right? It's at the beginning of your upkeep. If you have 4 or more creatures in your graveyard, you may return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. Mm-hmm. Then once it goes in your hand, then you cast a Demigod and you get 2 more back from your graveyard.
Exactly.
Okay. And then last game, so I'm really slow. I'm just catching back up. But last game, we just had the 4th one in our hand and then was casting it to return the other 3.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Nothing your opponent's going to be able to do there with all that flying damage coming in.
Okay, well, Zach Dubin is currently learning the joys of filter lands on Moto, which I don't like. So we got our Bloodbraid Elf trigger. We got Earthshaker Kenner. Oh, that's also a card I miss a lot. Wow, that card was great. Oh, I loved Earthshaker Kenner. This is going down memory lane for me. I like it.
5-7 damage coming in here.
Okay, and then we have our Flame Javelin in hand. So without anything being affected on the board, we do have lethal next turn. If I'm correct, 7 + 4 is 11. Good job, me. And we have Chandra's Defeat should we need some sort of backup, which...
Oh, this is not good for Remy. We're in a world where we're just having to hard cast a 4/2.
We're also in a world where we're dead, I think. Well, I guess not dead, but we just cast this Bloodbraid Elf, and if it reveals a burn spell, then I think we're dead. Then I think Remy is dead, I should say. But we ended up not going with that plan. Okay, that's fine too. So we're going to attack, get a trade somewhere. No blocks? Blocks? Okay. Take 4, go to 7.
Maybe the thought here is to leave mana up to Chandra's Defeat one of the...
So we also have Scavengers. We have Scavengers Grounds too.
That's true.
So I think that just protects us from the whole combo, right?
Yeah.
Like we can exile the graveyard so the other 3 wouldn't come back, or whatever number wouldn't come back, and then we just have Chandra's Defeat for the one that was if cast. None of which is happening anyway. Also, it's sort of awkward because we can't see Remy's graveyard. I wonder.
It's okay.
You can't
We don't
see
care
it,
about the
right?
graveyard anyway right now.
But there is 3 demigods in it, right?
I think that's what we got earlier.
Okay, just so we're on the same page. So let's say a 4th one gets cast now. We have both the Scavenger Grounds and the Chandra's Defeat to wrap it all up. So we should just be good to go. Okay. It's hard because I couldn't see the graveyard and it was blank. So I thought that we were really far from doing that, but we're actually not. So it looks like that's what's being cast because they're clicking some mana.
Yep.
So it's a cast trigger. So we do have to kill the graveyard now, which we're going to do. So we'll sack this Scavenger Grounds. Okay, so that gets rid of the graveyard. So then those will not resolve. We do have a 5/4 haster. We do have the Chandra Defeat. So I'm pretty certain this game 2 is wrapped up.
Yep.
And steps should be heading to a defeat. Literally. Now we can do the Blood Raid Elf. So Zach Dubin a little bit farther ahead than me. You know, I was trying to get some fancy play with like getting something off Blood Raid Elf, and he's like, no, I'd like to just win for sure. Gaining a haster and attacking in for Kabylion. Okay, let's go to game 3. That's exciting. Well, sideboard first, then game 3. So what do you think of Zach's sideboard plan? You know, just kind of trimmed on his 1-drops and then, you know, brought in some interaction, but for the most part, still trying to be the beatdown. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it made sense to me, really. I mean, just give yourself some level of defense against your opponent's best turn or biggest turn and hope that you can stabilize along the way. Because again, when we're seeing open deck list, you know there's not any like sweepers or anything that you're worried about there. So just try to stick with your plan, believe yourself enough room that you can get rid of 1 or 2 big blockers or attackers, and just get your opponent low enough that maybe a Flame Javelin will get it done in the end.
Can I ask a question about Gleeful Sabotage? Destroy target artifact or enchantment. It's in the deck. It came in from the sideboard.
Well, yeah, because you can get rid of Oversold Cemetery.
Oh, right. I forgot Oversold Cemetery, which, by the way, is a hilarious name for a card. Is an enchantment. Oh, the flavor of that card, just thinking about it, is hilarious.
Yeah,
I can't stop
morbid.
chuckling. I love it. It's great. So yeah, you know, looking at DC Zach Dubin's hand, a little thick, not gonna lie. We got the lovely Shivan Dragon showing up. We do have the Blood Raid Elf and the Flame Javelin. We have 3 lands, Chandra's Defeat. I still think this is a keep, but I could understand wanting a little bit of a smaller hand in mana curve, not just card size.
Yeah, interestingly, because of the speed of the decks and how they could just turn stuff around here, I might have actually sided out the Shivan Dragon, especially on the draw, just with it being 6 mana. But I don't know. I mean, we do have some removal cards in hand. We can kind of like buy some time. Maybe you do just get cast this big 5/5. We'll see.
Yeah, who knows? Like, this is like the cool thing about this tournament is it is a bunch of people showing up to play Magic for fun. Like we talked about the prize structure and all that, but in reality, people are taking their Sunday to play cool cards, and it's completely possible that Zach Dubin is like, I love Shivan Dragon. I'm gonna bring it in and I'm gonna have a great time, and that's so reasonable. Like that's what we're here for. That's what Magic is right now. So let's
now
do
this
it.
Lightning Rift is gonna stand to be really tough for Zach, I think, because so many of his creatures are small. You know, have 2 toughness or less. So some of these are just gonna get picked off with the number of cycling cards that.
So this is when you cycle a card, you may pay 1, and then you may do what to anything?
2 damage
to anything.
Yeah, I believe it is. Let me double check.
Wow, that's sweet. Well, the one thing that we saw in game 1 from DC Sports, it didn't work out for him, but we did see, like, you know, he didn't have a ton of plays until Blood Braid Elf, and then, you know, was able to go off from there. So it's possible that could work in our favor. Like, just a few attacks in with the Blood Braid Elf and some other things that maybe it hits, and then we can finish off with these javelins. Could work. It's a long way away, and it does mean that there'll be no demigods around, but we'll see. We'll see. Where are we at? We're at Zach Dubin's end step.
Yeah, it looks like we're cycling here.
Hey, Shivan Dragon does not have 2 toughness, not even 4 toughness.
Exactly. I mean, he
So
might turn out to be the winner here. Who knows?
big brain plays over there if that's how that works out. You have lightning rifts. I have a 6 mana 5/5.
I mean, when Remy untaps here, if he has a fourth land, I mean, it's unfortunate. You may even cast Bloodbraid Elf and get nothing from it potentially.
Right.
2 1-mana cyclers, you 2 activations of Lightning Rift, lose both creatures possibly.
That would not be great. Not be great. We do have the 3 mana 3/3. So there's one creature we could hit that would not get burnt out by Lightning Rift, right? Okay. We're also doing this on our main phase, which would tell me, and has now showed me, that Remy does not have a 4th land.
Exactly.
Which does bode a little bit better for Zach Dubin. It does mean our Bloodbraid Elf might be able to do some cool things. Ooh, we get to throw a Flame Javelin, haphazardly end of turn. 4 damage. Take that. Untap.
And that seems like a completely reasonable play. I mean, you have another one in hand anyway, in case you need it for some reason to get rid of a 4 toughness thing.
Well, we
but you also are holding
too.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah. No, this is going to be good. One thing I totally forgot is that we do have the Scavenger Grounds, so we're not even really cold to just getting Demigodded out. So this is actually going to be okay. I know we were joking about it, but this Shivan Dragon might actually come into play later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's possible that at that stage, looking at the hand, if we were to draw a couple more land, which we did, this is a big boss that might actually end the game.
Yeah, this is cool. This deck is definitely up my alley for sure. I like some red and green beep or attack cards, as we like to say. So we'll see. So we decided not to show the Scavenger Grounds. I think that's fine. I don't think that Remy would play much differently, but it's might as well keep it in our hand for now.
Oh, and there you go. We got the Ram Gang.
I called it. Nice. Okay, so we have one thing that lives through a Lightning Rift. Do you think it's fair to say there's no more cyclers? Like, would Remy not have tried to go harder on their turn to try and get that 4th land?
I don't think so. I think you're still better off preventing damage if you have the ability to.
Okay, and it looks like you probably called it. Oh, okay, so a Braid, not quite a cycler, but still dealing with one of the problems.
Yeah, because the other issue there is, had he had a cycler and went looking for land, you still end up with just 1 land untapped, and taking an additional 3 there to only be at 9 is a lot scarier.
Right. We do have the Gleeful Sabotage, which I was asking about. I know you said it was for like the Reanimator's card, but this works against the Lightning Rift too, right?
Absolutely.
Sweet.
Now look at this. Now this is a possible. You can pass the turn, deal 4, kill the Lightning Rift, and then land your Shivan Dragon next turn.
Yeah, I love it. So right now we'd have to go to combat. Let that happen. Then on our second main phase, play Gleeful Sabotage, and we already played a land, so then pass, and then we'd have Flame Javelin. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. We also just have Chandra's Defeat if something goes awry. So again, using spells to kill a creature that you can do with Lightning Rift does kind of tell me you're out of cyclers. Yeah, okay. So
because like I understand using the Abrade on the Ram Gang because you can't get rid of it with 1 activation from the Rift.
Right.
But now that we're not using the Rift to get rid of 2 toughness things, that's your sign that the path is now open a little bit.
Okay. Oh, here's what I called. So there's the Demigod coming down now. No Demigods. Wait, were there Demigods to get? I can't tell. There's no graveyard.
I don't believe there were.
There's none, right? We didn't see any.
The whole game's just been about the Lightning Rift and I think 2 cyclers at this point.
So I'm not sure. Okay, so right now you're in Zach Dubin's seat. Your plan was originally to do 4 damage with the Rift, play Dragon, Shivan Dragon, and kind of call that, use all your mana next turn. There was some, I don't know if you saw that, but Zach was considering casting the Flame Javelin, but ended up just going for the Chandra's Defeat. What do you think?
I think it's the correct play. I mean, save the maximum damage you can just to try to sneak that through. Throw it at your opponent's face. All right, so Zach has to take 1 from that City of Brass going down to 16. But we now have the big 5/5 dragon in play.
Okay, this is great. We might have to eat our beginning words, being like, "Oh, this might not be good in the game 3," but
This just made my day that we got to see somebody hard cast a Shivan Dragon.
oh yeah, this is fantastic. And not only that, but with the Shivan Dragon going to 5, we got 7 damage in our hand. I'm new to this math thing, but I'm pretty sure that's 12.
Well, don't forget that the dragon itself has fire breathing.
True. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure. I don't know if Remy has any sort of removal that can deal with the just Shivan or easy. Like, I would be tempted to just get 5 in and not pump. I'm not sure, but let's see how Remy's turn goes to start, and then we'll go from there. This is exciting.
And Remy still has 4 cards, so he could have all kinds of things right now.
Yeah, but DC Sports does have this scavenger grounds, and we know that one demigod is in the yard. So there we go. We did get the graveyard back, which is fantastic. I can now see what's happening, so that's great. But we do have the scavenger grounds. Should we need it? We can't do it on this turn. So if Remy has a demigod this turn, we're in a little bit of trouble, but not a ton of trouble, right?
Yeah, not terribly, because worst case scenario, the Shivan Dragon just block one, and then you can take out the other with a Flame Javelin.
It would mean that we don't have anything to do on to keep attacking, so that wouldn't be super great. Sure. Also, I just realized the demigods are so great. Like, you kill them, and then the next one just brings the other one back.
Yep.
It's terrible. Okay, so this is where we said, we could be in a bit of trouble. How much do we attack for here?
Remy may not attack at all, potentially.
Well, I was thinking about it if Remy attacked with both.
If Remy attacks with both, you just don't block and you go to 5.
Yeah, and then we have lethal, but it's unlikely that happens, but,
Well, yeah, plus Remy has seen that they're playing Chandra's Defeat and whatnot, so
right.
You even leaving just one as a blocker still puts you in potential range of dying, because the Shivan Dragon itself pumps. Oh, wow. He's going for it.
Oh, okay. Any 1 black spells to think about?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, this is 12. I did the math. I was here. I did it.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of that Remy can do with 1 black is just cycle some spells. That's about it.
Well, DC Sports thinks he's got it because there's a GG's in chat. Here we go. Okay, go to combat. DC, what are we doing? Go to combat. There we go. Why for the pump? Just the 1 extra damage, and that is the match.
That was a little bit of excess damage there. That extra 1 pump, but style points with the Shivan Dragon.
You got the Shivan Dragon in play. You gotta pump it, right?
Yeah, you gotta let it fire breathe a little bit.
So that's actually pretty interesting. I really enjoyed that match. I enjoyed seeing DC Sports was the aggressor the whole time, like in game 1, game 2, and game 3. In game 1, unfortunately, he did get a little demigod punked out. Even though they got 3 into the yard, Remy just had 1 in his hand. It's like, okay, well, that's hard to play around, right? But yeah, sideboarded games, those Chandra's Defeat came up huge in both games 2 and game 3. Pretty enjoyable to watch, actually. I hope you feel the same way too.
Yeah, that was a good 3-game set, and I think that shows an example of where you can in some matchups like that, you can just be the beatdown role all 3 games. Yeah, sure, the first one didn't go your way, but that's fine. Like, it's interesting because when you play that style of deck, sometimes you hit the midpoint of a game where you're like, okay, well, maybe I have to take the foot off the gas a little bit. But in this matchup, you don't get that option. You have to just keep going forward and hope they don't get their combo pieces effectively.
Okay, so we're going to head and do more Magic because I don't know if you've heard, but I love watching Magic. And we're going to head back to Ari Lax. We've watched Ari, I think in round 3 and round 4. At least I did. And so we get to go back. He was playing a God Pharaoh's Gift deck with Sphinx and Una and Champion of Wits. And we're watching him play against Matthew Watts. I'm not quite sure. I do see... I just got told by our producer what Matthew Watts is playing, and it's Mono Blue Tron, so I got excited. I will go and grab those deck lists. I'm just trying to figure out... Oh, so we actually did look at this list, actually, when we were doing a little recap. we looked at the Tron list because it had God of Pharaoh's Gift in it as well. And I remember, I don't know if we looked at the exact list, but I remember thinking, oh, yes, that's a good combination of things. Lands that tap for lots of mana and God Pharaoh's Gift, which is a really cool card. I miss that card a lot. That was good standard.
Yeah, I will say this Aura of Silence is one of the cards, at the beginning of the day that I was looking at from, again, we were talking about those older sets that really do have some good niche roles to play in these matchups. So it's cool to see that this is getting sideboarded in here.
Okay, so where are we in the match? So we're likely in a game 3 would be my guess. Maybe game 2, but I'm going to guess game 3. We have the little looter coming in.
Yeah, it looks like the Aura Silence sacrificed to kill the Hollow One.
Oh, so you're talking about this Aura of Silence, the 3-mana enchantment?
Yeah, it makes artifacts and enchantment spells your opponents play cost 2 more, but you can also sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment.
That's cool. I like that. Okay, so what is Ari up to? So we have to go to our turn. We have a strategic planning. We have an Uno, which we can't cast yet. I can't see our graveyard, but I don't imagine. So I see a Sphinx, but I don't see a God Pharaoh's Gift. Okay, so we could take... I was going to say we could take the Restoration, but it looks like we took the Exalted Angel. You talked to me about this card in the beginning of the event, right? You said it wasn't in this deck, but you were talking about morphing it and then flipping it over for 4 mana is so much better than paying 6.
Yeah, especially because in this deck where you have those cheaper spells, you want to be able to play on the same turn and be able to do more things. Like just getting it down, especially here, say against Mono Blue Tron, they don't have a ton to do to your morph guy. So there's a very good chance you're going to get it on the cheap.
Okay, it does look like we decided to go with the Aura instead. Keep ourselves protected from any more God Pharaoh's Gifts or anything like that. So that's pretty reasonable.
It's totally understandable.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who's the beatdown in this matchup. What do you think?
I would say most likely it's going to be Ari's Seed at this point.
Okay. So we do have a second Tron piece for Ari's opponent, for Matthew. I assume he's just got the third one in his hand. That's just how Tron players work, so that's great.
Yeah. Or they'll just draw it. They always do.
Yeah, of course. I do. I really always do.
Yeah, but here we don't really mind. You're just taking 1 damage, go to 16. Kind of just being patient. You've got some life gain in your hand, even with the Exalted Angel.
Oh, this is interesting. So this card says each player discards any number of cards, then draws that many cards. So that's each player. So we could have done that if we wanted to?
Yep.
Huh.
But there's not much reason to here, right? Where you can cast Una, you can get your Exalted Angel down. Like there's not much you're going to draw that's better for Ari at this point. So you just keep what you have.
Well, what I'm thinking of is like that's a pretty risky card to have in a God Pharaoh's Gift matchup. Would you not say? Like, it works for you, but it also works for your opponent. They might need the help more. Also, for what it's worth, there is only one Una in Ari's main deck, but I believe there's a second one in the sideboard.
Yep.
Okay. I was like, I only saw one, but there's one in the sideboard too. It's a pretty powerful card. We actually saw, I think I was with Carlin, but I think we saw like a Una like huge activation. I can't remember if that was with you. What round? That was,
with me, we saw the Una activation that unfortunately didn't end the game because of a weird situation with the swans going off.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was like the second match of round 1, maybe. I can't remember.
Right. Yeah, that was fun. I really like the Una card. In a different round, I got to also see someone play Reese the Redeemed, which is another past commander in Caroline's commander history.
Fun card. Make all really the tokens.
Fun. Yeah. So those they all just came from Lorwyn or whatever.
Shadowmoor.
Shadowmoor, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a block of Lorwyn, right?
Yep.
Nice. I did it. Well, it's funny because if there are Magic players today that won't really know what you mean by block. Like a lot of sets these days are just one-off sets. So I did start in Theros, so I do know about the 3 blocks. But it is possible like players are going to be like, wait, what? What do you mean a block format?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, Champion of Wits. What a card.
Yep. The thing is, though, kind of what are we doing with Champion here, though? What are you looking for?
Why did we discard this hollow one? Wait, how did the hollow one get in the graveyard? We discarded with Flux.
Yeah.
But why? I guess we'd have to pay mana. Like, I guess it isn't cheaper.
I mean, it would cost more because the Aura of Silence is on the table. It makes it cost 6. Also, but I mean, you would reduce it by 2. It still would cost 4.
Yeah, I guess it's not doing that great. Oh, Fairy Macabre is cool, right?
Yeah.
Remind me what that does. Fairy Macabre. What's a sideboard card?
Yeah, you discard it, and then you can remove up to 2 creatures from a graveyard, or 2 cards from a graveyard.
Oh, cool. Oh, that seems great in the matchup. In the, like, Godfarrow's Gift mirror. That's pretty cool.
All right, so here we are taking one again.
Again, back at it again. I like it.
So 16, 14, still a lot of play here.
Oh, okay. So first we have to get through the mini game of using our Mystic Gates. Once we get through that mini game, then we get to cast Una. So that's fun. I love Una. And now I think the world of taking 1 is probably coming to an end. But we might start taking 2, so we'll see.
I would trust that to be true.
I guess you're like, where's your thoughts? So Matthew attacks with his 2/1 champion. Are you going to block with your champion?
Not interested.
No, you don't.
Not
you don't
really.
want to. I guess because they would get the 4/4 before you would, and the cards.
Yeah, I don't really want to go that route.
Okay, fair. Oh, Nimble Obstructionist.
We're just straight up playing a Nimble Obstructionist
into a 5/5 flyer, though.
I feel like there's more to this. This is one of those plays that, like, when I see my opponent make it, I kind of look and go, okay, what narrative are you trying to tell me here?
Yeah, that's a good thing to think about. It's not. Ooh, okay. Speaking of narratives, what's going through your brain here? What card could they have against this 3/1?
Yeah, it's kind of like.
Let me just dig around a little.
What's going on here? Like, what am I worried about?
So Consign like sort of does it, but it's like then you just block, so it's not that cool.
Yeah, that just bounces a thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not seeing anything that is screaming I have a trick, so I don't know what's happening. But let's find out. What happened? We took damage? Yeah, we did. Okay, well,
I can't blame them. Like, if you can't figure out like what's kind of happening, you just let the damage through. But truthfully, I don't know. I feel like I especially with another Una in hand, I might just say F it and just block it.
Yeah, that's a good point. We have backup Una, and we're also only 1 land away from being able to morph Exalted Angel.
Oh, you know what? What if he has a Grim Poppet in hand? Is that in his list?
That I didn't see. Oh, it is.
Okay, that could have been what it was.
Okay, good call. So when it comes into play with 3/-1 counters, remove a negative counter from Grim Poppet, put it on another creature. Okay, you did it. You solved the puzzle. But we get to attack back for 5, and now we just have Una tokens for days if we need them. And we drew a land. So, we play our Angel. If we need it, it can get morphed up. If we don't need it, we can make Una tokens. Like, things are pulling ahead for us for sure. And this Angel...
And the Aura Silence can just get rid of the hollow one if you want to as well.
Exactly, yeah. And this Angel has pseudo lifelink, like fake lifelink.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you had an enchantment on this Angel that said the equipped creature has lifelink, would it gain twice X life? Or has it been errated to have lifelink?
I think it's probably been errated to have lifelink. I think because most of the cards that have been worded like that got updated.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to trick you because I actually really didn't know the answer. I was kind of curious. Okay, so there is a new-ish copy of the card, and it still says when it deals damage, gain that much life.
Interesting. Then, yeah.
So it looks like it was printed. It has a really fancy mythic symbol. So it's in probably some sort of master set. Let me go see. Should I take to the internet? Are we curious about this? I bet you. I bet you chat. So the nice thing, we're on delay. So chat's probably like,
You idiots! Of course it works this way. Like,
yeah, it's this way. I'm telling you, listen to us. It's like 5 minutes in the future. Let
that's
us
right.
know.
I'm totally good being wrong. It doesn't bother me at all. My
Yeah,
job's just to be entertaining. I can
I
be
have really no
wrong along
idea.
the way.
Let's find out.
All right, so the Grim Poppet cost a bunch. It cost 9 because of the aura silence. Now it's just a matter of what do we block and what do we kill? If we kill anything with the aura silence. Or are we just going to make Una tokens? No, we're flipping the angel. All right. So the angel's up. You could still block the 1-2 safely, and the Poppet won't kill the angel.
Okay, I got an answer for us. I disappeared for a second, but you held down the fort, and according to the internet, who knows, that might not be correct, but it does not have official lifelink, which has two things. One, if you add lifelink to it, it does get double lifelink. But two, it's a trigger, and therefore you can, I think you can die in combat.
Well, it looks like Ares taking the win on that one, by the way.
Which is I wasn't following, but okay, Ari won.
I think the problem there is like there's just not going to be any way to come back. Like the angel can block something small, gain a bunch of life. You could chump block even the hollow one if they wanted to. Then you're also getting a bigger champion of wits, and you still have Una tokens. Like you're going to be able to come real close to just ending the game the next turn anyway.
So did we end up flipping the angel?
Yeah.
In response to combat, that's why Matthew scooped. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was interesting. Sorry, I went a little deep dive. I sometimes get
it's totally
fascinated by interesting cards. So it looks like we don't have a ton of magic in our feature area, but we might have magic elsewhere. But guess what? We don't, because I just found out. So that does mean some cool things, though. It does mean we are about to figure out our top 8. Which is always a fun part of the tournament. And it means something even cooler, maybe, to some people. We are going to get a special guest in shortly. That's going to, maybe we'll take a break to do that, I think. That's my guess. Okay, we're going to take a break to do that. And we're going to bring Sam Black in. I think it's going to be you and me hanging out with Sam Black, if you're cool with that.
Totally works.
Awesome. I lied. Sorry. Daquan, I got you so hyped. I'm actually gonna.
It's okay. I'll meet Sam
Carly.
another time.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh gosh. Okay. We're gonna bring back Carlin. We're gonna bring in Sam Black. We're gonna chat about our 3 categories. Talk about deck lists. Talk about Sam's process. Get us all through round 8 or round 6, rounding out. Get everyone all ready. Probably get some more feature players, so we'll have to move some people around, etc. We'll come back. We'll do all that. We'll get ready and we'll be into the quarters. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll see everybody in about 5 minutes. Bye.
Have you ever felt? Are you listening? Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, welcome back. Man, I like these breaks. I go and learn some cool things. If we talk about Demigod later, I got some knowledge. Welcome on back. In fact, Carlin, I hadn't seen you in a whole round, so welcome back.
And hiding, yeah.
Enjoyed your round off, and we have a bonus person with us. I'd like to welcome Sam Black to our cast. Hello.
He's shy, but he's coming.
Okay, I lied. Sam's not here. No worries. He will be here shortly. It's possible we're in the future for Sam, but we'll figure that out. We do have Sam on, which will happen in a second, to talk about some cool things. Let's recap why we're grabbing a mystery cool person on, and that's to talk about our bonus feature. So we have a lot of players here showing up to play some Magic. We do have prizes for top 8. We've gone over that. That's super sweet. But we have some cool things. We have these bonus different amounts, or 3 different amounts. Nope. Mm-hmm. Prizes. There we go. Of $10 each from the mythicstore.com store credit. And there's 3 categories. So we have best choice, which is just kind of like the best deck. Who showed up? Who solved it? Who broke it? Best deck. We have sweetest brew. I had some choices with that, so I'm pretty excited. And then we also just have most powerful deck that isn't best choice. 3rd time running this. I still have not managed to get that title changed. I need a better title. But basically saying, we have all these great decks. We had a best deck. What's second best? What's also up there? What's pretty cool? So hopefully we can get our Sam Black situation solved. I assume Sam will just start talking when we're good to go. So we don't know what Sam's picked yet. We want to be in suspense, but Do you have anything on your mind, Carlin? Like what's a brew that you saw that you're pretty excited for?
Brew? I mean, I wouldn't say it's a brew. I would say I guess it could go under like it didn't do perform well, but Boomer Control looked sweet, but it didn't really perform well. Maybe so. I guess that could go for like most powerful deck that isn't the best choice. Like it was doing a lot of powerful things, but it just wasn't quite enough to actually get there.
And this was the Demigod deck?
The Boomer Control.
Oh, the Boomer Control.
Astral
Sorry.
Slide.
Oh yeah, you would pick that. You
course.
Told us at the beginning you would pick that.
Because it's doing lots of powerful things, but it just kind of wasn't enough to get there.
Okay, so I have a quick question. What is the reasoning for labeling it Boomer Control other than being funny? Why is it saying why is red white control?
Mostly probably to be funny, but also just running 4 Wrath of God is very Boomer. Okay. Since that's if anybody that's played Magic a long time, like you hear Mangu say it, that's like the colloquial slang for like any Wrath effect now. It's just Wrath of God.
Oh, okay.
So
I
you
didn't
just
make
hear
that connection. Okay.
Yeah, and Astral Slide's a card that it's a Boomer favorite, so it's Boomer Control because it's just running Boomer favorites, like kind of.
Okay, yeah, because to me, it was interesting that a deck got labeled Boomer Control in the sense that it was a red and white deck.
Yeah,
and that's not really a classic control combo strat. And I felt like the things I know about old Magic mean blue is usually the control, so I wasn't really following it. But
it's just a node to like Boomer cards that people like that also did see some play in certain control decks, but definitely not overall a traditional control deck. Like Kitchen Finks didn't exist in traditional Boomer control, but Astral Slide and Wrath of God and stuff like that did. So it's kind of like a little bit half and half, I guess.
Okay, so we are going to pivot a little bit just while we are working on some audio issues. I know you're all super excited to hear about our 3 winners of our bonus things, but let's talk about the tournament that we are playing. We actually do have a top 8, I think. To my knowledge, we're done with round 6. I should see... so I see 18 points. That's 6-0. So yep. I think if the producer gods will have it, they might be able to show you the top 8 in a second. Oh, wow. Showing top 8 right now. We're great. Okay. Wow. And it's loud in here, but that's okay.
I also, excuse me. I also did enjoy there was my favorite. What did you have a favorite deck name that wasn't Boomer Control?
Okay. So I did. I was recovering from some distractions, but I really liked Mono Red Elves. I've come full circle on it. Mono Red Elves is in our top 8, which we'll talk about. But DC Sports named their deck Mono Red Elves, which is very confusing because they're both red and green cards. Right. But I've come around on it. Did you have a favorite?
Yeah, I liked Chain of Plasma Go Bird.
Oh,
because it's a reference to that meme Go Burr, where you just smirk down.
I like it. I know that Where Are My Pants was also a good deck list name. So let's look at these players. Like we got, some of these deck lists I think I can remember. So we have Green Red Beatdowns, which I think is really just very similar to the Mono Red Elves list, if I'm correct. It's very similar. They're just this green-red aggro deck, so that's pretty cool. They're 6-0, going in first place. We have second place. We have Isaac with Where's My Pants, which is a green-white creature deck without any pants, without any enchantments. We have DC Sports with green-red beats as well. Philip, which we've been watching. I think we saw Philip a couple times with the Grixis Swan deck. Pretty cool in fourth place. We have Fabian with also Grixis Swans. Question mark? No. Fabian was on.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry. Fabian was on just the usual Swan Seismic Assault deck as well, which we saw a lot of. But he had the Bloodbraid Elf to try to always cascade into half your combo piece, which is nice. You get a beater with haste plus that. And then we saw also in top 8, my favorite deck was the Oversold Cemetery Demigod Revenge deck with Buried Alive. So you just go get Buried Alive, put some demigods in the bin, cycle some cards, and you know, there you go.
Wow.
Bob's your
Did
uncle.
not know I disappeared. Sorry. Um, so yeah, I think I covered Bastion. You took over for me. Then we have Alex on
Mm-hmm.
I guess like a Jund list.
Yeah,
what I'm
good
seeing
old
here?
Maelstrom
Yeah,
Pulse,
Jund
Jund him
list.
out.
And then we have Ari sneaking in at 8th place with 4 and 2, and Ari is playing the God Pharaoh's Gift deck, which we saw a couple different times. So pretty cool top 8. So I think. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is, unfortunately, you may have noticed, Sam Black did not join us. We did not trick you. We are scrambling and trying to figure it out.
There he is.
Or I've been tricked. Wow.
He hath arrived.
Wait until I said that we don't have Sam Black to appear. Just kidding, we have Sam Black.
Sorry about that. Hi.
That's okay. How's it going?
Good. I mean, my usual tech incompetence has been resolved. I managed to figure out testing all of the various options in my speakers until I found one that worked, and I'm here now.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Luckily, I'm very good at vamping, so here we are. So Sam, we are trying to get top 8 firing. So let's kind of go straight into it. So I'm gonna quickly recap, tell everyone what you're doing, and then we'll go through one by one. So you're handing out. You've spent like hours and hours slaving away at looking at all the deck lists, I assume.
Yeah, a few minutes.
Yeah, sure. And you're gonna highlight your best choice, your sweetest brew, and then a deck that isn't quite the best choice, but still pretty powerful. That makes sense?
Yeah. At least, I mean, I hope it made sense to me, since that's the criteria I was using when I made my selections.
Let's go for it. So why don't you give us maybe like a little overview of what you saw, just in general?
Let me. I'll just talk through my process if you don't mind.
You got 5 minutes. Spill everything.
Basically, I just clicked through not all of the deck lists, but all the deck lists that were doing reasonably, in round 5 or whatever. I looked at about 30 of the decks, and I basically, identified some patterns, some various like cards that people were drawn to frequently and were building around, and made a list of the various archetypes people were playing. Things that stood out that people were doing. People were building around Swans of Argol in some fashion, with Seismic Assault in all cases. There were various like Jund or Jund-ish, kind of like mid-range Bloodbraid Elf with more than 2 colors type decks, often with the Scarab God. There are some kind of generic control decks. There was like mono red aggro, red green aggro, God Pharaoh's Gift decks, cycling decks, and then there are a few different ramp decks. And when I'm the judge, you're not going to get any points for slotting good creatures and efficient spells onto a curve. I'm looking for decks that do something interesting, find ways to use the various cards that are available to build something, greater than the sum of their parts or pretty cool, rather than just like, all right, well, you've figured out which 1-drops and 2-drops were better than the other 1 and 2-drops, and you put the right numbers in to build a red aggro deck. Like, that's a respectable way to win some matches, but it's not going to win you any judging contests that I'm a part of. So then looking for people who are doing sweet things, I really liked... so the deck that I chose for Best Brew was... Is that the name of the category?
I think it's called Sweetest?
Best Choice. No, Best Choice.
Oh, Best Choice. Okay. Yep.
So this one, I felt like, Best Choice has to be informed reasonably substantially by the standings. So hopefully Fabian Field, or I hope that's the correct pronunciation of that last name.
Works for me.
Didn't crash and burn after when I saw the standings, but it looked like Fabian was doing well. And I liked what's going on here. I liked that it was more all-in than the other Swans decks. And I really liked, in particular, the use of cycling lands to get the land count super high while just being able to cycle to find the pieces. There were some other Swans decks that weren't using cycling lands, and I felt like that was a big oversight for the decks that weren't. And there were just like various other things about some of the more all-in Swans decks that I didn't like, whereas this one really reminded me of the like standard version of this combo deck that existed for a while, in a good way, but in a way that made useful additions of, in particular, the other lands that were available. I really like the use of Lotus Veil to make Seismic Assault castable off whatever you happen to have, and I really loved the cycling lands. So I liked that this deck was doing something fairly interesting that, identified combos in the format rather than just like individual like cards that were just, above rate or like better at their spot in the curve than the other cards in the format. And I really liked its use of so between just being a well-made version of a good combo deck and doing well in the tournament, I felt like that was a reasonable choice. All the best choice.
Cool. Do you have like so the next category is sort of this, we'll skip the sweetest brew for a second. We'll go to kind of the best choice that isn't the best choice.
Yeah, the strongest deck that wasn't the best choice. So to me, that's a deck that's like doing something pretty cool, but might not have fit the metagame perfectly. This is a like good, coherent deck building effort, but with a tournament like this where you're playing, it's like week one of a format, basically, right? Like, just people don't know what other stuff people are going to bring. It's just like find something sweet and hope it lines up well. So this is a category to my mind is for someone who did a great job of finding something sweet, but it happened to not line up well for whatever reason. Its strengths didn't play to the pressures that the format put on decks, and so while it might have like been an internally consistent, strong, interesting deck, it might not have done as well in the tournament. That was my understanding of what I should be looking for here. And also, some amount of like points just for like doing something different than what other people are doing. Like, this is a place in my mind to give credit for like finding, one level down, like something that's not the most common, like interesting combos that people find or whatever. And so, my choice for this one was kind of the one green ramp deck that I saw. This was, I sent it to you. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, it's Joshua Bausch? Yeah, so I posted the link in that Discord there. So it's this mono green.
Yeah, it's like
it's green black.
Actually. Right, it's like green black Tron. There was one other player who was just on stream, I believe, who was playing mono blue Tron. But this is a very different. Like, that was more like mono blue that incidentally has some Tron, right? Like, there's no way to find the Tron lands in mono blue. It's just like, see if I draw them, and then I can, do some more explosive stuff with my mana, and I'm mono blue, so the colorless lands don't hurt me that much. Mm-hmm. This deck was, actually finding Tron with Hour of Promise, and it didn't need to Tron to ramp, and then Torment of Hailfire is kind of its like big finish, right? Like, it's just a whole bunch of ramp spells, some removal. I really liked the inclusion of Ensnaring Bridge, and then it just tries to like use Hour of Promise to assemble Tron and just get a bunch of mana, and then Torment of Hailfire someone to death, which is, I felt like, a pretty unusual way to approach like, what do I do with all this mana in a format where the normal go-to mana sinks aren't available. And I just thought that this was like a pretty clever way to handle building a ramp deck in a format where it was clear that some big mana stuff was available, but less clear what to do with it.
Yeah, this is right up my alley. I'm sure if I had this list, this is what I would have played. It looks really fun. I love Hour of Promise. What a card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so we covered some powerful stuff. What's the sweetest thing that you saw today?
Well, so for Sweetest Brew, I actually, again, like, the goal is to win, right? Like, I'm not looking for someone who built like some, funny theme deck or something. Like, if you're like the sweetest deck, part of being a sweet deck is in a competitive setting is doing something that actually works. So here I'm looking for both like cool interactions, different approach than other people, while still also being, competitive and functional. So I didn't know which player to award this to because two players had the same deck. And that's Remy Fortier and Bastien Perez Asael or something along those lines.
Yeah, works for me.
And this deck was red-black Lightning Rift, Oversold Cemetery, a bunch of red-black cycling. But I really liked the use of Buried Alive, Demigod of Revenge, Oversold Cemetery with cycling creatures and Lightning Rift, and the way that all these different pieces play together, right? Like Buried Alive turns on your Oversold Cemetery. It also just turns on the Demigod. Like if you draw one Demigod of Revenge, you Buried Alive the other three, and then you have this 5 mana 20 damage combo. But if you don't draw a Demigod of Revenge, you also just get to you can Buried Alive for Demigod 1 mana cycler or something, and then set up this Oversold Cemetery cycler draw engine. You also don't need Buried Alive to set up the Oversold Cemetery engine. You also have Lightning Rift with all these cycling things. You have Vile Manifestation as another payoff for cycling, or for just Buried Alive to put cycling things in your graveyard. So I liked that this deck had synergies on top of synergies, where its cards it's not like they just identified a single combo. They identified various packages and clusters where cards worked well with in groups. Like this works well with this, and you don't need all three of these. Just any two will do something good. So I felt like this was a very tight, coherent deck that did something a little different and interesting, and had just kind of a bunch of small scale synergies and generally good cards.
Yeah, we actually saw this deck a couple times, and one of them is in the top 8, so I think it did a good job.
That was easily my favorite deck of the tournament. That was super cool.
Sweet, Sam. Thanks so much. I really appreciated your insight on how you picked our second category. Our second category of strongest deck that isn't the strongest deck, or whatever it's called, the worst title in the history of ever. That's a really hard one to pick, because it's you don't want to pick just the second best deck. The way you worded it was really cool. You kind of said hey, this deck on paper is a pretty powerful thing that this person approached the format as. Unfortunately, it didn't fall their way, but I get kind of where they were coming from, and that was a cool way to approach that topic.
I think it's just really easy to build. So cool. Oh, this is a deck that would beat mid-range decks. Oh, but no one's playing mid-range decks. They're playing faster combo decks. So it's not going to do that well, because the faster combo decks will beat it, but it's maybe more resilient against control decks or something like that. And it just ended up the metagame broke the wrong way.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I also appreciate you taking the time to join us for today. Dole out some sweet store credit to themythicstore.com. And I really hope that you enjoy hanging out, or enjoy watching the top 8. See if some of your predictions come through, because Fabian is also in the top 8. So you have 2 of your deck winners are battling it out. So that'll be pretty exciting. And for us, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to let everything settle, get all those top 8s ready to go. And we'll see you all back here in about 4 minutes. Bye.
All right. All right, everybody, we are back. Got the top 8 here. What are you excited to see, Power Dragon? What do you think? I know we saw the green red beats is in top 8, so I'm pretty sure you're excited to see that.
I am excited because we have a format where 2 beatdown decks finished 1 and 2 in our standings. So it's pretty hard to be upset about that, honestly.
Yeah, I saw that. We got a lot of swans flying around too.
Yeah, so I don't know if they just dodged a lot of bullets or their sideboards worked out perfectly, but yeah, this is cool because when you looked at all those other decks we saw early in the event, had no way to know that this is what the outcome was going to be.
I'm very excited to see Where Are My Pants. That looks pretty sweet with Shield of the Oversoul and Appeal Authority and just a lot of, got some pants, some dudes and some pants.
Yeah, and that's a little interesting too because they get to play against one of the other aggro decks in the top 8. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see how that works itself out.
All right, let's see who we've got featured first here. We'll jump right in. All right, Luca Moretti versus Ari Lax.
Yep. So
Feature
we're
match
coming in here,
1.
looks like turn 3 for Luca here.
Oh, you're going in 10. Got it. I was gonna watch. I could watch Ari's side. We can get both ways, but we should probably be synced up. All right, mine is loading.
Yeah, this is a big deal too because being the number 1 seed, the number 1 player gets to pick player draw.
Oh yeah, kind of important.
Oh.
All right.
All right. Looks like we should be good here.
Well, we'll see what's going on here.
Well, we did have an aggressive start. All right. There we go.
And this is against Ari Lax, and Ari is on. Let's just pop the top 8 here. Ari's on God for His Gift, so not a Swans deck.
Yeah.
But and he doesn't have interesting choice. He does have 2 Wrath of God in the side and 2 in the main, which could probably be a bit of an issue for an aggro deck.
Possibly, but there are a fair amount of haste creatures on the side of the table, so even if you do wipe the board, being able to just punch through is pretty big. But it looks like just going to concede there, getting a restoration on a big lifelinker. Looked like that was going to close things out.
Let's see. What do you think the sideboard's going to look like here?
Let me take a look because there's a big situation here that Ari has the ability to get the big Sphinx in, and with the Sphinx being pretty effectively protection from Luca's deck, like it's going to be hard to punch through that.
Mm-hmm. It looks like, and since this is Ari here, he has the main deck Sphinx of the Steel Wind. We saw some of these decks running 3 in the side. Ari just said, you know what? This is a really good card, so we're just going to run 4 in the main. Uh, that 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 might be a little bit of an issue, and four Kitchen Sphinx as well. So this deck is a little bit more set up to deal with aggro, and not including the main deck Wrath of Gods, and then you have the Restoration card as well to just like you can wrath your own board and then just bring your Sphinx back. So it's looks like he was ready for aggro, and a little bit of combo too with the main deck mana leaks.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a tough situation for sideboarding. I mean, I'm not sure which way Luca wants to go, because maybe you just try to Blood Moon and slow the opponent down, or bring in your Fulminator mages. Just do what you can to let your smaller creatures kind of just punch their way through while the opponent has to stumble a little bit to try to get those big sphinxes that you're afraid of.
Ari does have 8 total basics. So not a lot, but enough where you could play around a Blood Moon, but it would definitely be a hindrance, considering there's 4 island, 3 plains, and just a single swamp, which swamp's probably not going to be relevant. I think that's kind of just a free roll. If you ever have to just cast Sphinx of the Steel Wind, I think Ari wants to be able to do that.
All right. Looks like we kept 6 there is what we came back to. So this isn't a bad start here, though. I mean, you're going to have a haste creature on 2 for 2 damage. Possibly just try to Fulminator, slow the opponent down, potentially.
Yeah, definitely. I could see it, or I could see Mud Brawler next turn to boost the other creature as well, and then maybe Fulminator, or you could play Fulminator, attack, and then sack it. But Ari might be playing around a Blood Moon.
Yeah.
And Fulminator as well, since he fetched exactly those basics we were talking about. And he's probably not really ever worried about the swamp in this matchup. So Ari might just try to completely play around Fulminator if he can.
Yeah, smartly done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can play around something, you might as well.
Yeah, and here we are just going for the more aggressive attack because Fulminator doesn't really do much here.
Yeah, it's a 2/2 for 3, which is not really a very good deal. Plus, this is just putting more power. This is 6 more power on the board.
Yeah, you put Ari down to 12, and so you've got half the life or half the damage you need already on the table.
Yeah, the kitchen sink.
Yep.
Kind of a bane of aggro decks. It's just got a lot of relevant abilities, and the body's pretty good at trading with most things. But Fulminator Mage going to take care of that land.
Yeah, you just get in there with everything.
Send in, as Mango says, just send in the team. Just keep attacking.
I mean, it's not a lot you can do. I mean, you did all that attacking, and the opponent still ended up at 12. So that's a little bit disheartening.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the issues of just being ready with main deck Kitchen Sphinx. It's
and a second one. Yeah, that's
brutal.
It's real difficult.
All right, Flame Javelin is definitely a card. It's interesting because I just think at this point you do really have a choice but to just keep attacking and trading off and hoping Ari runs out of Sphinxes.
Maybe.
His deck has ways to dig though, and it's like he's never going to run out of card advantage first over the the aggro deck that doesn't draw cards.
Yeah, this might end up being a pretty quick one.
Yeah, I mean Ari being at 15, and basically he got Fulminator maged, but I mean other than that, he's got all his basics in play, which is just kind of ruins, any top decks for land destruction.
Well, even beyond that, like he kind of exhausted Luca's resources at this point, and he's still at 15.
Yeah, that's a safe number. That's a very safe number. I think it would take a chain of maybe Bloodbraid Elves As actually, let me double check. I might have just said something is not in this deck. No, it is.
Yeah, if he were to rip like Bloodbraid into Ram Gang and then another Bloodbraid into something, maybe. But that's probably the
Yeah, I
only way you're
think
getting
that's
out of
about
this.
the. That's probably the only way out. Is every spell you're gonna have to cast is gonna be a 2-for-1 because that's what Ari's gonna do.
Hmm. Yeah, and we're holding this Flame
Because
Javelin, but it doesn't do a whole lot at this stage.
yeah, Flame Javelin is just.
Yep,
Well, I mean, we get an Unearth. That's nice. That's. I mean, it's a mana sink, right? It's haste.
yep.
It's something to do.
And it's totally reasonable. I mean, that is 4 damage.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Unearth is great when you're in matchups like this, where at least when you get Wrath or you just run out of stuff. The problem is Ari's just not really going to run out of cards.
No,
At
not
least it
at this
doesn't
stage.
feel like that. Strategic planning with Kitchen Sphinx is very nice, by the way. It's so cool to be able to put that X on there and then sack your Kitchen Sphinx, gain 2 more life, and just do what you need to do.
You know what's interesting? I was wondering, like, did Luca want to discard the Flame Javelin and see if maybe knowing that you're going to have to try to find something, like we're talking about, like a Bloodbraid Elf or something of that nature at this stage of the game?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the plan is to just keep. The problem is he's not really getting any damage in, and Ari's just going draw card, draw card, draw card, filter,
Hmm.
filter, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's
Well,
going to
yeah,
do it.
there we go. So it turns out that that's a pretty good magic card against red green decks have trouble dealing with the protection from red and red and green.
Yeah, and this is kind of what happens sometimes in a limited format, right? Like you do have, these sets to choose from, but you do have to look and say, okay, what are the worst possible things for me? And sometimes you probably end up having to play 1 or 2 really weird or bad cards to give
Yeah,
yourself a chance. Like in this case, maybe the red green deck needed to be looking for some type of artifacts to give themselves a shot to either remove the graveyards or,
exactly.
like a Tormod's Crypt or something. I have to go back and see what's available, but I mean, something on that level to even give you a shot, of not dying in those situations.
Yeah, it's always interesting just the way you can have to make such interesting, if maybe wrong, but greatly rewarded if you're correct meta calls.
Oh, for sure.
All right, chop into Fabian here. See what we got going on. I smell some swans. Smell some swans cooking.
Yep. So we've got Swans against against Swans is what we have going on here.
The old, the old Swan v Swan. And it's Grixis Swans versus what's yes, it's the one that this is the one that's all in on the 42 versus the
Yeah.
25 lands. So it'd be interesting to see who wins because last time we saw that the Grixis Swans deck really didn't get there because they just couldn't do enough to stop the 42 Swans.
Well, yeah. So this is interesting. I don't know. I mean, I guess you bring in like Hour of Glory, because it just outright exiles and can break up a combo.
Yeah,
But,
I think you have to. The risk in this matchup, as we saw a couple games ago, is you end up both playing the same deck, but one of you is better at finding your pieces because you're all in,
sure.
which is the 42 lands, right? So you kind of, if your opponent plays a Swans and you play Seismic Assault, you're the first, you kind of just run this risk of you have 42 lands, so there's a bigger chance you're not going to go out first, right? You're not going to
Yeah.
brick on something to pitch.
All right, this is an interesting hand to start with here.
I don't know if it's a snapper, but it's something to consider.
I mean, you're a land away from getting to use a Bloodbraid Elf, so that's something, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And we know that the Grixis deck is going to have an issue Like they're going to bring in, they have mana leaks and terminates, and so it would be reasonable to just keep a hand where you have a lot of double value
Yeah.
because they're going to one for one you or try to most of the time.
We're setting up a Mind Stone here on 2, just kind of building his mana a little bit. And we didn't. Oh, weren't able to cycle. That's a 2 mana cycler, so we couldn't have done that
Yeah,
anyway.
it's one of the it's a 2 mana cycle. It's not quite a good of a deal.
This is interesting too that the gemstone mine came down here instead of like the mountain or the city of brass.
Yeah, I don't know if it's to preserve life total or just, casting mountain is safer. I think you have basic access to most of your colors. One reason I could see is they have the card that shuffles your is it your library back? I think it's just your lands back into your hand or library from your graveyard. So they might want to use it as many times as they can while not taking damage, and then cycle. That's the only thing I could probably think of, but that's probably fairly marginal.
Yeah, this is interesting. Taking a different line than I would. I would have probably just played the mountain there and then just cycled away the desert since I already have 4 mana in hand.
Yeah. No, I feel like
I mean, I
one of
guess
the
you
ways.
still need, well, yeah, because you would still have access to the double white when you needed it too. So
Mhm.
yeah, I'm not really sure what the line or the thought process was there.
I also just feel that not doing anything till turn 4 against your terminate mana leak opponent is not very good. I don't know what the fastest start would be, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's that.
Yeah, like I said, it just feels weird here that you're gonna have to give up a counter off of this gemstone mine for no reason, really.
Because I think when either person wins this match, they just win the match. I don't know if the
Sure.
2 damage is really, the 1 damage they taken from the brass would have been like insane, but both things resolved. So
Also very awkward.
we might, yeah, we might just. It'd be crazy to just go. I do nothing on turn till turn 4. Then I play Bread Braid, get Seismic, and then next turn I Swan you. Like, it doesn't seem likely, but it is feeling likely.
But is swans like? Do you end up in a game of chicken in this match if you're playing swans? Since you both have seismic
Yeah.
assault, right? Like you try to discard and go off. Your opponent's like, fine, I'll discard like 3 things. You discard a thing. I'm going to discard a thing. Well, now I'm drawing my cards first, and
Yeah.
maybe load my hand up. It can go off,
I
especially if
think
you're the one with 40 lands, right?
exactly. Oh, Consign is nice. Ooh.
Okay.
And then this Swans might get terminated after they might draw a couple cards first, right? And then
Yeah.
terminate the Swans, and that seems like a pretty good deal.
That's what I assume is going to happen here. At
Yeah,
least 1 or 2 triggers at the swans. Nope, we're just outright terminating it.
I guess there's no land in hand, or at least you wouldn't. You would assume that you would discard 1 land as a little bit of a free roll, draw 2 cards, but
Yeah, absolutely.
maybe they really need both of the spells. They might not have just. I guess you could see if you draw a land as well. Kind of interested in the logic of maybe seeing if you could just draw a card.
So we're just passing here. I mean, if there's no land, I mean, yeah, your Bloodbraid Elf and go for it, I guess.
Yeah, I think you just have to keep pushing this through till it eventually works.
I mean, there's a seismic assault again.
I think they're trying to set up for the bituminous blast because that will go get the swan.
Okay, what do we got here?
Okay,
Our Glory. All right, that'll exile that.
that's fine.
But this kind of tells us that the opponent's hand here is some type of just removal spell or spell count. They're
Yeah,
not
it's not
actually,
insane.
yeah, they're not actually lands. So you're not in that much danger. Or it's a swans they can't cast.
Very true as well. It is important to note that the land situation is on the colors. It's actually a little bit awkward.
Yeah, you need another white or a blue. Well,
All
you
right,
don't when you're trying to cast a Scarab God, though.
yeah, but if you have the Scarab God, you might be able to. He might be able to take you home.
All right,
But
let's see what happens here.
we can't forget Flash also just has a lot of lands, and you can kill a Scarab God at any time. But the problem is, he just keeps coming back. So they might just try to go for it here. They say, They save the Seismic Assault. They slow rolled the blast.
2 minutes blast to try to get the
Yeah,
the swans.
exactly. And then they win the game. Or there's some dance where I think the person who has 5 lands to discard is probably we know they have 1 card. So
Yeah, even if it's a land, you just stack your triggers on top of
yeah,
theirs.
and I think that you could pretty much call that here. Like a really great play from Flash. They just slow rolled everything, and it turns out casting 1 spell on turn 4 actually did end up going all the way. Like they kind of just jammed their big spells until their opponent ran out of stuff.
Yeah, that's a tough one. 'Cause like I said, still looking at their hand, I would have probably cycled on those earlier turns. But, I mean, it still ended up not mattering ultimately.
Yeah. I like this version a lot, like Sam said, because it's more all in, and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna really abuse this, and I'm gonna only play ways to find this, and it's been working out pretty well.
This is also interesting, right? Because you can get all these cards, get all your lands, discard however many you need to kill your opponent at this point. I guess 8 land or 7 lands now.
Mm-hmm.
And even if your opponent tried to respond to the last one, you still have more lands to stack more on top than they have.
Yeah, you'll always have more lands.
Yeah.
You have almost like 18 more lands.
Yep. I think this is just it at this point.
Yeah, but you gotta make them do it, I guess.
Yeah, because now even if they try to respond, you've still got
Yeah.
more lands in hand that don't really matter here. Well, you went down to 1 land in hand. Actually, I probably would have went a little deeper.
Just to be
matter.
in case Aura
Yeah.
was like slow rolling 1 land this entire time.
Yep.
that would have been very next level. All right. Well, that was interesting. This all in Swans is really proven to be pretty formidable.
Yeah, that was a heck of a quarterfinals round. We saw just a complete obliteration, mismatch all around, and that was from
Yeah,
that was from Ari's deck that just snuck into the top 8, So it can still happen. Matchups matter.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then there you had those 2 Swans decks, and it was just like we said, it was just a game of chicken, kind of sitting
Yeah.
there. Who runs out of gas first and then gets the card they need?
I think it's proven that the all-in deck has just been very good at being all in. Like people are not packing enough hate.
Yeah, and it looks like the opponent also got a little bit unlucky in the sense that, like, if at any point they had drawn extra lands, they'd have been able to use those to get rid of the creatures.
Mhm.
But they actually had to use the hard removal, of the Terminate and the Hour Glory. That those are the cards you need to get rid of the Swans when everything's about to go down,
Exactly. All right, perfect. I'm excited to see the Wear My Pants. It's in feature 5. Let's check it out.
All right.
I'm excited for this deck because Bogles is one of those things you either highly enjoy it as an archetype or you just hate it to death because you can't interact. I was always okay playing against Bogles, but I played decks that had like Liliana or the Veil, so that was kind of their bad matchup.
Yeah, but I would say this though. I don't even feel that this is truly a Bogles deck. Like your creatures are all relevant on their own and can get the job done. Plus, when you're playing the Liege that pumps all your green and white creatures, like you're gonna get a lot of damage in there.
Oh, I love Whitleaf Liege. Yeah, it's a great card. Yeah, it's nice because they have some pants to put on, but a lot of these creatures are just great. And Quasali's always been pretty good at. I mean, forming Quasali Pride Mage in a format full of bird combos actually pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
You're pre-boarded against what I would consider was at least 30 to 40% of the meta this roulette.
So you're walking in here on a pretty interesting situation. You got a 17 to 15. We've got 5 attackers to 3 blockers, but not quite enough damage yet. It doesn't look like. Oh, they're going to give it to him anyway. Yep.
All right. Well, that was a quick one. And then
Well, we got a peek at that
semis.
match.
I want to see some pants.
Yeah, they weren't necessary in that one. It was, I guess it was a nude beach. They didn't need their pants.
All right, let's check it out here.
Well, let's see what we have going into the semifinals here. All right.
Okay, so who we got? Yeah, pairings aren't showing for me yet. Okay, the semis quarters is still up. Did the semis get processed? Oh, okay. Sorry. It's overview quarters. All right, so we got Zach on Mono Red Elves. We have Fabian back on, I believe, some more Swans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Swans. So that's the all-in Swan. Fabian's on all-in Swans. Got Arilax coming up here with the Champion of Wit, Sphinx of the Steel Wind, Control / Reanimator. Pretty strong. And then it looks like we got Alex Nelson with a little bit more.
Oh, no, Isaac won that one with the.
Oh,
pants
did it?
stack.
Did
Yeah.
it say? Oh,
Mhm.
it's showing. Oh yeah, Isaac. Okay, there we go. Yeah, with some pants.
So it looks
All
cool. Then
right.
we're going to skip out of here for one more quick break, and then we'll get back with me and Caroline are going to take care of y'all for the semis here.
All right, see you soon.
And we're back. Everybody gets one more helping of the, we'll call it the Dragon Pasta combo while we deal with these semifinals here.
Oh, I like it. Dragon pasta sounds amazing. I would assume it involves some sort of dragon fruit. But you can make
or it's
pasta
going
out
to
of
be
anything.
really, really spicy.
Oh wait, that I'm less interested in. But that's okay. I'll have the spice on the side. Cool. How was the quarterfinals?
It was very fast. We made our way around, saw 3 different matches, and they
Wow.
all were done in, I wouldn't say record time, but they really took care of business pretty quick.
Well, I hope Ari walked his dog fast then, because we are back. So we're gonna head down and check out the semis. And the semis is only showing me half a bracket. Oh, but you guys see a full bracket, so that's exciting. Oh, I have a filter on. Okay, we're good. So it looks like we ended up with Ari Lax on the Godfarer's Gift deck against Fabian on like Turbo Swans, as I like to call it, in one bracket. And then we have Isaac Sherman with Where Are My Pants? I have to yell it because it's in capitals, against DC Sports, who's playing the red-green beatdown deck. So this is pretty cool.
But you know what the travesty to this bracket is? Sometimes the Magic gods don't let things work out well. And we end up getting both of the aggro decks in the same bracket.
Fair. I think that might be the match we're going to watch. Yeah. So we are going to go down and watch Where Are My Pants? I hope Isaac does have pants on, though I assume probably. Who knows? It's funny. Every time I read Where Are My Pants? I'm reading in the tone of like what movie was it? I think it was The Incredibles, where he's like, "Where's my super suit?" That's like I'm reading.
Yeah, exactly. Woman, where's my super suit?
Yeah, that's how I'm reading it every time. So it always gives me a good little chuckle. Okay, so it looks like players are good. We're good. As you said, unfortunately, the aggro decks are facing each other. And just taking a look at these deck lists, how do you feel? Like, what side of the matchup would you like to be on?
In this one in particular, I'm probably on the green-red side just because creatures across the board are going to be a little bit larger. You also have some life gain, which is going to be a problem. Though, it could work out if the red deck does draw their removal. But It's going to be a matter, do you get multiple pieces of removal before this Wilt Leash hits the table and you're staring at a bunch of 4/4s plus?
Now that is a card. I do like a Wilt Liege. But I guess both players get that effect, right? The Zach Dubin has the Goblin one, and Wilt Leaf is getting the Elf one here. But I think Isaac's creatures being bigger will matter more, because Zach is doing a lot of quick damage, but his attacks are not huge. So once Isaac's being able to get all these big creatures into play, it could be an issue. And as you said, a Kitchen Finks comes into play, gains 2 life, negates basically everything that happened. Yeah. And we pass back over to Zach's turn.
So even if you attack next turn, you just trade. The Sphinx comes back, gets another 2 life. Very likely, Zach's still going to end up going into this next turn at 19 or 20 life.
Yeah, I'm just checking.
Well, yeah, not even that now because you only have 1 creature attacking. So, yeah, this is a pretty safe turn going into turn 4 here.
Wow, this green-white deck is sweet. I was just looking at what Dauntless Escort does, which was in our hand, and I was confused. But it's a pretty cool card. 3 mana, 3/3. You can sack it to give your creatures indestructible.
Yep, protect your team.
It's pretty cool. So, yeah, we blocked with the Kitchen Finks, gained more life, so yay. And the turn you were worried about, Wilt Liege is here. Plus, Zach is missing a land drop, to my knowledge.
Now, if he does get a land, Javelin does deal with the Wilt Liege.
Yes. I guess it's only Javelin, right? His other burn spell is 3 damage.
Yeah. And, oh no, I would not block here.
Oh, yeah, because now the 3 damage one plays, right? I don't know what it's called, but it looks like we made it to our turn, so.
Okay.
I will say, if we
I guess that's a desperation attack.
Yeah, it's not looking great. For young Zach Dubin.
Yeah, there's really nothing else to be done here.
So let's see. So I guess we want to. Unfortunately don't know what this split card is. Let me see what it is. Appeal Authority. So the sorcery side, 1 green until end of turn. Target creature gains trample and gets +X or a number of creatures you control. And then the aftermath side that can only be cast from the graveyard is tap up to 2 creatures. Your opponent controls creatures you control with gain vigilance until end of turn. So pretty good card for a deck that's doing a lot of attacking with big creatures, would you say?
May not even be necessary because we now found those pants.
Wait, no, I thought there was no pants. Oh, there's pants. We just can't find them all the time.
Yeah, there's one pair of pants. There's one card, 4 copies, I think.
Okay. I understand now. So yeah, this is a lot of damage. In fact, I believe close to lethal.
We're gonna Javelin the Weltleaf Leash. Sure.
Okay. A little less lethal. Oh wait. Oh, that's a sorcery, so that wouldn't have worked. Okay. So now we can play a 3-mana 3/3.
Yep.
Which we may have wanted to play. I guess it wouldn't have mattered if we played it pre-combat. It was going to get Javelin.
Yeah,
so it didn't matter. Yeah. Okay. Still looking mighty fine over here. We do have this trample effect, the appeal, so that could get us through. We even have enough mana to cast all of it. We can also cast the authority if we need to.
Yeah, there were no outs for the opposition there.
Yeah. Okay. So we're speaking of gotta go fast, we are going fast, and we're going into sideboarding with Isaac up a game against Zach Dubin. It is the aggro matchup, so that makes sense.
Yeah, and if you saw what he just highlighted there, the old core sets, we used to have those circles of protection, and they were terrible Magic cards, but they definitely got sideboarded in quite a lot.
Is that what? There's a circle of protection illegal?
Yep.
Circle of protection red. Cop red.
And it's super good in this matchup. Go for it.
Yeah, I can imagine. Pay 1. Next time a red source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. My, oh my. That is a card. So this is, was that from 8th edition or even earlier?
8th edition.
Okay. Wait, but isn't 8th edition in Modern?
I honestly don't remember where we cut off in Modern anymore. I was about to say yes and went maybe.
Well, I guess I know that cards from 8th edition are in Modern, but I don't know where the cutoff actually is. Because also a bunch of those things got like there was 9th edition, etc. So I guess maybe Cop Red is not good. I just didn't think it was legal in Modern. Well,
I'd say the difference is too in Modern, it also probably wouldn't be nearly as effective because it'd be so much slower in tying up all your mana. And,
right.
Whereas that's not really the issue in this type of format.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. The other thing too is Akroma's Blessing got sideboarded in here, which is it's a 3-mana instant. Choose a color. Creatures you control gain protection from the chosen color till the turn, and it also has cycling just because. So
why not?
Yeah. So this is another thing that's going to be a problem. Like if you end up in a standoff situation, you're just going to be able to cast Akroma's Blessing. All your cards are going to get protection from red and effectively be unblockable. So even if you get the board stalemated here, this is going to end up being pretty rough.
Okey-dokey. So I think we're going to just do some thinking, make sure we're all good. Zach's ready to sideboard. We're all good. We're heading back to game 2. This time, I assume Zach will be on the play. Or we'll get to pick, which he did. And yeah, from our side, from Isaac's side, hand looks pretty reasonable. We have some 2-drops and some 3-drops, and now we have some removal. We have some pants. Yep, we found them. That's exciting.
There's some pants for your opposing creatures, actually. They're loaning some clothes out with that pacifism.
Oh, good point. Also, our mana was a little tricky. We do have 2 filtered lands and a white desert, but hopefully we don't have to take too much damage, though we did just draw another desert.
This is okay, though.
Forest. I didn't even see the forest, so never mind. We must have played on turn 1.
This is totally okay. You know, especially here having something with persist. So like you get to block twice if you need to.
Yeah, this matchup seems really tough for the red-green side, just looking as it's playing out.
Yeah, the Ram Gang helps because you don't necessarily want to block there because you know you get the wither counters and you wouldn't come back from persist.
That's a good one. Yeah, maybe we'll actually see some wither. That'd be cool.
Maybe it's also possible they're going to get stuck with a pacifism here, but who knows?
No, that's probably more likely. What's this other enchantment in our hand?
That's you're talking about the green white one?
No, is that just that circle of protection?
Yeah, the circle of protection is the one they just drew.
I can see it. Okay.
Yeah, the other's the shield of the oversoul.
Right. Those are the pants.
Yep. So we're just going to play the circle here is the plan, I guess.
Looks like it.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to punch past here.
Yeah, so now we get to negate at least 3 damage. Probably 3.
Yeah, if Zach was lucky, maybe brought in the Gleeful Sabotage, you have a way just to get rid of enchantments. Since you knew there was at least a couple in this matchup that could matter.
Yeah, I wonder about that. That's a pretty good question. Oh man, Earthshaker Kenra, what a card.
And it's open deck list too. So like, you know, he knew the card existed. So if it was
and there's already pants in the main deck and there's pacifism in the sideboard. I think in the sideboard or maybe even in the sideboard. So I think it's like on his radar. I'm not sure. We'll just have to play it out and see. But he is doing he's doing his thing. He cast Bloodbraid Elf, be a creature, attacked for a bunch. He's doing what his deck intends to do. So it's not over for him yet.
No, and I did find it interesting that we attacked with the elite there last turn because this is where we talk about like, you know, acknowledging when you are and aren't the beatdown, right? Like in this case, you knew the opponent's coming with more creatures, bigger creatures than what you're going to have on the board at that point. Saving to block, especially with the creature that can come back and block again, would have been much better than that 2 damage you got in last turn. Like that 2 damage.
Well, doesn't Earthshaker Kenra not allow the block?
True, but that wasn't on the table when you attacked.
Right. Well, no, I know, but technically it worked. Like maybe that was on their mind. There's like, well, I
that's
just
fair.
Earthshaker here. I don't know, but I get like we wouldn't be able to block, so it kind of worked out. We got 2 damage in, but now we're staying home.
You also got an extra 2 life off of the Finks now. You can prevent one of the attackers with the circle.
Probably the Wither again.
Yeah.
Oh,
all right.
Oh gosh.
Here you go. This will help.
Okay. What's this trigger that the initiate's doing?
That the initiative is doing.
It's like when a player casts a red spell, you may pay 1 if you do, and I didn't see the rest. Oh, wait.
Take a look.
Yeah, I can go and grab 2, actually. So it says, if you do, target creature can't block this turn. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
So the Kitchen Finks can't block. We get the shock. Where do we put the shock?
I mean, maybe you just send it at the opponent?
Yeah, I was wondering that. That's what, Zach decided too. Spread out mana for the initiative. So we get to do 1 block. We get to stop. So we block the elf, we stop the wither, and then we take 1, 3, 6. We go to 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
So these Bloodbraids bought some time.
Well, these initiates have actually been really good, right?
Yeah.
Because not letting the Kitchen Finks block here has meant that we can't get more life gain off it and trade with one of our Bloodbraids. It's pretty cool.
For sure.
So soon we're going to trade with a Bloodbraid. That seems like the most obvious block there. We'll take 3 damage away from something. Leaving us to 4. I was right. So if he just has... Oh, no. He can't have the burn spell in his hand because we just have Circle of Protection.
Exactly.
Okay, so we're not. It's looking okay, but it's not perfect yet.
Yeah, this is where the circle gets a little silly because it's just you end up having to start just leaving a bunch of mana open, just on the off chance you actually get to prevent all this damage.
Right, but we do have to play. Yeah, I don't know. So I guess we have to develop our board a little bit. Looks like we're going for. I'm gonna play a 2/2. Oh no, we're not. We got tricked. So it looks like instead we're actually planning to leave 1 mana up to stop either like a creature or a big burn spell, and not just keep 4 up and stop all the.
Yeah, because with their mana situation, realistically, maybe there's 2 creatures, and they can make 2 things not block, but you still wouldn't be dead at that point.
So, question. Where were you? Oh, no, I guess we don't want to cycle anyway. I was good because we don't have any colored mana up. But
Correct.
Maybe that's fine. Oh, what happened? Did we cast something? What did we cast?
Looks like an initiate.
Oh, there it
trigger
is.
an
I couldn't
initiative?
find it on the stack.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, where'd it go? So Kitchen Finks can't block. If we got another red spell, let's see, how much damage is this? So now what do you do? So if you cop red this. Oh, this is, I think DC Sports has pulled it together. Yeah,
Yep,
wow.
because he got another initiate.
Those initiates are so powerful in this creature matchup. I didn't really think about that at all. That's so cool. Okay, back in it. Game 3. Here we go.
Yep, well done.
That was cool. Looks like that we're not interested in the blessing anymore. Kind of got stuck in our hand. It might not be the powerful thing that we want it to be. Cop red was cool, but we kind of just can't leave all that mana up forever. We're a creature deck. We got to be doing some creature stuff.
Yeah, that's the downside to that card. It does eat a lot of mana.
Interesting. Okay, well, that was cool.
I will say the thing about Circles of Protection is they're better in decks where you have some reasonable amount of actual removal or some 2-for-1s or some sweepers. So eventually you reset to a situation where maybe you're only dedicating like 2 mana a turn to keep their creatures at bay, and you can still do what you want to do. And this type of situation, you're still in this weird spot because you need to cast your creatures too, because that's kind of your road to victory. But, like we saw in that last game, when are you casting something and when are you not, right? Are we just going to leave that 5 mana open on that last turn to just try to stop everything? Like, not really.
Right. You're not accomplishing anything there for sure. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so this hand's a 1-lander, assuming we're not keeping that one. This one's a 3-lander with birds, so it's probably a Sneep. Not anything big. We don't have any beefy friends, but we got some stuff to do. So it's gonna be fine. I'm tempted to put a land back, but it's probably wrong.
Yeah, I would definitely put a land back here.
Okay, nice. I like it. Just keep all of our 2/2s and just start going. Okay, I'm excited.
Well, it's also possible that you have a couple of other 1 mana things, so you could potentially draw 1 and then be set up to do something real big on the next turn, depending.
Okay. I assume the Pride Mage has no real targets in the deck, but it's just kind of just in the deck just because. Like, there's no enchantments or artifacts in DC's deck, right?
Correct. It's just a 2/2, but it does have Exalted. So if you're in a weird situation where you just need to attack with just one thing, maybe you have a 3/3 or a 4/4 that's just the biggest thing on the table, so you just attack with just that. Or to even make a 2/2 trade with something is pretty nice too.
You also have this bird, so if you're really stuck and you want to have a air strike, you can always attack for 1.
Yeah, that's the only thing I would say here is I probably would have tried to cast the Pride Mage just because if something happens to this bird here.
Oh, good point. Like right now. Whoa, good call.
Especially when your opponent sees that you missed a land drop. Like, I would have done the same thing.
Oh, no. And we drew a
I guess they didn't
card.
see. This is turn 2. Never mind.
Yeah, they don't know we missed a land drop, but we are about to. But we did draw a really great card. So in a couple turns, we might be okay. But the one thing is we are currently the beatdown, mostly because we're on the play.
Yeah.
and that that might not bode well for DC Sac Sports. Oh my gosh, Zach Dubin, because we found really what got him ahead last game was punching through all that damage with Bloodbraid Elves, and that might not be as easy now that there's these elves on the board. But let's see how it goes.
Yeah, the logic there is I think you have to assume your bird's going to die anyway, because the ability for you to cast even Wiltleaf Liege on this turn, had you drawn a land, like from the opposing side, if Liege is in your hand, you draw a land, like that's really hard for them to deal with if they don't have exactly Javelin in hand.
Okay, we're
and that's the
exchanging
difference
POWs.
Too, because you're talking about you could have had a third creature here already,
and
now we're just
gonna
stuck.
matter.
Yeah.
Okay, Bloodbraid Elf time. So I have a question: if Bloodbraid Elf was to come down, which it is. Was that not a reason to leave back these 2/2s?
At least one of them.
Yeah, because that, it trades really nicely with them. And we know you don't want to attack the haste. Now, maybe the same thing. Maybe the Earthshaker Kender is on the mind. Again, I'm not sure, but it's something to think about.
Yeah, but I think
it's a lot of damage.
We know we're stuck on lands, so that kind of limits you there. But we did find one.
We got some life. One. We didn't find the pacifism. I think that would be the better option here. But the Oasis will get us 2 more life. Now we're trying to decide, do we hold back? But I don't think we can now. Like, we should attack for 4 and gain 2, right?
Let's see. You'd possibly be taking... Not really, because, well, you do have a Kitchen Sphinx. So I would put you at 13. You would take
let's say our
6, go to 7, or worse if you end up not being able to block. So, like, I'm leaving at least 1 back.
Okay.
Because putting the opponent to 12 here, you play the Kitchen Sphinx. If you do find another land and play the Wiltleaf Liege next turn, that's a huge attack on the next turn.
Right. That was sort of my temptation for that. That's kind of why I wanted to bash in for 4, was so that I have these, potentially 3 4/4s on the following turn, putting us at 8, so 2 of them would be lethal. That was sort of my plan, because I don't think we could get burned out even if this Kitchen Sphinx can't block. Because in order for not to be blocked, there'd have to be a spell to be played. So that was kind of my quick math, but I'm happy with how this is working out. Let's see how Zach Dubin handles the situation. Feels like the Initiate was a key part of his pushing damage through plan, and so we'll have to see how this goes.
But again, we're talking about, like, not taking that turn 2 to play the Pride Mage is a huge difference in this match right now.
Yeah, because it would have attacked at least twice, so that would have been an 8. That's a big difference.
Well, not just that, even that last attack would have been an Exalted attack, potentially.
Oh, right. If we wanted to leave the Pride Mage back. Mm-hmm. Plus, if we draw the land, that would be 4 4/4s instead of 3. Okay, well, it's good to know. Magic's hard. I don't know if you know.
Oh, it's very hard.
I've heard a little bit. It's hard. I play perfectly, of course, but
I won't even pretend to play perfectly. I have too much video evidence on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, fair enough. There's some clips. My story was gonna fall flat pretty soon. But hey, we're all here mostly because we enjoy playing it, not perfectly. And so I imagine what Zach Dubin here is doing is just, looking at his hand, figuring out this seems like a big turn, right?
Oh, absolutely.
We're close to 4 mana. We know Wiltleaf Liege is a big thing, a big threat. We have all these persist creatures. How do we handle this scenario? So, we're just taking some time figuring it out. I like it.
And there's 5 cards in hand, now 4. So it's like maybe you attack with just the Ram Gang and see what the opponent wants to do.
Yeah, I assume if there's nothing fancy, if we're not going to be able to stop the Kitchen Sphinx from blocking, I don't think we can attack with the Bloodbraid Elf.
Yeah.
I think we need to just do the Wither Ram Gang and get some 3/3s rolling. That Wither effect.
Maybe it's another Ram Gang and a possible removal card or something. I don't know. There's a lot of things these 4 cards could be.
Yeah, that feels like decisions would have been made faster, but it's unclear. I'm picturing like burn spells. I'm picturing 7 damage of burn spells.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to figure out do we go for it now? That's what I'm picturing. Maybe an Earthshaker Kenra.
The thing is, though, if it is a Flame Javelin, then I probably am attacking and carrying less.
Ooh, I wasn't worried about Earthshaker. Okay. Oh.
Because the scariest thing you're going to see is a Wiltleaf Liege, but you can kill that.
So what's your reasoning here? Did you see what happened? We
Yeah.
played Earthshaker and we selected not Kitchen Finks. So what's our logic there? Am I missing a trick?
Maybe just see if you can get the kitchen finks to block and then just kill it. I mean, they're still going to get the life off of it, but maybe you want
we
the bigger
figure,
creature off the table.
Okay.
Because it's possible the removal card is just another volcanic hammer and not an actual javelin.
Right. Okay.
And here, if they block, I mean, you're incentivizing them to block the kitchen finks or block a non-ram gang creature with the kitchen finks. But it looks like we're not even sure what we want to attack with here.
Yeah, I feel like we came out of the tank, then forgot our pen and went back in. Here we go. Okay. I want to attack with the Earthshaker Kenra that's in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. If I'm going to attack with one, it's probably going to be the Kenra just to give us a chance to get it bigger.
Guess we're on the block.
If it comes down to that.
Oh, this is a 1-mana 1/1 and can pump something. Well, I don't think the pumping thing is going to matter soon.
Nope. It's just a body at this point.
It's just a body. No land there has made not great for Isaac. You know, we still have a ton of creatures. We can make some choices here, but that Wilt Liege would have potentially ended the game. That being said, Zach does have 3 mana up. We know what 3 mana means, 4 damage. So who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I really like
12 to 12, and your opponent effectively has infinite blockers where we're at.
Oh,
he's back. It's the dragon.
He's back. Okay. So, So I guess Zach was working through the concept was I'm gonna have to have this Kitchen Finks die at some point. I want it to happen now under my own terms. Then I have my dragon, and I have a 2-turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So unfortunately, we still actually only have a 2-turn clock because we wouldn't be able to.
If it's a flame javelin in hand, that could be it.
Oh right, because that would be 3 mana, which equate to 4 damage. Mm-hmm. So it'd be 1 extra. Okay. Well, unfortunately,
the Kitchen Finks
does mess up that plan. But this dragon is looking pretty good on this turn. Like Isaac can't push through at the moment. Any land off the top, and this goes terribly wrong unless exactly Flame Javelin is hiding out. I have a feel. I don't know if it is because we did just tap out that turn, so it's hard to tell.
I would attack with just the dragon anyway here.
Yes.
Maybe pump 2 or 3 times and just see what happens next turn if you have the Flame Javelin in hand.
Yeah, pump with nothing that costs life. Okay. Again, I don't know what's happening. What's? Why the? Oh, hold on 1 second. Oh my gosh, we're so silly. Earthshaker Kenra has a text.
Yep.
It can't target Kitchen Finks. Right? Because it's equal to its power.
Yeah.
So that's why it didn't target the Kitchen Finks. I'm so silly. I apologize for everything.
All right. So the good news is here, you've got a big flyer. You don't even care if they actually draw the Wilt Liege. I mean, the worst thing for them now is to get a white land so they can actually cast Pacifism.
Right, which he didn't. So this is, to my knowledge, Chi-Chi's.
Yep.
White land would also activate the Witch, but... Okay. So what is this? Gives +1/+1 is indestructible. And then some stuff. Flying indestructible. Hold on. Well, that's bad. So this Earthshaker Kenra not being dead, by the way, has really mattered.
Yep.
You were right. Good call.
Yep, there's the sabotage.
This is game 3, so it's likely it came back in, but okay.
Yep, that's it.
I think that's probably it. I don't know what BC Sports is up to. Some pre-combat pumps, I like it. Also the over-pumping, that's a little bit of a signature for Zach at this point, but okay.
Well, the dragon's got fire-breathing business to do.
That's actually pretty crazy that all shook out that way, right? That we did get a way to deal with the Shivan dragon, and then boom, we had the answer in our hand the whole time. That was fun. That was some good Magic that we
I
saw.
think it's awesome. We got to see particularly a Shivan Dragon pumped win 2 games today, 2 matches today.
Yes. And all this based on the concept that, the player only played it due to remembering the old times. Like, I think DC or Zach said something about it was the first card that he played. And so he just wanted to play it in a tournament again. So I think that's so cool.
It's so awesome when you have a fun of and it works out twice.
Yes. That's true. It is just a one of, right? And it ended 2 games for us. Wow, who knew? 6 mana, 5/5 dragon, still good enough. So I think we are going to head up to our finals, and by that I mean take a break and then go to our finals. So we'll just kidding. We're gonna check on see. I got tricked on coverage, but that's okay. We're gonna see how people finished, and then we'll take a break. So we know that we just watched Zach Dubin beat Isaac Sherman with red-green stuff versus green-white stuff. I have to admit, I didn't think that's how the match was going to shake out. Some mana issues on Isaac's side did probably contribute to some of it, but there were some pretty tight plays had by both sides as well. We have a result from the other side. We have Arilax falling to Fabian. So that was the Turbo Swans deck taking out the God Pharaoh's Gift deck. So that means the finals will be Fabian versus Zach.
I expect that's going to be pretty fast too.
Yeah, sounds like that's a theme of our day. So why don't we? Yeah, we'll take a quick break. I don't think it'll be very long. We'll just let everyone make sure that Zach and Fabian are ready to go in their features. Daquan, I think you're heading out. Is this it?
Yeah, this is it. So I hope everybody didn't get bored to death with me running my mouth this afternoon. So.
Yeah, never. And I was just joking. It's not the end of our friendship. It's just the beginning. But we will see you next time. And we really appreciate you helping out and hanging out and giving us all your knowledge. It was very fun.
It was lots of fun.
Awesome. Carla, or actually, while we're here, really, really quickly, sorry, where can people find you that isn't right now, since you're leaving?
Oh my gosh, they can find me on Twitter and YouTube under Power Dragon, POWRDRAGN. I have stuff up almost every day, and I have a podcast called The Color of Magic that you can find just about everywhere.
Nice. Awesome. We'll be sure to check that out. So I'll be back with Carlin for the finals, and we'll see everybody in a few minutes. Bye-bye.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, Carlin. Are you excited for the finals?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
I'm excited. This is actually the second finals where we get to watch a friend of mine, so I'm excited. Of course, no bias though.
Just well, you can have a little.
Yeah, just a little bias as a treat. Just to catch you up, we watched one semis because they were both so fast. So we actually only got to watch Isaac versus Zach, both in sort of an aggro mirror between a green-white deck and a red-white deck. Zach did pull out the match in 3 with his red-green deck, I should say. It was interesting. We kind of analyzed that the green-white deck was bigger and stronger, but DC and Zach Dubin was just faster. So he ended up taking it down in 3. And so we're going to watch him versus Fabian. And if you remember Fabian, that was the kind of turbo swan list. That was the 42 lands, not many permanents. Get a swan, get a assault, let's go. So I think it is possible we're going to be done pretty soon, Carlin. Just because this feels like a little fast. Let's look at just a little. So let's look at this turbo list. It's been a while since we saw Zach's list just last round. So let's take a look into that one. And where's your head at for this matchup? What do you think is likely between both an aggressive deck and a turbo deck?
I think post board, having 3 Kitchen Finks and 2 Wrath of God is going to be pretty good
for Fabian's deck.
For Fabian, yeah, and he even has another blast in the side, which can cascade into a Wrath, so you can bring in more. He kind of made his sideboard in such a way that it's pretty easy to tutor stuff, and he also has an Hour of Devastation as well.
I do like Hour of Devastation. That's pretty cool. The one thing I've noticed about DC's deck is he doesn't need that many creatures on board to make things happen, and a lot of his creatures have haste, which is a little bit of a Wrath's enemy.
Exactly. Haste is the menace of control.
Yeah. And we have a decent array. We've got the Bogart, we've got the Bloodbraid, and the Earthshaker Canner all have haste, plus the Cohort, and that's it, actually, that has haste. But I think it's going to be an interesting matchup, because also we need to figure out like how much of the swans, the swan also affects what's happening too, but how much of the combo is going to happen in this matchup. Like, that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we're going to actually watch from the Turbo Swans list. From the Turbo Swans side, which is exciting. It's actually the first time I've gotten to see this side of things. The thing I'm most excited for are those cascade spells. We haven't. You've talked to me about how great they are. We saw it exactly once, I think in round 5. But I'm pretty excited to see see them come into effect. Is this a hand that you think you can battle red-green stuff with?
I think I don't know if really what you're looking for that's better than deal 4 damage to a creature on Cascade that finds you part of your combo.
Right.
And a cycling land as well. So I
good
don't really
point.
think you can. I mean, you have 42 lands, so you're going to have to take a couple risks on the land heavy hand. I don't know if you really have an option.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. We do have some cyclers, but we don't have a great way to make red that isn't Gemstone Mine. So we're in a bit of a pickle for sure.
Yeah, we saw Fabian. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, I assume we'll have to play one of these tapped red sources.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we saw Fabian win a game where he just started casting Cascade spells on 4, and that was it. He didn't do anything for the first 3 turns of the game.
Okay.
And but that was going to more combo. So if this is an aggressive enough start, I mean, you're really just looking for another Cascade spell because it can be considered that Seismic Assault is quite strong against an aggro deck of 2 toughness creatures. Or a good portion of the early aggression.
So what we did, we do start off with a 1-mana 1/1. In our last match, this initiate actually came up and was kind of a big clutch creature because we were playing against a creature matchup, so there was a lot of reason to stop blocking. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be very important in this matchup. But playing on curve is totally reasonable, so that's where we're going. It looks like we did not decide to play a tap red land from Fabian's side. We just went with a City of Brass. But here we come, attacking for 3, I assume, with maybe a cycle. I'm not sure. But DC Sports is going to come on in, attack. I assume after all these triggers shake out, they'll be attacking for 3 with maybe paying 1 to cycle. What do you think? Oh, okay.
Probably. I mean, if you're not gonna cycle, I don't think there's any reason to play brass first.
Okay. I'm not confused, right? I think we just clicked through our attack step. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. There wasn't a card that was on our mind. That was just an unfortunate accident. Okay.
No, that was in fact the old click through combat, which never happens in paper, but does happen online a little much.
Yeah, that's reasonable. It's something I'm quite fearful with Moto, but here we are. We'll keep going, and we'll attack this time, I assume.
Well, I mean, if your opponent takes a time walk, then I guess you have to take it because it's going to happen to you at some point as well.
Exactly. Okay. So guess this time we don't have to pay. Oh, we do still have to pay damage. Okay.
2 mana cycler, yeah.
Yeah, I think we should. We kind of priced ourselves into doing this, right? We didn't play either of those tap lands on turn 1.
Yep.
So I guess to the life we go. Can we do anything interesting? Not really.
No,
How
you can
many
play
encounters do you want? Oh, okay. So we could cycle.
Yeah, because your City of Brass is not doing you any favors.
Okay. So we cycle here.
They
play
might
the
wait,
Lotus.
though.
Well, now
Lotus has tap 2 untapped, so they price themselves into not doing it this turn.
Oh, it's 2 untapped.
Mm-hmm, yeah, Lotus.
That card is bad.
Lotus, the new one got printed. It can be any lands, but Lotus
and it has X-proof. The new one has X-proof.
Yeah.
Sorry, just laughing that this card is. So it looks like we're getting shocked end of turn. Untapping, hopefully playing a Blood Braid Elf is the place that you'd want to be if you were DC Sports, I imagine. Huh, okay. So none of that. Playing a 1-mana 1/1 with triggers, it doesn't matter, and missing our land drop, which is not great. Now we get to play the Swans, which is a very annoying card. So I will stop participating in all commentating now.
Well, I don't know. I think they're more. They'll probably just run it out there to run it out there, and if something happens, you have a blast.
Well, I don't think Zach can kill it, right?
I will double check his list here.
He can make it not block with, like,
There is 4 flame javelin. Oh no, you're right. It's all direct damage.
right, but the instigator is going to matter now. Sorry, I was saying the instigator, or is that what it's called? The initiate. Sorry, the initiate is going to matter because now any red spell is pay 1, can't block. So that means the damage train gets to keep going. That being said, not to harp too much because it is unfortunate.
Sometimes you just draw it off the top and you win the game. So.
But DC, or their opponent, is now at 3 life, and he did miss 3 damage. So this is an unfortunate situation. It's likely.
Yeah, that's actually good to note that the game would have been over.
Yeah, unfortunate for reals. But we are going to see this likely combination of things happen, and then heading to there's not really a way to whiff, right? In a deck where you have 42 lands in your deck.
It's over.
Okay, that is.
It's so over. There's 7 lands in their hand, so you really only need 1, and to just not whiff once to start the chain. So it's basically you just click through. But I mean, hey, Zach misclicked, so maybe Fabian will. Make him do it.
That is what's happening, right? There is there's not a concession heading. From Zach's side. That's fine. Let's see. Where we're going, how much lands? So 20 damage is 10 lands. Moto doesn't exactly make it easy.
We can just talk about the sideboard at this point.
Yeah, let's
So from Zach's side, I think we're definitely going to see, I think Everlasting Torment, right? Damage can't be prevented. That's pretty good against Swans. And it's an enchantment as well, so it's harder to interact with. And probably going to see maybe. No, it's tough. I think definitely the Gleeful Sabotage. So it's like 2 Gleeful, 1 Everlasting Torment, and I don't know if that's maybe Blood Moon, but I don't think it. Blood Moon's actually probably a nice call.
Yeah, I think Blood Moon. So. Red is part of the combo, so it's like, oh, don't worry about Blood Moon. But there's actually a lot of mana-producing lands in Fabian's deck that would really struggle against Blood Moon. Lotus being, the main one.
And and there's only 7 actual basics in his 42 lands. So that could be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're gonna mix things up a little bit, Carlin. We're gonna go to sideboarding. Maybe we'll stick around for a little bit, see what sideboarding options there are. Just kidding, we're not. Okay, my plan has been revealed. We're actually going to pop over and watch game 2 from Zach Dubin's side.
All right.
Keep everybody on their toes. So we're going to head over there and do that. But
let's
then
see what he
we get to watch Zach's sideboard. Yeah. So you're right. Blood Moon came in. So that's pretty cool. Looks like our 1-mana 2/1 came out. Our Shivan is not coming in. Sadly. That should have been in the main deck. I've decided. It was too great and too beautiful. It won too many games.
Leaving in all the direct damage, which is a great way to just close it out if you get Wrath of God, which...
Well, and that's sort of what I was saying. Like DC, Zach's deck doesn't really need you to have a bunch of creatures on board. Like that direct damage can help close that window for sure. So we're just waiting for Fabian to sideboard.
And I think an early Blood Moon might actually be pretty detrimental.
I feel like we might be zoomed in a way that might not be beneficial.
It does look a little zoomed in.
Let me just ask. You're good? Okay. Yeah, I'm doing nothing. Don't mind me. I'm not typing. So, did you get a chance to look at the card pool before you kind of joined us this morning? Did you have an idea of what you thought you would see today?
Well, Swans definitely stuck out a lot because that's just like a known combo, I guess. It's one of those things. But definitely, I've assumed it was going to be something to do with like Bloodbraid Elf, just because people love that card and it's great value, and it goes into important 3-drops. So I I had somewhat of an idea, but you couldn't really, it felt like it was really up in the air overall. Like there's a few things that stuck out, but I didn't think there was going to be one dominant archetype.
And I think that's pretty on track of what happened, right? Like, it wasn't, there was not an obvious zombie stack. There was not an obvious like mana drain deck. There was a lot of different options, and we've come to a cool finals. We have a red, green, play some awesome stuff deck with a cool combo deck. So we did mulligan the first hand for Zach. Kept the second one, our second 6. We are now attacking with our initiate. We don't have a turn 2 play, but we do have a zoomed in match again.
Wooded Foothill, fetch a forest, and then you have Blood Moon and Gleeful Sabotage. You have a lot of time to buy. The one issue is, though, you know what? Actually, I think if this Blood Moon just sticks, Fabian is in a lot of trouble.
Yes, so even if Fabian played exactly a basic, what? Like, does basic island work? But no, I can't think of a basic that would get us out of this, right? Do you think that they brought in enchantment removal? It seems so unlikely.
It's open deck list, so I would like to think so, but the problem with their enchantment removal is it's Maelstrom Pulse, right? Which is a green-black spell, which they really can't cast unless they have.
Cannot.
They can go.
So if they go basic, so they can go Manamorphose. Manamorphose is still always a draw, right?
Yes. Well, no, his list does not have
Manamorphose.
Manamorphose.
Manamorphose, right?
So actually, this Blood Moon could just be a GG. To be honest, there's not really looking his list.
Well, Seismic Assault, right?
Well, okay, Seismic Assault does exist, but I think the real issue is what's he going to do beyond that, because you can't play any of your other spells, so your opponent has forever to do.
There's technically a world where you get a Seismic Assault, your hand is a bunch of lands, you deal with the creatures, and just over time, a lot of time, you do 2 damage. That's not likely to happen, but that's okay.
No, I think they'll get burned out before that. Yeah, this is looking super good for Zach, actually.
Yeah, good call.
Very good.
For sure. So we'll see how that goes. We also, the cool thing is we just have, a ton of gas. We're going to close the game fast. That's the thing we don't have to worry about right now is we have these Bogart Rams, 2 of them. We have the Sabotage for this Seismic Assault, which I assume we'll just do next turn. Take a turn off, get rid of that. I'm feeling confident. Maybe a second Seismic Assault might be a little annoying, but we're gonna eventually run out of stuff. So,
well, having the sideboard card for the Seismic is great, so you don't have to run anything else out before it gets damaged. And then the thing is, if it's not Seismic, they're just gonna have trouble removing the board. But we also have to consider. Zach left in quite a bit of just straight burn to the dome. So there's a world where you just can't really do anything, and you could kill creatures, but you can just eventually die to enough flame javelins, shocks, or volcanic hammers.
Well, and these Bogarts are 3/3, so you would need two lands.
Yeah, exactly.
Run out of resources.
And you have hasters.
Okay. Here we go. This could be a game now. We have 2 3-power creatures.
The basic forest was great here because there's only 4 of those in the deck. So that was actually an amazing draw because the mathematical equation of trying to get one of your 4 forests that can actually cast one of your spells is pretty crazy.
Well, and the going into another creature is also pretty great.
Yes, and hitting the kitchen sink was great.
So luckily the Wither does take care of the kitchen sink problem, which is a great way to call it.
That's an interesting interaction from that block is the whole creatures with undying, creatures that deal damage with Wither.
Oh,
you don't really see that anymore.
No. And that's one of the cool things about this tournament, right? Is we just delve into parts of the Magic world that we don't spend a lot of time in. We see Bloodbraid Elf, we see Kitchen Finks, we see Blood Moon, but we don't see Bogart Ram ever. So it's pretty cool. Oh, okay. This is starting to get a little concerning. Was
the 1F struggle survive.
Yeah, got struggled. Our Bogart is struggling to do anything. So now we're back in the spot. We're playing another one. Hopefully this one's good. We take damage from Bloodbraid Elf, but then we have the Volcanic Hammer to clean that up. So I think we're doing okay.
I think this is still very winnable from Zach's side.
But it got a little hairy, you have to admit. It's a little bit worse than we thought when we slammed the Bloodbraid or the.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But you're turning off part of your opponent's deck. But they got 2 natural seismic assaults.
Okay.
Into a Bloodbraid.
We're caught. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, this is rough.
This is rough. Oh,
It's
no.
very rough.
This is not where I'd want.
I guess the best thing you could do here is draw your own land and play your Bloodbraid and try to get some
like a
power
land
on the
or
board.
just Volcanic Hammer and the cohort. I guess the cohort's kind of bad.
They might just be. Okay, well, that was it. Wow.
That was the match. Holy cow.
That was a quick one.
Well, we did call that. If we called anything, it was that it was going to be fast.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Blood Moon just
might have said Blood Moon was GG, and it wasn't.
I guess if you natural your mountain, or I guess if you natural your one of, like you have 4 forests in your deck, and you natural it, and
the 2 seismic assaults too, and we
2
had
natural seismics. Yeah,
and that was an unfortunate.
I think that
of events.
I think if the.
But
yeah, I mean, definitely. Sometimes that's magic, right? Sometimes you line it up perfectly, or just top it.
It's important that we know we have a winner of our tournament.
Yes.
Fabian has taken it all down with what was deemed to be, I believe, the best deck, strong. Oh gosh,
strongest deck. Yeah,
strongest deck. So best choice brought to you by Sam Black. Also happened to be our winner. So it was a very good combination of events. Both had the best deck and took down the whole tournament. We got to see this deck a couple times throughout the throughout the day. Really enjoyed the concept of, hey, here's Swans, here's Seismic Assault. What do I do with it? Some people went controlling, some people went, bonus part of my deck. And then Fabian's like, oh no, 42 lands.
Exactly.
But we saw some crazy hands. In game 1 of this match, we saw 6 lands, a 5-mana Cascade spell, keep. And then there we go. So pretty cool, awesome tournament. I enjoyed hanging out with you, Carlin. Should we tell? I guess we should probably tell Fabian what they've won. So the prizes for this tournament include first place is 200 store credit to the mythicstore.com. Great place to get some cool swag like this one. Also magic cards, that stuff too. And then second place, so Zach picking up $100 store credit. Third and fourth, $50 a piece, and 5th through 8th, $25 a piece. Plus all that cool bonus deck building stuff with $10 each for best choice, most powerful deck that is the best choice, and sweetest brew.
Yeah. Plus the new Mythic Society merch as well. You can use that credit on.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Tank tops coming soon. Is this
a rumor that you're starting on the internet? I feel like you're starting this on the internet. Okay, wait. Level with me. Did you or did you not message Pascal and say?
Yes, I directly messaged him and I told him to have tank tops.
Okay. Then they're confirmed. They're on the way. That's one cool thing to highlight about the mythicstore.com is they sell singles like a classic Magic store, but they also have these pretty cool things called mythic packs or something packs, fortune packs. So they actually take the concept of booster packs, but they put in rares and other cool cards equal to the value that you pay. So they have various. Awesome. Yeah, they have various levels. I happen to know that our producer has purchased one, and we kind of opened it one day on kind of a call, and just got to hear all the cards that he got. So it was like a cool little thing added to the store. So feel free to check that out. That's all I got. What do you got? Anything? You got any last words, Carlin?
Oh, it's just great. I enjoy Set Roulette a lot. I love seeing the people come together. Make some stuff, make some cool things.
So I'm glad that you like it because we have plans to do it all again. I'm scrolling up because I lost the date. There we go. Sets will be revealed for the next one on July 11th, which makes our next Set Roulette tournament July 19th. And I believe those are both Sundays, but I'm just checking for us. July. So the 11th is a Saturday. So on July 11th, on a Saturday, will be the reveal of the sets. And then on the 19th, which is a Sunday, we'll be back at it again here in the booth, hanging out, looking at all the cool things. If you want to watch more coverage, next week on this channel, there will be a historic tournament on Sunday. And feel free to come and check us out doing that all over again. Where can people hang out with you that isn't right now?
On my Twitch, Sidetrack is Bad. We do mostly historic all the time and pretty much brew requests every day.
Awesome. Okay, well, I have a historic
meta.
tournament coming up, so I might give you a little message.
Oh, yeah.
And you can find me on Twitter at Mighty Linguini. You can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/The Mighty Linguini. And that's actually it. Well, Instagram too if you want. But I really enjoyed hanging out with you. I enjoyed hanging out with Power Dragon, with Brasky hanging out in our ears, with all of everybody that was chilling out in Twitch chat, probably yelling at all the things that we said that was wrong, but that's okay.
Only a couple things.
And with all of the players, all signing up every month to do some cool magic. So thanks so much, and we'll see everybody next time.
All right.
Bye.